RallyX is brought to you by Cooper Tyres, Olsbergs,
Well, we've moved on from Hollius rounds 1 and 2 just 2 weeks ago, and we find ourselves in Kouvola, Finland for this fantastic roller coaster of a track. It's a bit like a Finnish rally stage, heads off from the tarmac onto the dirt and then up into the trees. Couple of big jumps out the back here. We've seen some brilliant action, particularly in this corner already yesterday. Of course, this is round 4. Yesterday was round 3. Johan Kristoffersen was hoping to make it a clean sweep, but as you'll see in a moment, he didn't take his third win from 3. Life was made a little bit difficult for him by some of his competitors here, but brilliant action across all the different classes, and we can't wait to do the same again today. My name is Andrew Coley. Joining me on commentary is Hal Ridge. Molly Pettit is reporting from the paddock for us as well. Got some great stuff from the paddock yesterday. Might just have been the highlight of the season. There is an awesome Gronholm quote out there, which if you haven't seen it, you better get yourselves onto social media and see it, because if this was stewards' reports, Marcus has an idea for what he'd like to use them for. On a cardboard tube as a little roll hung in the bathroom. Go and find it. It's on RallyX's Instagram and the various different social medias. Like and subscribe to all of them, of course, because we had a brilliant day yesterday, and I hope you enjoyed it. Hal, it was good, wasn't it?
Really good. Really, really good, actually, across all the classes, like you say, and a really dramatic final. And a dramatic final corner to the Supercar race. And
then we actually got some text from Marcus Gronholm in the evening, which we won't tell you what they said, but as you'll see, there was further action after. If you were watching yesterday, you'll have seen stuff happened basically during the race. Then there was some decisions, and then we had a podium, and then about 3.5 hours later, Johan Kristoffersen got called into the stewards. Again, we were chatting to him 8:30, I think we were leaving the track, and he's standing there chatting away, going through what had gone wrong with his car, and a guy comes over with a thing on and goes, Johan, he said, please, can I officially ask you to come to the stewards room? Okay, bye, and off he went. So we'll run you through it, but first of all, you need to take a look back at what happened yesterday. So have a look at this. Kaliakowski looked like he bobbed, but Kristoffersen did too. Not a great start. Brindersen gets the door. Veiby tried to go around the outside, going to slide to P3. Kaliakowski up on 2 wheels. Gronholm almost spins in the background. Drops to P6. It's Brindersen, Kristoffersen, OC, Veiby, Kaliakowski into the rear of Veiby. Runs him up the barrier on the inside line. Who's gone round? Kaliakowski's parked, and so's Veiby in the background.
Both Audis.
Carnage behind them. And that's Brindersen then leading from Kristoffersen and Marcus. Niklas Gronholm is up.
Kristoffersen doesn't have to worry about the traffic. Looks to the inside of Brindersen towards the end of the lap. Kristoffersen's going to joke it immediately. This is exactly what Brindersen didn't need. He needed the other guys in this race to hold Kristoffersen back after the joker.
Kristoffersen's joke and come out in front of Gronholm already, so
disappointed. Not because I don't want Kristoffersen to win, but I would have liked to have seen him have to fight for it that little bit more. Brindersen's going to respond now, but it's going to be so tight on the merge.
Here we go. Brindersen going to get on the handbrake, flick it back round the other way. He's run a little bit too deep in there, and he comes out almost alongside Johan. It was nearly enough to go as they come up over the crest. Watch for where they appear. He's got to keep that door closed. Brindersen and Gronholm are right there, and they're desperate to pounce. He gives him a little nudge through the long right-hander. Smoke pours from the rear right. It was this corner. Here's the problem. Go straight again. Johan Kristoffersen struggling. Brindersen looking to try and get the inside line. Oh, Brindersen can't quite get there. Kristoffersen shuts the door. Final corner to go. Up the inside. Brindersen takes it from Gronholm. Kristoffersen P3. Unbelievable. I'm not going to lie, I love it when I have to go to level 11, and we had to go to level 11 yesterday. It was a banger. It was a power steering hose, wasn't it, in the end for Johan when we went over there, and he'd lost a hose from the pump down to the rack. You were bang on the money that it was a steering issue. What's your thoughts on it? We had some penalties earlier on in the day.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at the...
Well, of course, you may not know that the result's been changed, first of all, but the penalties initially.
So the initial penalty was for Nicholas Gronholm in the semi-final, wasn't it? Where the stewards deemed that he'd pushed Veiby wide and got up the inside. The push wasn't hard.
It's tiny.
Of course, Veiby says he was pushed. His very good friend Johan Kristoffersen says you cannot push and pass. Nicholas saying I barely touched him. So there's always a grey area in those scenarios. For me, it wasn't a clear shove up the rear and then get up the inside. No. It was a bit of argy-bargy rallycross racing. So that's, I don't know. You can't punish everything because then we'll end up with no overtaking, while the tracks are like they are at the moment, where they're very difficult to pass on. So that's, I don't know, you can easily see both opinions and appreciate both opinions from my point of view.
That was earlier in the day. So the problem is if you're going to punish that, then when Brindersen gets into the back of Kristoffersen, the thought was, take a look. So here we go. So Johan's on the inside line. This is the second to last corner, and his power steering's gone. So look, you can see Gronholm's in Brindersen, Brindersen's in Johan. Johan's got full power, so he uses full power to get the car across the road. Now he comes to the inside line, knowing that if Thomas has to go around the outside, he won't get there and he can get to the corner first. Now, Thomas is in the rear of Johan. Johan runs a little bit deep. Here it is from the other angle, Hal.
So we didn't have the benefit of this footage in the live final. We only saw the front angle initially, didn't we? And it looked pretty fair from there. What they weren't very happy with was this shove here. But you can clearly see Brindersen's got in the brakes. He's in the brakes again, trying to release himself from the back of Kristoffersen's car. Now, yes, you can't push someone out of the way, but at the same time, when they're wounded, and Thomas is generally a gentleman. He's not the sort of driver to shove people off. Let's look at it again from here. So he's turned in. Kristoffersen can't get the car rotated like he would do normally. Brindersen's looked to the inside. Johan, the wiliest fox of them all, is immediately going to cut. Look, he's jumped on the power, rear steps out. He's immediately coming to the inside.
He's actually used the power to move the car to the inside because he knows he can't wrestle the steering across that way. Watch the brake lights in Brindersen.
So Thomas has touched the car on the right-hand side just before this clip here, and then he's moved to the outside to look for a gap, and then Kristoffersen's running wide. So Kristoffersen can't get the car rotated into the corner, that's clear. The rear's come round, he's buried the throttle, it's got a bit sideways on the loose, a little nudge of contact there. But that's quite a big shove from Thomas, so you can see why they would be upset. But what they have the benefit of on the onboard is when he's applying pressure to the brake pedal, his movements in the steering, which we can't see from these angles. And what the stewards have decided is that it wasn't malicious. He was doing his best to try and avoid pushing Kristoffersen around.
We saw Thomas outside the steward's office, which is literally just next door, which is handy. Marcus went to the wrong place, by the way, when he was going to pick up his toilet roll. He stood outside with the laptop with all the data. He was going, you can see my brakes. He said, I'm on the brakes. I wasn't trying to push him. So anyway, Niklas was given the win because it was taken away from Thomas. Then last night they went, no, you know what, it isn't. So basically, the result actually yesterday was Brindersen, Gronholm, Kristoffersen as they crossed the line, which gives us a different championship standing, which I think we can take a quick look at, maybe before we hear from the drivers. Have we got the standings, or do we want to go and hear from the drivers? We've got the standings. Here we go. So Johan Kristoffersen leads on 83 points, 68 to Niklas Gronholm, 15 between them, then 11 points back to Thomas Brindersen, and then it's Evgen, Veiby, Ekström, Bolevsky, Markland, German and Eid. But it is the three who are at the top of that table who were involved in that incident yesterday, and Molly caught up with all of them earlier.
I felt that I was wrong treated by the race director, so I was going to the jury and show my side of the story, and then they decide that I haven't done anything wrong, so I could get the win back, so that was nice.
And talk us through your side of the story, because obviously you showed them an onboard, right?
Yeah, we showed all the onboard and also the data log from the car, so they could see the brake pressure and everything. So yeah, obviously Johan was unlucky to get a problem with the car, so he was braking very early to the last corner, and then I couldn't manage to brake before I hit him. But as I could see on the data log, I was braking all the time, so I had only 177 RPM, so I tried to brake as hard as I could. So yeah, it was not my intention to do something against Johan. It was just a race incident.
And Johan is stood right next to you, so obviously you've talked about this, or?
Yeah, we were in the jury room together and also talked about it afterwards. So yeah, I think it's fine.
And he seems to be in agreement with you?
For sure, he would like to be first over the finish line, but he saw the data log and everything, so it was like he said, he could not say anything about it.
And fantastic that you got that win, because when was the last time you won at RallyX?
RallyX it was 2018, I think, so it was a long time.
That's a while. That's a while.
Yeah.
Feels good, huh?
Yeah, it feels good.
A lot went on, but I guess there was some protest in the evening, and then they decided to not give a penalty, and yeah, that means I ended up P2 anyway. Yeah, but that was to yesterday. Now we have a completely new race, and it's feeling good.
Now for me it was not much drama, to be honest, but yeah, I saw half of the Audi in turn 2 when I came the second lap, recognized those wheel arches, and then yeah, I had a good lap after they took the Joker, and then yeah, from there on, at one point during the heat, apparently I burst power steering hose, so the oil was leaking out during the heat. And on top of that, I had a smoking rear right tire, and they were new for semifinals. I was trying to keep that in mind after I got out in the lead to try and preserve that tire a bit. And then, yeah, the steering started to be on and off for the last 2.5 laps, and then more or less from 1.5 lap in, there was almost no power steering at all. So yeah, it was a bit tricky, but yeah, in the end, I mean, there was some discussions back and forth afterwards. But to be honest, for me, the race was already lost before I crossed the finish line when I didn't win. So Niklas won, Thomas won anyway. So, but yeah, if we are second or third, that's not the end of the world.
But you do.
So a couple of things there which I think are interesting is, first of all, you've got Johan has recognised the Audi wheel arches. That sounds like nothing, but you've got to remember he can't see everything that's happening behind him. His spotters can't see that part of the track. So he's come around on lap 2 and gone, OK, the Audis are gone, and he knows they're a threat. Then you can hear him thinking about preserving the tyre. This is what we talk about when drivers are operating at a different level and they're able to think about other things which are going on. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do enough to take the win, but I actually think, yeah, when you hear Brinderson, you say he was completely off the RPM. Yeah, I think it's probably a good decision. Yeah, they've gone to the judicial cameras, they've looked at the data, the TV pictures weren't enough, and they've changed their minds.
Yeah, and for me, that they've come to that decision. At least Thomas had that elation of winning the race,
yeah.
And it's sort of immaterial that he ended up with it. From our point of view, doesn't really matter. But the fair thing's been done, and at least he had that moment where he crossed the finish line and won, rather than, like Nicholas was saying immediately afterwards, that you don't really want to win in the steward's office.
No, absolutely. So that was yesterday. On to today. We've already had Q1. We're about to go live with Q2. This is what happened earlier on. So this is Gronholm and Veiby in their Q race together. You can see Kalle Okoski in the green and blue Fiesta, who was so fast yesterday. Gronholm getting dumped to the back of the pack, ending up P3 on that lap. But out front, Veiby. Now, Veiby, of course, returning to Rallycross, having been competing in the Rally 2 category more recently, although has done plenty of Rallycross over the years.
He has, yeah, and it's just taking that little bit of time just to rub off the racing rustiness, isn't it? Nicholas Gronholm not racing rusty at all. Michalak going really well, though, isn't he? Gets done by Nicholas here, but I have to say Michalak's really stepped up the level this season.
That's a good pass. We saw some great passes in open two-wheel drive there, and look how close Niklas got to Veiby towards the end of the race. Absolutely brilliant by him. By the way, it's Niklas Gronholm's birthday today, so feel free to send Niklas best wishes. It was Kevin Hansen's yesterday and Niklas Gronholm's today. We did have some footage of Johan as well, who I think Johan Kristoffersen actually went fastest in Q1, but Molly has popped out to have a chat with Veiby, who ended up P2 in Q1. Great result.
Well, Christian, it is round 4, but let's go back to round 3 and to that final race, because that did not end well for you.
No, unfortunately, we were pushed into the barrier there, and yeah, got a little bit stuck there, and for sure was a big damage on the car. But we somehow managed to continue the laps. But yeah, we ended the P6, so I had a good start. So it was a bit unfortunate that it happened. But okay, that's Rallycross. But yeah, I think we definitely had the pace and had really good starts yesterday. So I think we could definitely be up on the podium. But that's how it is.
And tell us about the damage and the work that went on to fix it.
Yeah, the guys did an amazing job. We were working flat out, and even I was also working on the car, trying to make some striping and everything. So they used a digging machine and tried to straighten out the front because it was quite bended. So it was a lot of work. I think they worked quite late. So big thanks to the guys, and yeah, today we are up running again.
You certainly are up running today because you're second in Q1. Talk to us about your race.
Yeah, it was good. I had a really good start, and I have been really good start all weekend actually. So I think that's really positive. We are missing just a little bit time on the track. We do some more adjustments now, and I think it will be a lot better. So because the track has developed a bit now and is a bit faster, so we need to do some changes on the car.
Tell us what's key to a good start.
Well, for sure I haven't done a lot of starts with this car, so I had to learn it a little bit, and I think I found the key now, and yeah, I mean I can't tell that to everybody, but I mean I found a good solution to do it good, and let's hope to do the same during the day today.
Well, I've heard your spotter Kouvola Q1 has better reaction time than you.
Well, we'll see about that. We have been training a bit, but I don't think he is beating me all the time. But thank you.
So Veiby there referring, when he says a digging machine, we're talking about a JCB-style digger. So they went to the organiser and said, do you have a small digger? And they said, no, we don't. We've got an absolutely massive one. So there was the biggest digger you've ever seen parked outside JC's last night. I don't mean massive, like way over the tent, with the bucket on the front attached via chains to the front. The chassis legs on that car where he'd been pushed into the wall were off like this. The work that team has done on that car overnight is outrageous. And for Veiby to get a brilliant result like that is incredible. Now, that wasn't the only incident yesterday. It was pretty incident-packed if you were watching. There was one really big roll, and it was in the open two-wheel drive category. So have a look back at some footage. These are the race control cameras. So this is like a judicial camera which can be used. So Simon Tiger is at the back of the pack here in the BMW. He goes up the inside line here up into turn one, and the chap in the green car turns in. You see Simon lock his wheels, and unfortunately, the green car rolled several times, 4 3/4 times. It ended up on its side. Now, Simon's had a bit of stick for this overnight. That angle there, I think, yeah, you know, we saw Simon lock his wheels trying to avoid the guy. The guy turned in across Simon. He's sort of halfway up the inside. These things happen. He would not have liked what's happened, and the reason Simon stopped was to go and help the driver. Pretty cool. Obviously, awful for the incident, and it's a shame to see any rallycross car written off, especially at this level. It's not a factory team, just go get another shell. But so, yeah.
Yeah, all credit to him for stopping. You know, his car wasn't damaged, and he got out to go and check everyone was okay, and that's you can't say fairer than that.
No, you can't. And Molly had a catch-up with Simon Tiger as well to ask him what happened.
Så hvis det blir helt feil, så tar vi om.
Ja, det bare kjører.
Simon, round 3 yesterday, Kouvola, there was quite a big incident. Tell us what happened from your point of view.
From my point of view, I came out on the straight and got side by side with him, and then I saw him started to turn in on me, and I pushed the brakes, but it was too late. I tried to avoid it, but I couldn't. I can't disappear.
And what happened next?
He rolled, and I stopped and went to check if he was okay, and then I went back and my car was broken. So it was chaos.
What was broken on your car?
The front, like the steering. So.
And did you speak with him afterwards?
No, not him, but his teammates came by and wasn't so happy.
And what did they say?
They said that we were idiots. So, but they were angry, I understand, but you have to act. You can act a little better, I think.
A heat of the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I understand. I'm not mad at them.
Okay. Tell us about today, how things have been going so far.
Yeah, heat win today, Q1. Just need to find some pace and then we'll see.
Yeah.
Try to win.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
So Molly has finally left the room here. She was in the background. A lot of those interviews done earlier. We've sent her out to do some work live. Where are you, Molly?
Morning, guys. My voice is still quite bad, but that's how it is. Just have to get through and let the drivers do most of the talking out here. But I'm on the pre-grid. As you can see, the cross cars are about to head out for their second qualifying. It's looking good. The weather is incredible today, so I think we're going to see some sunburned people out there. A lot of fans pouring in to the track here, so it should be a brilliant day. I've just noticed a really cool detail here on this cross car number 25. Have a look at about the paint job? That's pretty nice, isn't it?
It is, I like that. Bit of fleck in the paint look. It's got to be worth a couple of tenths, isn't it? I would have thought. So let's take a look at the standings as we are after round 3. Remember, yesterday was round 3, round 4 coming up. Thomas Eek Merstad continues to lead the standings. Looking at CrossCar from Hollius, how far in front was he? He was 15 points clear. He's now only 9 points clear, but it's Pasi Penttinen who's moved up into P2 ahead of Patrick Hallberg. Hallberg dropped down the order yesterday when he didn't make the final. Jimmy Osterberg, meanwhile, has moved up. So Osterberg was 9th in the standings after round 2, had a brilliant result yesterday, ended up 2nd overall and has climbed the standings as a result. You then got Anderson, Rajala, Elias Svensson, who he knows quick. Baldin's continuing to learn his new chassis. Yesterday, people won. It's fastest first, remember, in RallyX Nordic, except for Q1, where the quickest driver in FP2 chooses whether they go first or last in the heat racing. But the heats you guys see at home, the Q sessions you guys see at home, are fastest first. But in CrossCar, we saw people winning heats right the way down the order. Eek Merstad, Anderson, Hallberg, Penttinen. Great start for Eek Merstad, but Hallberg in the middle of the grid going to move across far outside there. Osterberg with the whole shot from right on the outside of the grid. Hallberg just holding on, looking up the inside. Eek Merstad backs it in and ends up clattering off the barrier. Pasi Penttinen up into 3rd. And championship leader Eek Merstad drops down the order. That was some start by Osterberg from slot 5.
Great start around the outside. Also good for Hallberg, who had a number of poor and difficult first corners yesterday that he lost out with. Eek Merstad also lost out badly yesterday with that similar move up the inside into turn 4, didn't he? So lucky to get away with that. Will he peel into the Joker? No, he won't, because the car goes ahead. These 3-lap races make the racing so different, don't they, in Nordic?
Very clean look, the track. I say clean, there is a very definite clean line on both Joker exit and standard lap exit. But yeah, the tactics are tricky. You know, you've got 5 cars in a 4-lap race. You know somebody's going to end up jokering with another person. In an ideal world, you want a joker on your own. But at least these guys they all know they're rapid. To be honest, you're unlikely to end up in a traffic situation when you've got 5 guys this quick in the race.
Of course, yeah, but if you look at the gap between the front and the back, you wouldn't joker from the lead anyway, would you? But, you know, the gap does build relatively quickly when you've got guys racing so closely together, because inevitably there's a few tenths between each machine. Penttinen had a great day yesterday. He was probably pleased with that after the final, wasn't he? And I think he's going to climb back up to 3rd here as well.
Hallberg and Eek Merstad have gone joker this time round. They're going to slot back out towards the back of the pack. Hallberg was so aggressive with the rotation on the car. You saw just coming through the forest section, big flick one way, then the other, and you know, opposite lock the whole way through the corner and back round.
Penttinen was quite aggressive through turn 1 there as well and got a lot of over rotation. Lost a tenth or 2. Osterberg.
Track's way cleaner than yesterday, Hal.
Yeah, I was just looking how careful Osterberg was being on the brakes there, but you know, the track's really gripped up, hasn't it? And this will really affect the setup of the car. They'll have been quite soft yesterday. Penttinen gets a lot of rotation done, runs right to the outside, coming down the hill.
Hallberg into standard lap behind Penttinen. Joker lap on the inside. Osterberg going to come out and cover them off. Good by Osterberg, close in the background with Anderson and Penttinen. Penttinen going round the outside, but Anderson holds on for P2. Osterberg with the 2:15.0. Taking a look back at yesterday, it's not on the pace of Q3 yesterday. It was a couple of seconds quicker than that in CrossCar. And Osterberg on the outside. Look at this start. I thought Hallberg had a bit of a banger with Penttinen, but Osterberg moves across from P5 to get to the apex, and he's gained 10-15 metres there. It's unusually clear track to come from slot 5 all the way across.
Really good awareness to turn in as well with that proximity into the first corner. Sometimes if people have got the crew available, you'll send someone down to the first corner just to be that guy that stands there saying clear, so you can turn in, but you don't necessarily always have that, and great awareness from him.
Yeah, you have to take a little glance to the right. It's very busy off a start line, isn't it? Normally looking left and right to figure out where you are. I suppose the one advantage Osterberg had is he'd only got to look across to the right-hand side. You know, check blind spot, indicate, manoeuvre, whatever it is. He just manoeuvred. It was a good one. On the inside, Sten Ojar, then it's Riku Hukka, Martin Juger, Alex Gustafsson and Joni-Pekka Rajala on the outside. Hukka's nose comes up quick, but on the outside, Rajala's got a similar start. Hukka with a little bit of contact, and Rajala goes right round the outside, just like Osterberg did. Superb start into the lead. Gustafsson slots into P3. That driver stepping up from junior CrossCar last year into senior CrossCar now.
Yeah, hasn't gone all Gustafsson's way, has it? I thought he'd be a lot quicker from the outset, but they take some learning, more powerful, quicker machines, different driving style. We saw his old teammate, didn't we? Isaac Rearson used to be so on top of his speed car, used to be incredible to watch, and you just need to do that little bit of learning with the extra power, but lovely rotation there into the first phase of the Joker lap.
I had a quick chat with him about the step up, actually, Hal, when we were in Hollius, and he was saying it's just, you know, all your braking points change because of that extra power. It's not just, is it? It's not just about, oh, I've got more wheel spin, the car goes a bit more sideways. You're like, it just comes at you so much faster, and but he's absolutely loving it as well, which you would be. Yeah,
that's the nature of stepping up to anything. I know the first time I raced a supercar, you sometimes you're a bit too cautious on the brakes, and you know you can go that bit longer, but also you can easily outbrake yourself because, like you say, everything just happens that bit quicker, and that'll happen with every step up you make. But these things are so quick, you know, and because they're so light, you can brake so late. These are a great learning ground for Supercar Lights, Supercar, RX2E, whatever you choose to do next.
Yeah, they're fantastic. They're a lot of fun as well. Very physical cars to drive. Ryler continues to lead. Hookar sliding out onto the straight. Ryler, listen to the RPM out the back there. It's great. Up over the bumps into the long right-hander. Try and stay close in on the right-hand side. Or maybe a mistake there. Hookar might get through in the background as Ojar jumps up over the crest. Watching in the background. Hookar has got through. So Hookar gets past Gustafsson. Gustafsson only ran a tiny bit wide, but we saw it yesterday. Johan stuck it up the inside there as well. You leave a little gap, and if they've got the traction, they'll go there. So Ryler aiming for the 2:15.0. Watch the yellow buggy rotate through the right-hander. Remember, he's double running in open two-wheel drive. He sometimes triple stacks himself on weekends here in Finland. Over the line, 2:12.0. That is the fastest time of the weekend. So the lap time is there, but Ryler has really exploited that. 2:12.0. Yesterday, there was a 2:13.0, so he's gone about a second quicker than anyone's gone so far.
Another great start from the outside, wasn't it? We'll see in next time around if fifth place makes another demon start, but just that bit tidier almost everywhere than Osterberg. I'm surprised Osterberg was so far behind on the total time, because we know how good Jimmy is. Early joker here from Alex Gustafsson. That curb's massive on the left-hand side, isn't it? You see a lot of the cars pop up on two wheels, so you've got to be so careful in the cross cars not to hook a wheel and really pitch them up.
Do you remember Rearson's mum in Arvika? She was at Hollius. She was stood in the paddock, and I went across and said hello to her, and she just started laughing as soon as we walked over. And Rearson was there looking after some of the juniors, basically giving them a bit of tuition. He's moved on to rallying, I think, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, his mum was there, and she was like, I was not expecting to be a TV star, so it was great. If you missed that, you can go back and watch it on the RallyX YouTube channel. Like and subscribe. And she was literally jumping for joy with a Swedish flag, like in tears, when Rearson won the series last year at Arvika. It was a lovely moment. Okay, this one then. Baldins inside. Huttala, Svensson, Eganson and Nogin. Jump start for Svensson, was it? Well, they haven't bogged it. They haven't stopped it. So I thought Svensson had jumped, but it must have been absolutely borderline, been left behind. And it is Eganson who leads with Baldins in P2. I was sure that was a jump, because you saw the car move before the other cars.
Do you remember before the technology of the start light system improved to the point where it can be absolutely random on the when the lights come on? A lot of people used to guess the starts. That looked exactly like that. You know, sometimes you just, but also sometimes the clutch starts to bite and you've just got to go because you can't afford to stall, and just sometimes it works out for you.
The favourite one was Loiak, wasn't it, where it took them a while to realise that the bloke who was pressing the start button could be seen by the drivers on the start line, or certainly the driver on the right-hand side of the grid. So they're looking through the window. Baldins drops her. No, it wasn't Baldins, sorry. Baldins goes up the inside. Nicely done after Eganson drops a wheel, coming onto the start-finish straight. Baldins in that new chassis. And Hal, you were saying yesterday about how the Speed Car Wonder is in line with this new FIA kind of set of rules, if you want, for CrossCar, to try and make sure that the category can succeed internationally, to have the same spec everywhere, I guess, and safety. Yeah, that's the goal, isn't it? That the FIA have embraced the CrossCar concept, and there is a red flag. Right, so okay. This might be, I think. Has anyone crashed? I think they have. I think it's a full, yeah, so it's okay, it's a kind of a full start. What will be interesting is whether they rack them and stack these guys again, or whether they send them back. We might go with race 4 and come back to race 3. Watch Svensson in the middle of the grid, look. We'll look for the lights, left-hand side of your screen. Oh, you know what? No, it wasn't a jump start, I don't think. What do you think?
I'd like to see it again, but he was definitely moving before everybody else. Before the light came on, I think it was a
but you
jump
know
start.
that he can be 12 centimetres back from the indicator. Is that enough time?
You can be, but you're not necessarily.
No, but he might be. He could be.
But that's why it's taken them a while to work it out. I guess they've looked at the timekeepers have a camera. You can see it there that looks across the line.
Okay, so they would be able to see whether or not the stick's gone down. I suppose my only thought as well is the fact that Svensson backed off. So Svensson, of course, it's we're not using the stick system here. It's the beams across the grid. That's my bad. So Svensson also backed off, which indicates he's gone, hasn't he? And then oh, bum, the light's not on. He's gone back on the brakes.
Yeah.
And then everyone else has gone. He's like, nah, come on. Now, I suppose, so what do you do now? Give Svensson a penalty joker lap and run the race immediately? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's probably what they'll do. They'll regrid it. They haven't done enough laps to justify needing to refuel or anything like that. So, yeah, I would expect.
No one's running light. 3-lap race.
Don't know.
Unlikely, I know.
But in the regulations, you have to be able to complete 2 race distances. So.
Okay, well, on the fuel that's in the car. Right, fine. Out they go then. Goggles down for Svensson, just taking a breather. Svensson was absolutely rapid at Hollius, like unbeatably quick both days, except, as we say, unfortunately, with the DQ on day 1. So we disappointed to a jump the start. Here we go, middle of the grid, but left-hand side, you can see the back of the start lights. So the system has said full start, but it didn't send the signal to the lights. So basically, normally the lights show orange if it's a full start and everybody stops. So the system did actually show a full start, but unfortunately the signal didn't go to the lights, so they had to abort the race. Fair enough. Better than doing it all in the steward's room afterwards, I suppose.
Yeah. At Essay in France in 2011, maybe, there was this is when in the European Championship the start lights were different at every circuit before things became a bit more consistent with having a promoter, just like RallyX does. So you go everywhere and have the same equipment. And I think the ready-to-race lights went out before the start lights came on, but I realised if you went when the ready-to-race light went out, you would always win the start because it wouldn't detect the jump start. So I led into the first corner every time. I know that's where it ended, but...
Yes, how rich.
Like, Ildar Rakhmatulin destroyed my boot floor trying to get past me in a real Renault Super 1600 from set.
So yeah, Hal had a Hal Ridge Super 1600, which is some great pictures of, but I think Hal would admit that Jussi Pinamaki, who we had a lovely dinner with last night, Pinamaki, I think Pinamaki's a bit better than you at building Super 1600 cars. Hal, is that fair?
Yeah, I mean...
He's slightly better funded as well, obviously, but...
yeah.
But and Rakhmatulin's not someone I'd want destroying my bootlet. There's, you know, the famous Terminator after-party story.
No, but I've been lucky enough to recently drive a Volland Super 1600, but I would dearly love to drive a set Super 1600 car before I'd ever drive anything again, because they were the car to have back then.
What do you fancy? Do you want to try the Clio or the Twingo?
The Clio.
Do you?
Yeah.
Because you had the Clio.
But yeah, also they just look cool, and they were the one. That's what Jussi won so much in. Andreas Backrud claimed titles in. Reinus Nittis. That's the one for me.
I'll be up for that. Can't you build us a couple of rallycross cars so we can go and have a crack at this? We'll just sack this off and go racing. What do you reckon? I mean, I appreciate this, unfortunately, is what pays that
the
bill.
basic maths, it isn't quite calibrated.
It's a bad idea, is it? Basically, instead of doing a job and earning money, we spend money on racing. We'd have a great time.
Well, to be fair, that is what I do.
Well, yeah, you do. You kind of do both, don't you? You do both.
I just mean spend my money on racing. It's foolish.
Yeah. Yeah, you race a supercar, though, mate. He's skint. Here we go again then. This time round we get away, and this time Svensson gets an absolute blinder of a start for the middle of the grid. Gets into turn 1 first. Round the across the gravel on the outside line there for Isak Eganson as well. But great start by Svensson. So how, with a complete restart, I guess no double joker?
Well, yeah, they red flagged the race.
So it's a restart
because he jumped the start. So I'm sure it will be a double joker. You've got to be pretty confident and brave to nail the start like that when you risk getting disqualified from the race because you've already jumped the start once.
What I'm wondering, though, is if they red flag the race, Bowden slides wide, if they red flag the race because of a system fault rather than his jump start, you know, do they just go, this is a total rerun? Let's see.
Maybe so. I would be disappointed as one of the other drivers on the grid, though, if it wasn't a double joker for the guy that caused
he
the
hasn't got one. Oh, yes, he has. He has. Top of the screen. My bad. The little X2 next to Svensson's name. Right, OK. So, yeah, that's brave then off the start, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great reaction time.
Yeah, it's just big risk, isn't it? If you jump the start again, you're out. And with the CrossCar field being as competitive it is, we saw yesterday, you know, one tiny mistake in one of the qualifying races and you're dumped right down to the bottom of the order. So
he's got to go now. In he goes. So he's got 2 jokers to do. Svensson, though, has got a... Oh, no, he ran wide. That's a shame. He might get back out in P2 here. He's run wide again in the second leg of the jokers. That's a shame. Not the greatest first joker, but looking at the way the pack's behaving behind him, I reckon Svensson might be able to hold on to P2 here. Going to have to get a wiggle on again on this lap. It's going to have to be mint.
It'll have to be a much too early. I don't think
well, Bowden's
the gap's
holding
too
up
small.
Eganson, and Bowden's hasn't jokered. 1.3 to 2.8. It's 1.5.
Still think it's too small, but Svensson will have to do a much tidier joker than the previous time around. I don't think it's going to work out for him.
If the first one had been better, it might have done. He's out in the loose dirt as well there. So Svensson's getting a bit wild. Bowden's going to go joker with him, as does the leader. Huttela's gone in. Outside line. Oh, Svensson runs deep again, loses a bunch of places. Going to end up P5. Oh, lucky not to get collecting on the outside there.
Wonder if he's got an issue because he was all over the shop on the last lap and a half.
Oh, look, bit in the background there. Somebody wasn't happy, did you see?
I did, yeah. That was...
No, Jean, I think it was moving across on Svensson.
There was that contact on the way up to the line. You can see the tyre mark actually on the frame.
Look at the start he got. That's what you want, isn't it, off the line?
The setup will be a bit different, as we said, on these cars. We saw Johan Kristoffersson changing springs in the paddock, and that's to work with the track evolution.
Bowden has changed his mind, didn't he? But too late.
Yeah, that's so difficult, isn't it? We've seen so many. You've got the great rallycross drivers change their mind late and it not work out for them. I hit the wall at Estering once head on by not being decided whether to take the joker or not, and that was what the argy-bargy was for over the finish line.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Svensson kind of...
I don't think it was that bad.
No, neither do I. But then the thing is, Svensson came out of the joker, if you remember, absolutely wild, and Nojin's probably looked and gone, hang on, mate, you know, and then he gets it in the final corner as well. I'd say Svensson was hanging on to it on the exit of the joker and planned the move in the last corner, but yeah, Nojin didn't like it. You don't, as a general rule. Ringenberg, Gotherson, Eric Anderson, another Nojin, and then Vanica. Vanica on the outside yesterday got P3 in the final. But in Q1 this morning, or across the gravel trap on the outside, pretty brave. Pays off this time, though. Vanica was 20th in Q1 with a 2:30, so that's a long way off the pace. So obviously an issue in Q1. And now the issue is being caught in traffic.
Anderson putting the pressure on in second, running the TM5, another of the FIA specification cross cars, just like the speed car wonder that's leading the driver in second. Anderson running sort of with Yellow Squad under the wider Hansen Motorsport umbrella, but doing his own thing. It's a Yellow Squad car, and it just... They've put a lot of effort into the TM5 up here, haven't they? Thierry Neuville's put in a massive amount of work into that project back home in Belgium. Koba Powell's races that type of chassis every single weekend, and whatever you do in motorsport just takes a lot of development, doesn't it? And it's nice to see that these FIA spec cars are getting on the pace of the original specification cross cars.
The drone shot at the back there is kind of the first time we've seen what is 1, 2, sort of 3 or turn 3 or 4, the kink right over the crest at the back, which of course is why people come over that jump crossed up. You don't realise we've not got a camera out the back of the circuit there. We're relying on the drone. And the drone can either fly the front or the back of the circuit due to the range, so we're not seeing that corner very much, but actually the kink is significant, and when you see it from that angle, you can understand why people land like Johan landed yesterday and got crossed up on the brakes. You get one wheel offline. No Jean out front. How are the lap times, Hal? Looks all right, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's on quite a push. Nice clear track. It is cleaning a bit. You can see the clean line on the inside here, and you can see that's a great shot from the drone. You can see, look at the blue groove, as they would call it in the States, coming down the middle of the circuit. You just cannot afford to get off that. And even around here, which is just tarmac, because the loose and gravel gets dragged on, you've got to stay on the clean line.
Nojin going into the Joker. Going to come around the right-hander and be clearly in front, but not going to trouble the top of the timesheets. 2:12.0 is Joni-Pekka Raila. The Finnish double, triple stinting legend wins Q2. And where was Raila in Q1? It was P10. So win in Q2 is going to move Raila right up the standings. This was the start.
Good launch from Anderson, actually, from the middle of the grid, but just lost out into turn 4. Did he run a bit deep? Just got a bit hot on the brakes yet. Just ran that little bit wide. A wheel onto the dust on the outside, and you're a passenger towards the bank.
I was just looking back at turn 1. Gotherson was super sideways on the inside, just about hanging onto it with, you know, a wall formed by the entire pack just outside you. That's horrible when that happens, because you know if you go off, you're taking someone with you. You know, going off on your own is fine, but when you go off and you take someone out, it's always a bit not so cool. So Nojin takes that with a 2:15.8, and then it's Anderson, Veinika, Ringenberg, and Gotherson, and that is the end of CrossCar for Q2. Let's get my hat out. Oh, there we are. Raila leads from Sten, Ojar, Oscar Anderson, Jimmy Osterberg, Eek Merstad. So Raila has moved up into the TQ spot after that great performance. We are going into open two-wheel drive, and looking for my grids for that. I've no idea where they are. There we go, found them. We're all good. Open two-wheel drive championship standings coming here, of course, after yesterday's round 3. Jonas Dalthus Jakobsen and Victor Hansen. Victor Hansen moving up to P2, Raila into P3, Simon Engsvig in P4. Thank you for the message yesterday on Instagram. The reason the Norwegians haven't come is it's a round of the Norwegian Championship this weekend, so they are otherwise engaged with their open two-wheel drive cars, which is a shame. We'd like to have seen them here, but totally understandable. Open two-wheel drive Q1 was won by Victor Hansen with Thomas Venäläinen in P2. I don't know if you got time to come into the studio or not there, Robert, Director Robert. I've just got my hat on from yesterday. Raila in P3, Tiger and Lahti. Of course, Tiger with the issues yesterday. Check this out. Hold on, here we go. There it is. I know it doesn't really work over the top of the cans, but you know, it's even got my name on the side there, look. So thank you very much.
Works driving now.
Team. I know, it's great, isn't it? They were like, you're a proper part of the team now. And they promised Hal a hat as well. So, yeah, we'll see. Oh, yeah. Getting all fired up. Enland's getting all fired up. Got the tunes on. I'd go for
It's
Rage.
now a bad time to give my opinion on Swedish choice in music.
No, it's what you like, mate. We're in Finland. They love a bit of the old...
We've got a lot of Swedes in the
rock stuff, don't they? AC/DC, yes. No, I'd have gone Rage Against the Machine, personally, Molly. Gone a bit livider. Is livider a word? Venäläinen yesterday, winner. Looked like he was going to win the start there, and then Boggs, unfortunately, goes backwards. It's Simon Tiger, who's gone around the outside of Johansson. Johansson into P2, and then it's Raila in P3.
Absolute chaos, wasn't it, in the Open two-wheel drive final yesterday. Raila somehow managed to get back to be on the podium come the end of the race, but pretty much everyone was facing the wrong way through turn 2. Much tidier here in the fastest race, or the group of fastest cars from Q1 this morning.
Venäläinen goes Joker with Raila. If you missed yesterday, Venäläinen had been competing, he said, for 12 years, and this was his first win. And he was absolutely made up with it, wasn't he? His kids were with him, and he looked really emotional in the car, and he said, I work really hard, and this is my first win, and I love that. It was great. Talking to Fraser McConnell, actually, where is Fraz? Is he coming up to see us in a bit?
He's He's massively stood us up, hasn't he? Where are you, Fraz?
Yeah, Fraz. Blown us out big time. I'll get you back. I'll just say bad things. So Fraser McConnell was going to join us, but yeah, exactly. Fraser who? Fraser McConnell was going to join us at the start of this session and has pied us off, basically. So we'll see if we can get him to come and join us for Supercar. He is, of course, spotting for Jesse Kallio, who's kind of in the guest anniversary car, 10 years of lights next year, etc. So Fraser is spotting for Kallio and said he might come and join us for Supercar. We were hoping he's going to come and join us for CrossCar, but he didn't show up. Of course, he's not going to come during lights. Now, he is absolutely loving the Mercedes. You went and saw it yesterday, and we mentioned yesterday it's a hybrid. So he was struggling for traction with his new engine, Hansen. He thought, I'll put some weight in the car. Then he was driving his wife's BMW, I think, wasn't he, which was a hybrid somewhere. And suddenly had the thought, I know, why just chuck weight in the car? Why not put a battery in the car for the weight and then use the extra power? I thought he'd end up with something like 10 or 15 horsepower, I think. And apparently he's ended up with 100 extra horsepower, a chain-driven regen system, as you see Tiger holding off Ryler, but Hansen right out in front. And an absolute weapon of a Merc that takes the win here with a 217.1. And Fraz was like, wow, are you an engineer? He said, no, I'm a firefighter. So maybe if there's any F1 teams out there looking for cheap solutions, you might also spot he's got a mobile phone on the dashboard, which apparently has got some sort of app in it which runs the electric side of the car. We've been told it's his grand phone. You just don't know how much of this is legend, do you, an urban myth. And he had to put a charger in the car because the battery wasn't very good. I mean, I don't know. I really don't. We're going to go and see them and Venalainen later. We'd love to see them during the day, but unfortunately we'll get 8 minutes outside of this very hot room in the next 6 hours. So we'll have to go and see them as they're loading the cars in the truck later on today. But look at that. What a weapon. Destroyed everyone, really, in that one. Great drive. A little bit warmer today for the fans. Still got the old coats on. There they are. Little ripple of applause as Victor Johansson returns. Victor victorious, back down the return road, which runs in front of the crowd here. Love that. Loiak's got one of those. We had one last year at Glen Helen in NRX. You just, when somebody wins and they come back past the crowd, wherever you are, it's always awesome, isn't it? Sitting on the side of the car, hanging out, waving at everyone. Just get a great atmosphere. A chance for the fans to show their appreciation for what they just saw. Is, you know, all return roads should come from turn one, basically, and go back down past the others. Olli Lahti, yesterday's TQ man on the inside, loses the start to Repaila and then takes it back again on the run up to the first Seppala, on the run up to the first corner. So terrible start, and then just recovered and came back.
Yeah, Lahti found another gear in there somewhere, or maybe just had way too much wheel spin off the line. And look at the margin being pulled out going down the hill. I love this shot from the drone where you can see the cars leave the ground. You really see the nose pick up in the air coming down the hill. That is quite a margin to build on the opening lap.
Yeah, tidily done. Oh, we've got a guest coming to join us. Birthday boy from yesterday, Kevin Hansen.
Hello.
Hello, mate. You right?
Yes, good, thank you. How are you guys?
We're fine, thanks. Did you have a birthday celebration yesterday?
I might have had a glass of red wine or two, actually. Yes.
Excellente.
But it's pre-season, so, you know, not too much.
That's fine. You can have a couple of glasses of red wine, mate. We're not judging you. It's all good.
All good in RallyX.
Yeah, exactly. Mate, got to kick back. You're keeping it real.
Exactly, yeah. I'm so eager to drive. I really want to go out there on this track. It looks really nice now when it's super grippy as well.
Wait, when was the last time you drove? I was thinking, I hadn't thought of that. I mean, I'm sure you've done some have you done testing recently, or?
Yeah, I did a little bit of driving in Höljes just to see how it was with my back, and it was okay. And
of course, I forgot. Of course, so it's prior to that, Extreme E.
Yeah, exactly.
Lahti takes the win. No, sorry, got another lap to go. Hal was pointing at the screen. I thought it was all finished, Hal. I was having a good conversation with Kevin there. He mustn't interrupt us.
Enland had a look up the inside there of Nilsson and lost all of the front bodywork in one move. That's what I was...
But he didn't smash the steering to pieces and have all the issues that he had in the final yesterday, did he?
No, that was a bit more dramatic.
That was a bit more aggressive, wasn't it? So, yeah, sorry, Kevin, so you've had time. So, basically, you did Extreme E. That was the only competition you've done this year, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
That was February.
Yeah.
And it was a compression, or...?
Yeah, it was in the end of the lap. We had had a big downhill with a compression and actually a camel grass as well, which I just touched, and it was too much.
Right, so that was what hurt your back. Full recovery. So what did you drive at Holly's supercar?
Yes, I drove a bit of supercar. Yeah.
Your car from Nitro last year or World last year?
Yeah, a bit of both of them.
Yeah.
Both Nitro cars that we had. So no, it was really it was a good test, and helping both Yannis and Yuri on that test as well, and preparing for our electric world rallycross season as well. So it was fun.
When you were helping those guys, we're just seeing a few replays from this last race here. We're having a chat with Kevin Hansen, of the legendary family, European Rallycross champion himself, of course. When were you European champion? It feels like a while ago now.
2016, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Wow. Time flies, mate. Getting old, but not as old as Timmy.
Exactly.
Okay, so what do you do when you're trying to help Yannis and Yuri? Do you go out and benchmark the car with the same settings? Do you drive the car that... And bearing in mind, they're both good drivers, we know that, but obviously you've got a lot more experience with the chassis. So how does it work? Do they do a setup and you drive it and go, nah, or do they try your settings? What do you do?
A bit of both. I mean, it was really... On that test, it was good to, get in, feel the track that day, feel the setup that we had, and then also, to work from a reference, no matter if I'm faster or slower than them on that laps. It's good to work with some reference and get an understanding from both sides. So it's not only one driver doing laps over and over. Actually get some reference marks. So
right. So you might go out and say discover that actually you're struggling in turn 5 as well, for instance. Like
exactly.
Yeah, got you.
And then maybe we can get 2 driver reference and feedbacks on how to help moving forward. But I mean, it was very good driving from both of them on the test.
So Van Hartalo got a good start from slot 2, but on the outside it's Gabrielsen who just moves right the way across and completely shuts the door. Hal, I'm trying to think who had the big roll yesterday. It was a green car. It wasn't Van Hartalo, was it? Are we missing a car from open 2-wheel drive or not? I'm going to check. Talk amongst yourselves.
Kevin, another great start from the outside of the grid. Have you noticed that through the early part of the day? Do you think it's there's more grip there in slot 4 and 5?
Yeah, I think I've not looked at it in detail exactly why is the reason from the outside, but I mean it's a lot of good starts from the outside 2 rows, and when you get a good start you have such a great angle. It's such an open turn 1 here, and you have a really good angle to keep it down and do a big push. The guys on the inside really have to slow down a lot, so you get a good momentum if you have a good start there. That's why I think we see so many guys from the outside also taking race wins today.
Van Hartalo is the guy who rolled 4 3/4 times in turn 1 yesterday. The green Starlet coming up over the crest now in P3. I just spoke to Molly, who's been down in the paddock. It only took him 3 hours to repair the car. It looks mint, I think. You saw the shunt, it was enormous. Robert, if we can get back, I don't know if Vigo can hear us, if we can get back and look at, that's our directing, look at the car in P3.
I was looking at the roof and it barely looks...
Is it the Joker now? Yeah, that's what I mean, Hal. It looks clean. So this car yesterday...
you can see the ripples on the...
That's a good effort, though, isn't it? Yeah, okay, you can see that it needs a roof skin, doesn't it? But yes, mate. Oh, if we still had full send medals, he'd be getting one, wouldn't he?
I think they need reintroducing on that basis alone.
They do. Look, I'll go and give one to all his mechanics.
100%.
How mad is that?
That's a good job. Really good effort. And I'm sure, this is the rallycross spirit. You never give up. You get a car out on track and you race it in the condition that it's in. This is amazing.
Kevin Hansen heading down to that tent later to recruit all their mechanics for this year's championship.
I think that's a great asset for the electric championship.
They would be, wouldn't they? Like any carnage you can create, Kevin, they can repair in just 3 hours.
I'm sure.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic.
Gabrielsen's got quite a problem here. I don't know what's going on, but lost a lot of pace towards the end. Just hangs on to win the race ahead of Niemi, but looked like a puncture or something. Has he got a puncture? It's hard to see. No, he hasn't. Just didn't have any drive going into the Joker, having come down the hill.
But Van Hartalo from P2 on the grid, sorry, with the initial great start after the massive crash yesterday. Hero of the day. Maybe not, maybe not the full send medal, but hero of the day, him or his mechanics or whatever. But yeah, good stuff. Nicely done.
Probably has a bit longer glance in the mirror on the right-hand side.
Yeah, just
this morning, just turning into that super quick first corner.
So did he ever roll in the same place Timmy rolled in 14?
No, it was earlier than that. It was in turn 1. So he turned in on Simon Tiger. Yeah, Maria told me
exactly
about
like
that
Andreas's, yeah.
Maria said, she goes to me, Andreas had a big one here. I said, did he? Just, yes.
It was a proper big one.
Yeah.
I still remember I was standing on the grandstand with Kevin and Oliver, and it was quite dramatic.
What did Kevin and Oliver say?
Well, they started screaming and freaking out, obviously, and ran away to go see their father at turn 1. So, but I mean, we shared a lot of moments together on the grandstand. When we were young, playing in the paddock. So I mean, it's great, you know, that we are all now on the top level and having a good fun, and we can see each other here in the paddock and, you know, speak about rallycross and remember the good old days.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You guys have all grown up in this paddock, from being kids not competing with your dads competing to now being the competitors with your dads here, getting annoyed with you for ruining cars, making bad decisions that they made 20 years ago. You know, I'm sure you didn't do that, Dad, did you?
It was always Per Eklund trying to make us do, you know, bad things around the paddock.
Per Eklund was pretty legendary at getting Johan Kristoffersen to do bad things around the paddock, wasn't he?
He was. But it was also us, and it was Timmy as well. And
he used to pay you all, didn't he, to go and do so?
Ice cream money.
I love it, though.
And knows everything.
Ice cream money. So basically, Per Eklund, he would choose a victim and then choose a child, a rallycross child.
Usually targeted at the Hansens, to be fair.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. So who did he get?
He knew what he was getting after.
So if he was giving you ice cream money, who did he make you go and mess up?
No, it was, you know, I didn't really want to do my own father mess up, but it was many times stuff, you know, around the paddock, taking air out of people campers and the buses, and, you know, making a few bombs of things as well that you threw under some places. So it was quite fun. Yeah,
absolutely brilliant.
Johan tells a great story about when Kenneth and Suzanne had a really good meat sponsor at one of the local Swedish rounds. And one of Johan's tasks was to go and unplug the fridge on the evening before.
And all the food was fine.
It was. Johan told me that story 2 weeks ago at Hollier, so I was like, really? And he goes, yeah. Actually, it was Tommy that told me the story, because Tommy was in the kitchen. He's like, yeah, Johan, you had to switch the fridge off, and all the meat it went bad, and they had lots of guests. And I'm like, oh, mate, that's terrible. But
it was a lot of bad things that we had to do that Per told us to make many times. So I mean, it was tough.
It's quite fun, isn't it, when you think back on it? Like,
very fun. And it really shows the spirit in the paddock as well back in the day. So
do you remember when Oliver Solberg had that big shunt in RallyX a few years ago? Per was there helping the Solberg team out, and his job was to go and find a new rear spoiler after this big crash. So he just nipped into the back of Omercy's truck and took a Fiesta one. Because he's Per Eklund, he gets away with it.
Brilliant. What a legend.
He's earned it.
Yeah, he has earned it, absolutely.
Yeah, he has. He absolutely has. Sassari leads this one, still to Joker, but as the only person who's Joker is a full 10 seconds back. I don't think there's going to be any issues here. Target time is 2:17, but from the looks of things, not going to trouble that either. Fair enough, so very much fastest first in this one. Good to see the open two-wheel drives out. We've already told you some fantastic engineering stories from these people, despite the fact they're not engineers, coming up with some brilliant bits of kit, and we're enjoying watching it. We hope you guys are as well. Look, Toyota Yaris through the final corner. It's the only front-wheel drive car in the field. I was saying last time how I'd want to see a 306 Maxi in open two-wheel drive.
Should call Seb Loeb and get his here.
Yes.
Oh, it sounds amazing.
Can you imagine? I wonder how it would get on.
I think you would want to race it.
I would. Yeah. You know I love a 306
Your dream
Maxi.
car.
It is,
It's the age-old supernational problem, especially in the UK, that
getting them off the line.
Generally, the front-wheel drive cars have better ultimate pace around a lap, but you can't beat a rear-wheel drive off the line. So what you really need to do is just go four-wheel drive.
So what about if you just had like an electric motor in the rear and you only use that off the start, but then
now we're getting into engineering.
Then you have then you switch to front wheel drive, and then people are going, but it's four wheel drive. You only use two at a time, so it's not. Like, it's open two wheel drive, and then you'd be all right.
But it's not.
Reaction training here. This is Victor Franks. Kevin, talk us through.
Well, he's trying now to... He actually feels when he's releasing the ball, this is a great exercise. I believe he's taking it off Pierre Gasly in F1. The guys at Red Bull HQ learned me this one as well. It's actually really, really challenging, so you need to be very focused, and any hand can drop, and most of the time you jump start one of the hands. But it's really, really good training, and good to get some reaction in and get your mind going.
Victor Johansson's won both the sessions, currently in TQ. Yesterday's TQ man Olli Lahti is is up there. Van Leinen, yesterday's winner, is there. Simon Tiger, Ryala, Nilsson, Seppala, Niemi, Gabrielsen, Enland, Van Halatalo, who I really hope makes it through to the finals. To be honest, I'd love to see them win today. Also in that top 10, top 12 at the minute, sorry, top 12 going through to the semi-finals. Olofsson leads the Supercar Lights for after round 3. Martin Enland equal on points, but Olofsson will have better results to see him at the top of the table. Ole Henry Steinsholt doing a great job. Kevin Eriksson, of course, not here this weekend. Then Jonsson, Kasper Janssen, Oliver Eriksson is here, but not racing. Jimmy Walfridsson, Hogqvist, Mattis Janssen, George McGuinness are the top 11 in the standings. This is how we are after Q1. Olofsson at the top with Kasper Janssen there. It's a bit of a better result for Kasper. Kasper's been struggling a bit for confidence, it seems. Mats Oskarsson, Ole Henry Steinsholt is right up there and looking very dangerous as he gets his head into lights mode, and Enland and Janssen and so on. So yeah, here we go. And Kevin will be able to give us a lot of insight. Kevin Hansen, that is, who's in the commentary box with myself and Hal about these cars, because of course this is where he did a lot of his learning, I guess, if we want to call it that.
Olofsson has done a lot of good start this weekend, so yeah. I think he should be first into turn 1 again here. Well, let's see.
Olofsson on the inside line, then Kasper Janssen, Oskarsson. Olofsson gets away really well. Kevin Hansen called it. Enland's got a good start on the outside, but Olofsson should go deep and hold on. Just about runs it super deep. Enland's going to have to get squeezed in here. Trying to go around the outside line, going to get in the dirt here. If he pulls that off, it's a legend move from Enland. We'll have to wait and see. He's too far out in the dirt. Still holds on, though, to P3. That is a great job. Kasper Janssen's gone right to the back of the pack, looking up the inside of Ole Henry Steinsholt. Contact between them. Steinsholt, almost held on. Not sure about that one. Kevin, what's your shout there?
Well, I think Ole Henry has some problem. He looked very wide on the straight as well, so it could be an issue that he's running with, but Kasper now far behind and need to do a lot of catching up.
Hal, yesterday Molly spoke to Olofsson and she said, "Oh, Simon, what's going on with your starts? They're absolutely amazing." He's like, "I don't know." That's a lie, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They've worked really hard on the broken steering, I think, for Steinsholt now at least. They've worked hard on the starts. They know they're onto a good thing there. I went and chatted to Sandra Holgren earlier on, Simon's sister, who runs the team, and she was so pleased that Simon had managed to execute the day well. We know him well. He's been at this game so long, and when he's in the right groove, he is very fast in these cars, and he was absolutely there yesterday, and again this morning, looking very comfortable.
Olofsson continuing to lead then. Can he be at the top of the table? How was, say yesterday, I'm trying to think what he did in quali. How consistent he was. Yeah, he was 2 session wins and a P2, so absolutely on it. Enland comes around the outside of Oskarsson. What's the gap back? I think it'll be enough for Olofsson. Well, it's 1.9. It's not huge. Kevin, what do you think is the difference here?
What did you say yesterday? 1.8, 1.5, something like this. I think Enland caught maybe 5-6 tenths out of that last lap, so a really good job by him. You can see Olofsson is running really low and stiff on his car. I think he's one of the guys that's running the lowest and the stiffest car on the grid, and he seemed to work with this new suspension that is in the Lights car since last year.
So Olofsson, that's an update to the dampers, which we'll talk to you about in a minute. Olofsson goes joker. Can he hold on from Enland? Enland on the standard lap now. Out comes Olofsson, and gonna get the merge. Could have come out wider than that. Might give away the exit to Enland, but just about holds on anyway.
Great drive.
That's that result showing the wrong way round.
Great drive from Enland to recover from that trip through the gravel, in the gravel trap around the outside of turn 1, and then in all the loose gravel in turn 4. He's pretty brave on the turning because it's a pretty even start across the grid. Look at the yellow and white car on the outside. Turns in now, gets a bit of rotation from the guys on the inside. He's about to bounce through the nicely ploughed gravel, does well to avoid that wall.
The thing for me there is, you can hold the steering straight and keep it lit, but you get one little touch on the inside and you're going in that wall in like 4th gear. It's not for me.
Exactly.
Look how much ground he loses there by running wide. Steinsholt's steering's already broken here. You can see the wheel flapping around.
Great shout, Kevin. You spotted that straight away, as we'd expect.
So Kasper won't get penalised for that, or at least he shouldn't, because there's nothing he could do in that scenario.
Kevin, you talked about settings there and the update to the cars. Just briefly, what was the change? It was from when you were driving them.
So basically, there's been, I think it's 2 damper updates throughout the 10 years. It was one very early on. I think it was in 2014, so just 3 years into the era of the Lights car, and then the other one came last year. So this is basically the same. It's a new damper company that is providing these dampers. In the past it was always Öhlins, and now I think it's R53.
R53, yeah, it is. Yeah,
and it's the same damper that is in the RX2E. So
okay.
I think
and the FC1 as well. So they're making some hay, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they work
into the industry.
I think they're working a lot with the OMSE. So I think they have found that to work for them. Me personally, I prefer Öhlins. It's a great company. It's also Swedish.
You
so
have those at Hansen.
Yeah, we do.
I know.
Great. But I think for the light cars, it's working really nice. Everybody have the same thing, and it seems like the upgrade is working nice. So
I want to talk to you about McGuinness's settings in Hollius at some point. So when we were watching, Andreas Backerud was saying in the first couple of sessions he thought the car was really low, and then he felt you'd raise the ride height later in the day. Did you change the settings or?
No, I think Andreas may be getting a bit old, not having his eyes straight. So no, we are working really hard with Eric on the setup for many years, and I think George is really talented on giving feedback as well. He's one of the future stars, I can promise you. He's doing an amazing job.
Well, I wanted to talk about his performance in a minute. Let's get this underway. Janssen, Kallio. Kallio doesn't get a great start, didn't get a great start last time either. Hookfist from P3, just outside Mattis Janssen. But Janssen holds on for the whole shot up onto the dirt section. Oh, Hookfist out wide in the loose stuff. Now he's going to give up a position there. Straight through on the inside line. Pass made. But yeah, it is Mattis Janssen who leads.
Kallio had a look to the inside, didn't he? Running third at the moment, but just got the wheel on that loose gravel right by the barrier and got a bit out of shape behind Janssen coming down the hill, but that's only allowed Janssen to pull that little bit further away. Hookfist takes the Joker on the first lap, but that's already a reasonable gap for the lead, isn't it?
Key to a good Joker here, Kevin. Did you do lights here at Kouvola or not?
I
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
It was your debut, wasn't it?
Exactly.
When you were 16? Because you had to have your
16.
birthday, didn't you, to be old enough to drive it?
It was my first international lights race. I think I raced against Niklas. He did a one-off in the lights category as well, and it was actually raining that day. It was really fun. It was one of my good memories from my career so far.
Oh, that's awesome, isn't it? How did you get on?
I won the race.
Okay, sweet.
It was a good debut.
Today's a good day because you won.
It was a really fun event, and I mean I found my way through the heats and had a good speed, and I mean a good battle in the final also with Niklas, and in the end we were I think 1 and 2. So.
Niklas was third.
I think it's Niklas' birthday today.
It is, yeah. It was your birthday yesterday, yeah. So yeah.
It was Kevin Hansen, Kevin Eriksson, Niklas Gunnar.
Hal, yeah.
Legend.
Hal, you should write. Someone should write a book about these cars, Hal.
Oh no, it sounds like a terrible idea to me.
Right, so if you let's have a little lights update for you. At the start of the next show, we're going to show the video of me being a very lucky boy driving around one of my favourite rallycross tracks in the world in a lights car with Ollie Eriksson, and Ollie Eriksson's actually going to join us, and I'm sure say terrible things about me, but that's fine. So if you'd like to see how I got on driving a lights car at Hollius, please do tune in for that as we see Janssen go into the Joker lap on the final lap. I drove chassis number 001. As Kevin Hansen said, we're entering like the 10th year of this car next year. Janssen going to come around and take the win. Watching for Hookfist trying to get a place at the line, but don't think going to be able to pass Kallio. There's your top three. 2:13.7 is the time. But chassis number 001, there's a ton of chassis out there, and we're joking about the book because Hal Ridge is writing, has written the book. It's nearly killed him, but he has written a book. Hal, what's it all about?
It's about the history of for OMSE as a team, but taken from a different angle. So it features the history of every supercar they've built, all of the Fiestas, all 28 Fiesta supercars, the 3 Civics, the 2 Dodges that raced in the GRC, and all 54 Supercar Lights, and the RX2E cars as well that started last year, and looks at the future for the team too. But I thought documenting the history of the cars would be a little more straightforward than it proved to be, but it's been hugely good fun.
Which bit was the hardest bit, Hal?
Finding my US car.
Do you know where it is then?
No, we got there. We got there in the end. Yeah.
Which one was it?
You drove 2 different ones.
I did.
Yeah, Jeff Sykes 008. Anyway, boring.
No, it's boring. Brilliant. Tell us now.
Because I had the 021 here in Sweden, or in Europe, and I had the 08 over there.
Olofsson, just quickly, Olofsson did win the previous one. The transponders just fired the graphic the wrong way around. Right, tell us again. Sorry, 00.
You had 022 here.
Sorry. See, not even I know my own cars. Hal knows it.
So Johan Kristoffersen, look, is on the grid having a look around and checking tyres. Molly's been on to me about a spring change, which I think you'd also mentioned how they were changing springs on the back of Johan's car.
Yeah.
And Casper Janssen was changing the roll bar settings to soften it off a little bit. Do you know what Johan was doing? Softer, stiffer?
Stiffer, I guess, because the track's evolved a lot from yesterday. You know, there was also in that window, and I'm sure Kevin will be able to speak a lot more about it. Johan's also playing his mind games here by having a good peer around, just to get everybody thinking.
Two tallest guys in the paddock, and there's the third one as well. Super tall guys, all of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, Johan's he and some other Swedes we know like to play a game in the pre-grid, don't know, by going and sniffing around. He doesn't really need to look at the tyres, he could send someone else, but
it's not the point though, is you want to go and psych him out of it.
But yeah, the setup's different today because the weather conditions are consistent and the track's a lot cleaner than it was yesterday.
Lars-Erik Haug, Schwartz, Tornhol, Expert, and on the outside, Walfridsson with the best start, but not going to get in from there. Expert, in fact, has got an equal start to Walfridsson, and the two of them hold on to P1 and 2. Expert with a little trip over the gravel trap. Tidily done from the outside edge of the grid, I think.
Yes.
Good answer, Kevin. Up and over the top. There's that crash jump just on the kink down, and look, the whole braking zone. Yesterday, that whole braking zone was gravel, and Kevin, it's almost tarmac with the rubber onto the top of the dirt, and it changes your braking points, I guess.
Yeah, it does, and also it reduces the mistakes, which I think is a shame. I think we should, you know, the more gravel, the better.
Gravel on it all the while. I agree.
But I mean, the track is holding up very nice, and it's good that we don't see it too rough as well. But now, basically all around the track, except exit of turn 1, I think we can see that it's now a stiff, hard blue groove. So yeah, it's changing a lot, and I think especially the supercar drivers are gonna, you know, take steps forward with their setups now. This Lights cars for sure more, you know, narrow window, so you don't need to do as much things. Maybe some small clicks, maybe some small roll bar stuff, maybe some ride height also if you're there. So it's really interesting when the track develops like this. There's so many cars here, and every time you go out, it's a completely different circuit.
I really want to see a wet corner. I'd like to see a corner on a track. So as you know, when a track just one wet, so none of you would go with wet tyres. You'd all go with slicks, meaning that corner would be a real challenge. And as we've seen with tracks getting a bit more challenging, you were alluding to it yesterday, Kevin, as well, with the new nitro tracks, the track direction, world directions going. You make the tracks more challenging. You see more alternate lines, you see more mistakes, you see more passing. Why not wet one corner? I love the idea.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to do. And I mean, the more difficult areas we see on the track, the more fun it is for everyone of us watching. So,
yeah, because I want to see you guys on the limit. You know, if you miss that braking point by 5 centimetres in the wet, you'll go a metre deep, and then suddenly you lose a place, you gain a place.
Which is why we always pray for a wet Formula 1 race. You know, when the clouds get dark over on a Sunday morning of a Formula 1 weekend, it makes the day all the better.
It's a very, very interesting idea, and I think the sport is developing so much now with two big series and new electric cars coming. I mean, this sport is heading in a great direction.
Oh, sideways for Haug it was in the background. Schwartz has gone off into the outside gravel trap. I thought would get out of there. Yeah, can get out of there, but we'll need to pull back onto the track, and no, maybe not. You got to go.
I got to go because my driver is soon driving, and Kenneth Hansen needs someone to scream in his ear.
Mate, well, I saw you yesterday. You looked way more nervous than Kenneth. Like
yes,
you were twitching
Kenneth
about. Kenneth is just cold.
Yeah,
yes,
he has experience.
Cold.
I'm still, you know, a rookie standing on the side. That's why I prefer to drive. But
yeah, I was going to say, what's more
here
stressful?
I am.
we all know what's more stressful, don't we?
It's super calm and nice in the car. So yeah, it's I got to head up there, but probably I'll pop back.
Mate, thanks so much for joining us. We always appreciate your insights.
Cheers,
Great
guys.
to talk to you. Happy birthday for yesterday.
Cheers, mate.
All right, see you later. Kevin Hansen, what a gent. Great to have him in the commentary box. And as we frequently say, we are super lucky to have access to these brilliant stories. I hope you enjoy them as much as we do. It does make me laugh. Expert with a 216.2. Carl Schwartz a DNF at the end there, unfortunately driving the car off to the side, so must have broken the steering or something, Hal, I guess, because you'd just do a U-E to the right, wouldn't you, and cross over the timing line. There's Brinderson, yesterday's winner, although it took 5 hours, I think. No, three or 4 hours to get that confirmed in the end, but he would have had the buzz of taking it at the finish line. Molly, let's have a catch-up with you. What can you tell us?
Yeah, hi guys, I'm on the pre-grid, just going to have a quick chat with Sondre. You were 9th after Q1. Thoughts on that?
bad start, and then the pace was good, so just have to get a good start. And now we're in a better line for the start, so I hope we can get a good launch and go from there.
So what is the best position on the grid?
When you have a good start, that would be 5th if it's possible, but first is always safe, but you have to brake a little bit more, so, but you never know. It really depends on how everybody else gets along.
And what can you tell us about the track evolution from yesterday?
I think for Q1 it was about the semi, so maybe now we're for the final, maybe we can go under 40 on lap time, so I think it's really good. And
have you changed the car a lot today?
We went back to the semi for Q1 and now we're gone even further, so I think we're in a good place with the car, so we'll see now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Interesting, so feels that the track pace might go under 40. Also interesting what you said about slot 5 on the grid, Hal. We've seen some people make that work from the outside line and come all the way across, but you have got to nail the start, haven't you, to get that done?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to nail the start from anywhere, haven't you? But if you nail the start from the outside, you just carry that bit of momentum, because that's where the racing line is. The racing line isn't in the acute turn on from pole.
No, and as Sondra was saying, you just have to brake a bit more if you're on that inside line. But it's always safest if you get an equal start on the inside. Yeah. Who knows, as he said. Simon Olofsson continues to hold the TQ spot. 7 points clear of Mattis Janssen, Mats Oskarsson, Enland, Kasper Janssen, Martin Jonsson, Kallio Hockfist, Steinsholt, Experth, Berget and Haug. But if you look at the top of the table, I say it's a win apiece for the top two. Niklas with a very fresh-looking car. It was looking fresh yesterday until Q1, when they were all joking about how they'd literally just wrapped the car. But Niklas said they wrapped every panel except the roof after Hollius. Championship standings after 3 rounds of RallyX 2022 for Supercar. Johan Kristoffersson leads by 15 points from Niklas Gronholm. Thomas Brindersen, who won yesterday. 2 wins for Johan at Hollius. Would have won yesterday were it not for the power steering issue, and Brindersen stole it off him at the line. Gronholm got P2 there. They're your top 3 from yesterday and the top 3 in the standings. But we know Kristoffersson is going to miss a round, 2 rounds, in fact, in Riga, along with myself, because Extreme E's on the same weekend. So it may be. Gronholm said that he might carry on with the championship, and if he's right up there, I reckon he could well do. But Brindersen's going to be in there. Johan could well be back at Strangnas later on this year. I reckon we might see some of the Nitro guys come to Strangnas anyway. We'll see. People are going to be looking to warm up for events later on in the year, so we shall see. Veiby, Gronholm, Belevsky, Carlsen, German, Kaliakowski, Franks, Evgen, Brindersen, Joran Ostring, and Bergström are the top 12. Can anyone beat Johan? Not just here. They can in
whatever. Today.
I mean, yesterday.
Yes, they can.
Yeah,
the circumstances have to.
You got to get everything right.
They have to be good for that to happen, as we've seen, because he's the master of coming back from adversity.
Yesterday, Gronholm was super disappointed at the semi-final stage because he knew that he needed to be on the front row to get it done. Needs a good start here. We see Veiby's car dip down at the back, and he gets great traction off the line, but Kristoffersson's equal to him on the inside. Gronholm's going to give that up and slot in behind them. Kristoffersson leading. Gronholm gets on the inside of Veiby. Big squeeze from Belevsky. Gronholm all crossed up. Somehow holds on to it. On the inside line, Veiby nearly ends up in the wall that he ended up in yesterday with his teammate, but he just about holds on, and it's Kristoffersson leading from Gronholm, and that was some epic car control, but some risky business in turn 1 and 2.
Great save from Niklas Gronholm. Kristoffersson was actually lucky that it was his very good friend Ole Christian Veiby alongside him. He didn't get the squeeze he might have done from someone else. Anders Carlsen goes around the outside of Veiby. He's been on an absolute mission this weekend. Did a really good job in Q1 earlier on, didn't he? And now he's going to get some clear air from the front. I wonder if Veiby's got an issue, because he looks like he's dropping pace.
Carlsen has massively impressed me this weekend, Hal. Some issues with the car last year, and
I think Veiby's got. Sorry, Andrew. I think Veiby's got a puncture in the background, front left.
So is Veiby going to be out the way of Carlsen or not? But Carlsen, really impressed me. Just great driving, great pace, and very much not the same spec of car as these guys have got.
Yeah, I love the fact that he's doing it himself. All of these cars, the 3 cars in the shot now, are run by the most professional rallycross teams out there. So great job to be competing with them. Gronholm takes the Joker early. This is to mix the strategy up. He obviously feels like he's got good pace, and now it's about trying to nail a perfect lap to beat Kristoffersson once Kristoffersson takes his compulsory extra route this time around.
So Gronholm needs a perfect lap, but he also needs Bolevsky not to hold him up. And Bolevsky's quick, but if Gronholm gets onto his boot lid, it'll be job done for Kristoffersson. Bolevsky runs a little bit deep in the loose. Gronholm look towards the outside line, but he won't get him there. He's not right on the tailgate just yet. Round the right-hander, Kristoffersson's gap was 1.9 at the end of the previous lap. There's just the one timing line here on the start-finish line this weekend. In goes Kristoffersson. Gronholm now in the standard lap. Johan on the inside line, going to rotate the polo round. Looks for the traction, finds the traction. Gronholm comes in quick into the last corner, but not quick enough to deny Kristoffersson. He wins from Gronholm and Bolevsky. 1.4 seconds separating those top three. Carlson not challenging them this time round, getting caught up a bit with Veiby, who's still circulating, I think. Certainly not shown as a DNF, so here comes Veiby now. Doesn't sound like there's a lot wrong with it, Hal, so maybe you're right, front left, I reckon. Look at the way the car's sitting.
I said front left, didn't I?
You did, I can't remember.
Maybe I did, I don't know.
You said puncture, yeah, I didn't remember, yeah. Inside line, Kristoffersson. The initial launch was better by Veiby.
Look, Veiby just
Gronholm. Look, Gronholm's pass. Gronholm's move in turn one was epic, and then Bolevsky moves in, and basically Gronholm and Bolevsky were kind of pincer moving across the front of Veiby's car, weren't they? And completely crossed up.
So that scenario often happens, doesn't it? When you've got a car in the middle that gets on the brakes, and the other two carry the momentum around and get more rotated. So Veiby's already got the puncture. I wonder if he got that from the contact, the very slight contact with Veiby in turn two. But Kristoffersson, as ever, the master out front, and I believe he's with Molly at the stop line.
Yo, and that's a race win. I saw you changing the springs on the rear of the car before Q2, and you seem to be in a bit of a hurry now.
Yeah, we had some problem with the gearbox, unfortunately. So yeah, sometimes when I shift, it goes up 2 gears at one time. So yeah, we have some problems with that, but we sorted out the launch, so the start was much better than it's been all weekend. So yeah, that was very happy with that. So but yeah, we have to get that gearbox sorted out now. And then car wasn't that easy to drive on the track, but the launch was better, so that was good.
No comment there on when he says about whether or not it's easy, and we've talked there 207.1. That's quick, isn't it? 209.3 this morning. Yeah, it's very quick. There was a 209.8 yesterday, so that's 207.1 is 2.2 seconds quicker. He doesn't say, when he says the car isn't easy to drive, whether or not it's faster. And that's the thing, is it doesn't have to be, it might not have a nice wide operating window, but if it's quicker, he might live with it. German, Kaliokowski, Vranks and Evgen. Great launch by Kaliokowski again. He's been a weapon, but on the outside line, Evgen's also going to start, going to drop in behind Kaliokowski. Kaliokowski runs wide. Evgen to the inside line. Takes the lead. Kaliokowski slots in front of German, and Victor Vranks on the back of the pack.
Kaliokowski had done all of the hard work then, hadn't he? Then just stayed in the throttle that little bit too long. So easy for me to say from here. The Fiesta slaps the ground on jump landing on the first lap. But yeah, Kaliokowski runs wide, loses track position, but we know he's got really good ultimate pace, so he'll mix the strategy up now if he can to try and get back to the front of this pack.
Now, Victor Vranks running an RX2E car, but with the power wound up a little bit, not too much. As you said yesterday, Hal, it's not a learning experience if it's completely different than when he's going to use it this year. But it was great to see him following the supercars around yesterday. We had quite a funny conversation on the way out of the circuit last night, didn't we?
Yeah, he's learning a lot, isn't he, every time he gets in the car. They lose quite a lot of time with the electric car between where the finish line is and then this section at the top of the hill with the momentum and the extra power of the supercar. But through this technical section where it's all about rotation and getting good drive out of the corner, this is where the RX2E car really claws it back. It's been fascinating to see it racing in this environment.
Yeah, it was. They said to him yesterday, look, you don't be 2 meters from the tailgate. You need to be right on the tailgate. They was right on the tailgate. And who had the issue? Was it Michalak?
He was, yeah.
Yeah, and he ended up driving through Michalak, who'd had a problem. And then they were like, well, not that on the tailgate. Like, that's too close. So we were saying last night, not 2 meters, 2 centimeters, but not right on it. So yeah, he continues to learn, doing a good job. Evgen, how are the lap times?
This hasn't worked out for Kaliokowski at all. He's joking and come back out behind German.
Yeah.
Evgen's pretty close to Kristoffersen's best lap, but Johan was complaining of issues, so maybe that's not his ultimate best
lap, roughly. Have they got under the 40 or not?
We don't have it on the screen. Johan didn't drop under the 40s, I don't think, from what I saw. Of course, he joked on the last lap, so no, he didn't.
That was what Evgen was saying, that he felt they might drop under the 40, but they're not close to that yet. But Evgen is quick, not going to be quick enough to take the top time, I don't think. Crosses the line at 2:07.9, only 8/10 off it. And then the RX2E car just at the end. Yeah, Victor doing his best to hang on to the back of the pack. What's quite an interesting indicator is yesterday Victor was in with the slightly slower drivers, and I say slightly, we're talking margins, and able to keep up. But now he's in with the guys who are going that bit quicker. Kaliakowski
gives it the send on the way in, doesn't he?
Didn't need it. If he just braked a bit earlier and held in. But yesterday, Kaliakowski was a big challenge. He was good.
I can't wait to see their new car. They've got the Mercedes A-Class. They've been, whoa, German really slapped the wall there on the inside.
Yeah, when's the A-Class coming?
Later in the year, and they've been working hard to make... They've got a really good base here in the Stade Fiesta, haven't they? So they've been working to get it on a similar pace. I guess they're getting near that period now because... after quite a long time having revealed the car and built it, they're going to use it later this year.
I can remember seeing that a long time back. Are they using similar running gear to the Stade, or Stade car? I mean, they know, I suppose, at least they can benchmark off it. Evgen 2:07.9, just I think 8/10 off Johan's time.
At least what Johan's gearbox is going up to rather than going down to. I drove a supercar recently. It was going down 2 gears on a shift, and that's
expensive.
That's pretty horrible. Won't be too big a job for the guys. You can see they're dropping the fluid out of the gearbox now. The first thing that will be to do is just to check the magnet on the plug to see if there's any shrapnel from the transmission attached to it. But this car is a longitudinal car, so the gearbox is mounted behind the engine in the transmission tunnel. So take the prop shaft off the rear, and you just take the whole thing off the back of the engine. It's a little bit of an easier job to do than if the engine was mounted transversely, like they are in most of the more modern supercars, and like your road car would be at home.
I love the fact they've done so much work to try to get that car to operate in a similar window that the factory Polo did. You make it a bit easier to drive, and yet the basic layout of it is completely different. You know, it must be quite the engineering feat. Brinderson won yesterday. Ostring, Bergstrom and Skantz. Brinderson needs a good start here. Got to get to turn 1 ahead of these guys. And does so. Get it turned in cleanly. Job done. So out front now. Got to nail those lap times. I don't know what happened to Thomas in the first qualifying session. P10. I mean, not a mile off. 3 seconds off the pace, but further away than yesterday.
So close, isn't it? And small margins, like you say. Impressive this from Gustav Bergstrom, hanging on to the back of these two at the front. He's learning very quickly, isn't he? I was talking to Tommy Kristoffersen this morning, team boss at KMS, and he was very pleased with Bergstrom's progress. Obviously doing a lot of driving in circuit racing, but rallycross is all new to him, and not only getting on top of these cars for a newcomer. You know, you saw people like Nils Andersen in this very car and Linus Osland in the OMSC Fiesta taking time to get up to speed at Julius through the whole weekend. So yeah, for someone very new to rallycross, did some lights last year, I think he's doing a great job.
Yeah, he's saying that corner he's just driving through there was the one that he was finding the most tricky yesterday, because the braking, if you just got it wrong by a tiny bit, you're out in the dirt and then you're out in the wall. But if you braked a little bit too early, you lost so much time down the back straight. Just one of those critical, you know, a critical braking point at low speed or with a big runoff isn't a problem, is it? But when you get a critical braking point for lap time that is also one that's risky, it's much harder to reach that limit.
Yeah, and this track's great for that learning, isn't it? Turn 4, if we ride above Thomas Brinderson going up the hill. This is turn 1's not too bad on a running lap, but up here, the braking into this corner, we know how costly it is to run wide. You need to get some rotation done on the way in to get the nose on the barrier. And then coming down here over the jump, this is where the braking's so difficult. Talked to a lot of drivers this weekend. It's a real margin between being brave on the brakes and not being too brave, because if you run a few meters too deep, then you lose a lot of time.
Brinderson's in the 40s, the low 40s, 40.4. So he's got a good lap time, but he doesn't have long to reach the finish line. Not sure he's going to be close enough. Just the one right-hander to go. He might be able to take this. Watch Brinderson and the clocks. Where does he stop it? Not close enough. 207.6. See, the clock is always just slightly behind what timing says. So 207.6 is going to slot him in behind Niklas, but ahead of Evgen.
Third overall, that will put him at the moment.
That's more like the pace we were seeing yesterday. And how I suppose it could be, again, where Q1, the track was so different to yesterday, where it's grooved in a lot more. Might just been a case of not having the car quite as dialed as he wanted it.
Yeah, it's all well and good walking around the circuit, but until you've been out and driven on it, it's very difficult to make big shouts on the setup change, especially as a lot of these guys haven't been here for a few years. Certainly someone like Brinderson, who has picked and chosen what he's done, European Championship, RallyX events in the last few seasons. His last win was actually in Julius in 2018, the first round of the defence of his RallyX title from 2017. So he'll be on a bit of a high this morning, won't he, having returned to the top step of the podium.
One race left to go in Q2 Supercar. Top four separated by less than a second. They're actually separated by 7/10 of a second. Johan Kristoffersen, Niklas Gronholm, Thomas Brinderson and Sondre Evjen. There's Johan coming out from the back, just to have a little check. Yesterday, they were cleaning power steering fluid off the rack. I can hear Molly's down there with Johan, so I guess we might have a chat with him in a moment. Who's missing from here? Turi is on the inside, then Michalak. It's Malinan who's missing in the Mini. They were working frantically on that car last night. And then Ari-Pekka Niemi on the outside. So yeah, DNS for Marko Malinan. Michalak was P15 in the previous session, needs to be inside the top 12 to make the semi-finals, and planning to do. He's doing the first 2 Nordic and the first 2 Euro, and was going to make a decision after that, I think, based on budgets and results and stuff, so he's going to want to make the semis here, Hal.
What happens then if you go really well in all 4 of those races? That's a really hard call to make,
You have to bury yourself financially, don't you? Basically, that's right. You know, yeah, I don't know. I really don't. Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, not at all. I think sometimes people don't understand how financially in some of these people are. It's a very different situation, isn't it? I mean, people are all trying to find budgets, but in the problem in the background there, that's Niemi, who's gone off in the second to last corner. We can hear anti-lag banging through the walls of the truck.
Interesting geometry on the Polo. Oh, a little flick over the gravel. That wall comes up very quickly. A lot of camber gain on the left rear wheel coming out of the final corner. But because the car's so loaded on the back, the front wheel's doing something a little bit different. Constant compromise in a rallycross car setup, isn't it? For the loose surfaces and the tarmac. Tidy run here from Michalak into this final section. Lovely job through the penultimate corner. Tidy this time around as well through the final corner, not quite as sideways as he was on the previous occasion. Not quite on the lap times that the other guys were in the previous races. A best of 41.6 at the moment. Misses the apex a little bit going up the hill, but I said yesterday I've been really impressed with the way that Michalak stepped up this year. Been doing Supercar a couple of years now. He's one of those guys that stepped up to Supercar in the confusion of the 2020 season, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he's now really on top of the car.
There were a number of people who did it, weren't there? Because
they
were planning for 7, 8, 9, 10 events in a Supercar, and then suddenly, in a lights car, suddenly there were only 4 events, and they were like, hello, well, I can probably spend all my money on a Supercar instead. And I imagine it's pretty hard to go back.
I've spent all my money on racing a Supercar.
Yes, you have, haven't you? Oh dear, Hal. Yeah, I know. Good for you. Michalak to 10.2 is 2.5 seconds off where he wanted to be. Where's it going to slot him in? Hopefully inside the top 12 from his point of view. To 10.2. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's well in. Be about 8th or 9th.
This is a mistake, I think, from Niemi. Just gets.
That looks strange, doesn't it?
I think maybe something broke there, or that car must know its way around here on its own. That Fiesta, number 13 of the OMC Fiestas, won the Finnish championship with Niklas Gronholm quite a long time ago now.
Al's written a book about that, you know, if you were wondering. We were discussing it earlier. It will be, I don't know when it's out actually, but he was with Andreas Eriksson last night running through some of the stuff, so yeah, good on you. Anders Michalak, 210.232. And there are the standings after 2 qualifying sessions. Johan Kristoffersson is the top qualifier with 1 session left to go, and unless he has an absolute disaster, that's pretty much nailed on. But Gronholm will be pleased to be in P2, and he's quite nicely clear of Bolevski, Brinterson, Evshin, Kalikowski, German, Veiby, Carlson, Franks, Ostreng and Bergström. Michalak, look, is 1 point off making it through, so really desperately needs another good result. Victor Franks would make it into the semis at the minute in the RX2E car. So, yeah. But at the top of the table, Johan versus Niklas again. Now, the difference is this time Niklas, in his semi-final, has got to get it done. He knows he needs to be on the front row. He's not going to beat him from row 2, I think. Although yesterday's final was pretty carnage. You never know, but you've got to play the odds game.
Yeah, and being second in the intermediate is almost ideal for him. What he wants to do now, with Kristoffersson having that margin to... back from TQ, is to defend that second position so you get pole in the other semi-final.
Yeah, okay. So yes, let's see. 1 qualifying session left to go. We're going to hand over to Molly. We'll see you in a bit.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm down here with Kristoffersson Motorsport, and of course, what's happening with Johan there in Q2, a gearbox issue. The gearbox has now been taken into the truck, and I'm sure they're finding out what's wrong. And as you can see on the screen back there, it says 1 hour, 25 minutes until Johan is going back out. And I'm just going to be my usual cheeky self and see if I can pop round the wall here and see what's going on. Here, Johan is sitting. What are you up to now?
Netflix.
What are you watching on Netflix?
Clark Olofsson.
Oh, what's that?
That's the Netflix series about from the Stockholm Syndrome, the guy that did that in Stockholm for the Stockholm Syndrome. Google it.
You can recommend it.
Yeah, it's good. Very good.
Just incredibly off topic. Do you have any update on the gearbox?
Not yet, but yeah, like I said, a bit stressed in interview to get the guys to have as much time as possible to work on the car, because like I said in the interview, that when I shift from, for example, second, it selects 4th instead of 3rd. So it was a bit of, was quite tricky to drive. All the time had to keep an eye on the gear indicator, which gear I was in. So yeah, it was a bit tricky, but just the first initial feeling from the launch was so much better this launch than it's been previously this weekend, so that felt very good.
Can you share what you've done there?
Just better driving.
Is that it?
No, not really. No, but we've tried some things, and but it's so small margins, so it's difficult. If you do a couple of 3-4 things, it's difficult to say particularly which one it would have been. On a test, you would take one change at a time and see which one makes it, but when you're on a race, especially when the other guy's launch is so good, you can't really afford to fight from the back every heat, so we had to try a few different things at the same time.
So it was the spring change on the rear that worked well?
Well, we just changed the color of them, so it wasn't really a change.
Thank you very much, Johan. We wish him luck with the gearbox and everything. And we will take a small break now, but we are back at 12:40 Central European time. You don't want to miss that, because there is a very special video there with Coley from RallyX driving a Super Lights car. So we'll see you there.
Welcome back to RallyX. We are in Kouvola for round 4 of the 2022 series, having a brilliant time so far. We've got loads of racing coming up for you with CrossCar Junior, CrossCar Open, two-wheel drive, Supercar Lights and Supercar. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. Mate, we've literally just run back. We've got tea. We've run. We've got results. It's all a bit carnage.
Questionable Swedish coffee.
Yeah, well, I don't drink that, so I'm all right. Molly Pett is chugging water over here, desperately trying to get herself ready to get back out. All the junior cross cars are on the grid, having a great time. So stay with us. But I had an even better time last time out at Hollius when, for once, it wasn't Hal that got to do the test drive. It was me. The Ericssons and OMSC very kindly lent me chassis 001 for Supercar Lights, and I had to go around one of the best rallycross tracks in the world. Oliver Ericsson's going to join us in a minute to say how well or badly I did. Have a look at this. So it is the 10th anniversary of the Supercar Light, also known as RX2, GRC Light, what else has it been known as? NRX Next. This car's been used in so many championships. This is chassis number 1. It's the chassis which Kevin Eriksson used this weekend to win round 1. Not sure either way. Coming up to deep, and then he takes any question marks away because Kevin Eriksson goes up the inside line anyway. And it's Eriksson who's going to take it out the line. This is Oliver Eriksson who won round 2. And mate, for some reason you volunteered to sit next to me and I get to drive on this incredible circuit in this great rallycross car.
Yeah, for sure, it's going to be blessed, no?
I think so. Yeah, you seem a bit more relaxed about it than me.
Yeah, it'll be amazing, yeah.
Okay,
sure.
Awesome. Any tips?
Don't lift over the jumps and you'll be right. No?
Well, that's good. So I always think Kevin looks pretty trim. So if his belts fit me, what do you reckon?
Yeah, you're trim. Drive shaft snap.
Okay. We came. Oh no, I'm shaking. We came down the hill, got 5th. I was really close to the barrier, wasn't I? It's probably my best run down. I was latest on the brakes. You're getting the compression like on the curb on the right and right. I'm loving this. And then, and I was like, oh my God, and it's just flying so far, your immediate reaction is to lift, which is stupid because you can't change how short the jump's going to go. And of course, when you lift, the nose comes down. As soon as we landed, because I couldn't see, I knew we were going across the grass. So at that point, you keep the wheel straight, get on the brakes, and so I think I did the right thing once. I'd done the wrong thing, but I shouldn't have done the wrong thing over the jump. But
I knew I had to check the car after that because that was quite a big shot.
It was
over
a
the
big
jump.
landing, wasn't it?
But yeah, obviously it came in and I saw the drive shaft was broken. So yeah, good thing it's a lights car, easy to fix. So
will I be getting a bill?
Who knows?
From Andreas, probably.
Yeah. Maybe we take some off the salary.
I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Amazing. Well, mate, what a great time. Ollie, thank you so much again.
It was good fun.
It was good. When I look back there and the graphic comes up, it says, yeah, don't lift over the jumps. Like, we were all laughing.
The only rule I had for you.
I know. You had one job. But mate, what a brilliant car. It inspires you with confidence. I'm not unhappy with, other than breaking the car, which I was sorry about. I really was, because it was really kind to get the offer and you don't want to do that. But it just filled me with confidence, and I felt I could push quite quickly. We did 5 laps total. I'm not unhappy with it, but you're the pro. How did we get on?
No, it was brilliant in my opinion. It was pretty clear. You've been in a pretty fast race car before. I mean, yeah, the Lights car are very. It's a really nice car to drive, you know. So you get comfortable in it quick because everything is so smooth in the car and so on. So. And Höljes is one of the trickiest tracks in the world, I'd say, as well. So, yeah, I was impressed.
Thank you, mate. That's right. It's such a good track. It was, you know, I've driven it, obviously, in computer games, but it's not the same. And the challenges of it, particularly turn 5, the right-hander before Velodrome, was so slippery, way more slippery than I thought. You know, it was, oh, look, he's run wide. And you're like, okay, I get it now. Like, it is slippery.
Yeah, and it's a lot more steeper than what TV shows as well. So it is a big uphill that is really slick. So to get all those, you know, 1,200 kilos of car up there, it's easy to run wide for sure.
Yeah, it was good, Hal. You want to go around Hollies, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. But I was very impressed, I have to say, mate, because
thanks, mate.
Yeah, full send through turn 5, still made the apex and didn't run too wide on the exit. That was a pretty good job.
I was pretty stoked, to be honest. Where's the trophy? Anyway, actually, I won't get a trophy. I'll just get a bill. Like I said, great fun. That jump is hard, the big jump, because there is no reference point. You come through the previous corner. I don't know what turn is it before the jump. 8 something, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the one before the jump.
Right before the jump.
Exactly, yeah. But you know, you've had a slide on through there. You don't know which way you're pointing. There's no white lines up the side of the jump. There's no markers. And obviously, once you've committed to it, you commit it. And the jump was big this year. You guys were all saying that the face of it was different. Here it is. This might be the bad one again. It's a fair old jump, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
we would have landed it well if you kept the throttle down, though.
So it would have been all right, other than the line not being quite right.
We would have still gone off to the inside, but the car would have been in one piece. We could have continued.
Okay, it was in one piece, technically.
I do think that gives a great indication to people at home about how, because we see you guys as professional drivers jump cars all the time, and it's not easy. You all make it look incredibly easy, but there is a lot at play, even in the takeoff for a jump that everybody does at the most popular circuit.
Just 10 degrees off to the left, lifting the throttle 10%, and it went wrong compared to the previous lap where it was mega, and it's mad. But it was a brilliant experience. Thank you so much to your mum and dad. I did, thanks, mate. Will you stick around for a bit?
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, cool. We're going to go on to junior CrossCar. I'm going to dig through all my paperwork and try and calm myself down from the brilliantness of Hollies. That was a lot of fun. So we've got Hallinan, Nordstrand, Uito, Perämäki and Andersen in this one. Long old hold on the lights there, it really was. Larry Hallinan, having won both sessions today so far, gets away best. Just next to him is Uito, who's our winner yesterday. Contact in the background, runs across over on the dirt on the outside. That was Andersen, I think, who's ended up across on the gravel track. Bit of contact for Uito now as they go onto the back section of the track over the crest coming back through. Andersen's recovered. Uito putting a squeeze on again, getting dangerously close here to a shunt on the run down to the back of the circuit. Oh, Hallinan a bit sideways in the hairpin, but gets away with it. So how we haven't seen the juniors so far today. Larry Hallinan was brilliant at Holliers. Yesterday pretty good, but Uito had the better of him. But at the minute today, it's Hallinan all the way. Won both sessions.
Yeah, Uito was brave on the brakes though, round the outside, going down into the hairpin, just where Hallinan made that small mistake on the opening lap. But Hallinan, full of confidence, coming to his home circuit on the back of that great weekend at Höljes. And sometimes things don't go your way, do they? But going brilliantly this morning.
Oliver, what did you start with, mate? Where did you do any CrossCar or not?
No, I was pretty late into racing. I started folk racing at the age of 14, actually. So, yeah, I was nowhere close to this fast when I was this young. So I was on a lawnmower at home, not quick CrossCar.
Cutting grass rather than cutting corners, yeah?
For sure, yeah.
So, are you impressed when you see these guys? Because we were, like, Andreas was with us last time back, and he was like, I can't believe how good they are. And me and Hal have said it numerous times. Yeah, how good are they going to be when they're your age?
Yeah, that's the question. I guess we have to wait and see. You know, it's for sure the new generation coming up. I mean, the way they handle these crosscarts. I've tried once a crosscart, and they're tough because the steering input doesn't play so much difference. You have to like drive the car on the throttle a lot. So yeah, the feel of the car they get, you know, the car control they gain is it's a valuable experience for sure.
Graham Rodemark was in it yesterday, wasn't he? Sorry, Alan, he hated it. He couldn't drive it at all, could he?
No, he just had chronic understeer everywhere. And that's exactly what I was going to say. You've got to be really on top of it. It's not like driving a single make front-wheel drive production car, although there's obviously a lot to be learned from that as well, and usually very cost effective. With this, you've got, look at the rotation through the Joe Clap, you've got to be so on top of the car.
Owito's got him. So Owito's got Hallonen and a little bit of contact there at the final corner, and Owito takes it. So it won't be a clean sweep for Hallonen. Super close between them. Must have been a great couple of laps. So let's have a look at yesterday's results again. CrossCar Junior. Owito won all 3 sessions yesterday, so it was a full-on clean sweep for Owito yesterday, all 3 sessions, semi and final. Hallonen and him got a very similar start. Look at the rotation Lowry puts on that, and in the background, Anderson just got that little bit of contact. That's the other thing, isn't it, Ollie, that every little bit of contact through the steering comes back through your hands, and that can really hurt too. You've got to be physically quite strong.
Yeah, for sure, especially with the short steering rack they have on these cars, you know, the steering wheel moves quick in the hands as well, so yeah, for sure you want to try to avoid it as much as possible.
Over the curbs on the inside in that final corner. Owito beats Hallonen, but should still, where was Owito overall? Was yeah, down in P3, so Hallonen should get the TQ there, barring any amazing, well no, will do, yeah, because had 2 wins already. So TQ for Hallonen here, start on pole in his semi. I think we get 3 semis for CrossCar Junior, don't we? Because we've got 25 entries, so it'll be top 2 going through from each one, and not everybody pulled that off yesterday. Race 2, Ylälami, Soli, Turpainen, Nevalainen and Kinnunen. Amazing start in the middle of the grid for Turpainen, going to move across, try and shut the door on Ylälami on the inside, gets past Ylälami. So Ylälami P2, out across the gravel on the outside for Turpainen, and it's Kinnunen in the red Edge machine in P3. Somebody going nice and sideways around the outside on the dirty section as well. Good start.
Having a look to the inside, Ylälami coming down the hill, not quite the room to get the door shut. It's so difficult there in the braking area, isn't it? But I would have to say probably easier today with the track a lot cleaner than it was yesterday.
You could hear the locked wheels coming down there, and you just know Ylälami's in there going, no, don't take him out. Super tricky, but Ylälami looking really quick here. 2 cars through the Joker on lap 1. Ollie, how much have you raced here?
I've raced here twice, 2018, 2019 in Supercar both times, so won the first one and 3rd in the second.
Okay, cool. You guys always remember your results very clearly, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
What are you saying? What are you thinking about this? What are you seeing?
Yeah, it's a good old race here. I have to say though, you know, these CrossCars, what many doesn't know is they don't even have power steering. So seeing these kids, you know, in the paddock,
they're tiny, aren't they?
Many of them are real tiny, so they're getting a good old, you know, gym session every time they're out on the lap.
A proper workout. We'd take tickets to the gun show for a bunch of 12-year-olds. We'd be turning up to school on Monday with massive arms. The teacher would, what the hell have you been doing the weekend? I was racing the CrossCar. Okay. Amazing. When I get in a CrossCar, Hal, and you've done this with the buggies at home, like I'm all like, my knees are up round the wheel and my feet are right down as far as I can possibly get them in the car. I was looking at the junior CrossCars, and most of them got the pedals halfway up the floor pan, you know, like they've moved the pedals up because they can't reach them, they're that small.
That's me in most cars, to be honest. Knees around my chin. But
you're tall as me, 6'2"?
6'3" and
yeah, is it? Really? How tall
is it?
Is it? It's a good old British saying, isn't it? 6'3" for Hal Ridge. There we go, you see. You must be like Marcus Gronholm and Richard Burns were in the 206 WRC, you know, complaining there wasn't enough room. Up to the merge on the final lap, couldn't be closer, side by side over the line. Soli takes it from Ylälami and Turpainen. Very, very close indeed. The time to beat was at 2:21.8, and they don't get there, but I'm not surprised, really, with the amount these guys were racing on that last run.
Ylälami gained a position there at the final corner. Not the best start, though, from the inside, despite the pressure that he put on early on.
Yeah, another fun fact on this track. I don't know if you've seen Supercar and so on also, the last corner is a bit banked, which affects the run after turn 1 from the start. So the inside 2 lines have a bit of a dip.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like in a Supercar, if you start checking gear, it kind of revs out just before you want to pull next gear, and it looks similar for these guys as well.
So where would you start here on the grid, given an option? If, let's assume you all make the best start and you all optimise your launch perfectly, which grid slot would you take?
You know, pole is always pole. The thing is here, you have to nail everything so perfectly, because, you know, if you're half a car length ahead on P5, you can get there. So starting position is less important here than many other tracks.
We're down looking at Molly, pointing at various bits of broken. Yeah, is that your drive shaft?
It's not actually. I snapped my one clean in half, smack in the middle, which your dad said had never been done before.
What has happened to the outer CV there, mate? Is that damaged, or have they cut that?
Yeah, no, it's damaged. It was the contact in the lights Q1 or
Q2.
Q2, yeah, heat 1 there. Yeah, it was a clean shot straight on the wheel, so yeah, unfortunately damaged a lot of parts.
Now they've got, what, 3 or 4 CrossCar Junior. They've probably got another 8 to 10 races, haven't they, at 5 minutes each. They've got around 50 minutes to fix that car. It's quite tight, isn't it, a day of RallyX? We'll get this underway and we'll talk to you about that in a moment. So, Niemi, Suono, Nilsson, Persson and Lundalander. It was Suono who yesterday in the 95 was in P2, got that incredible start around the outside and then up the inside into turn 2, and it's another brilliant start, but this time not going to get squeezed into the wall and end up giving everyone the thumbs up after a 3-car shunt, are they? But that was a great start again.
Yeah, really tidy job and clean out front. Really, I love watching that rear camera angle where all the cars are moving around in different positions depending on how much momentum they carry into the first corner. There's so much respect between these young drivers, as much as their ability behind the wheel. I really admire how much racing room they give each other and what the camaraderie is like in the paddock.
Yeah, very good indeed. 2 cars off straight away into the Joker. What screeching tyres as they head in deep into that one. On a spin in the background on the exit as well. Too much throttle, just a little bit too early. Over-rotating on the way in and the way out. Yeah, Oliver, so fixing cars, going to spin it back around the other way. That is Niemi, Tino Niemi. Yeah, you don't have much time to fix these cars in between sessions. I quite like a double header. I like the pace of it and the energy of it. It's hard work for everybody because it's like 20 minutes between sessions. But obviously, if you're racing one category, you've got the whole session to repair. Is it harder work, though, than a normal weekend?
I'd say it's kind of similar, you know. Fixing the cars, you don't need more time than we have during these weekends. But, you know, RallyX's vision is we want to have more races, you know. Everyone wants to see races. Everyone who's here wants to race. That's why we mashed 2 rounds into one weekend in most weekends we go to. I love it. I think most other drivers and everyone at home watching loves it as well.
It's cost effective too. That's the thing, is a lot of the cost is in driving trucks from Sweden to Finland, going on ferries, flying all your staff over, putting them up in hotels. You do that once instead of twice and it mounts up really quickly.
Yeah, for sure. It's cost efficient. Everyone gets to race more. Everyone at home gets to watch a lot more racing. So yeah, and the time we have, you know, we're 100 cars here, so to fix cars in between isn't really an issue.
So you guys are all right. It's just us in TV, Hal, that are getting, you know, like, it's just terrible, isn't it?
I've never heard you complain about anything before, though.
Poor Maria, Ollie Ericsson's mum, like, basically we run over there, steal cake, pizza, tea, whatever we can possibly squeeze in 8 minutes, then go, thanks Maria, and run off again.
I think Maria might be the crux point between RallyX working and not. If Maria wasn't here, I don't know if any of this could happen.
I think you might be right, Hal. I think you might be right. So what are you saying, basically? Go on, Ollie, what are you saying?
Yeah, shout out though. It's what do you call it? Mum's Day.
Ah, of course it is. Happy Mother's Day. Yeah, to Maria then, yeah.
Shout out to her.
Yeah, to all the mums. So that's Swedish Mother's Day, isn't it?
Yeah.
So is that the same in Norway?
Finnish as well, yeah.
Is it Finnish as well?
I don't know.
It's not in the UK, I know that, but Molly wasn't sure whether or not it's Mother's Day in Norway. She doesn't know, and she's a mum.
As a mother, that's
terrible, isn't it?
Well, she's never there though.
No,
so if you're not in Norway, no, not at home, but not in. I'm stop talking.
That's fine. Are you listening, Molly? I'm sure she is. Anyway, happy Mother's Day to Molly as well. We know she's looking forward to getting home and spending some family time as well. Eric Nilsson wins that one from Lundalander, Suono, Persson and Niemi. We've got 2 more heats of CrossCar Junior to go. And Molly, talking to Molly, is ready for a chat.
Yeah, I am, guys. I'm down here with the Olsbergs team, and there's quite a lot of work going on Ole Henry Steinholtz's car, our second place finisher from yesterday. And it's not the first time I've seen there's been quite a lot of work going on. Ole Henry, tell us about that situation in Q2.
Now, in Rallycross, you have to make a good start, and now we don't have that. It was a very equal start, so maybe sometime it's better to lift the throttle, but it's not easy when you are in the car and in the game.
So what sort of damage did you pick up?
Now it's a little bit on the left front tire, but we are almost ready and going for a good time now in the qualifying 3.
I think you need to pick up that part of the drive shaft and show everyone who's watching, because that is fierce. Look at that.
Yeah, that's not optimal.
That is a heavy hit.
Yeah, it was, but now we're almost ready and going to push.
And how do you prepare for the next race? What are you doing? Sleeping or?
Yeah, cool down and a little bit hyping before. We need a good start now so you can set a good time.
Sounds good. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And now we have to just... Oh, she's
Terpinen, Soderholm, Steinsod, Suono and Campi in this one. Another long old hold on the lights. Those poor engines absolutely on the limiters. Great start by Campi on the outside line. No spotters for the juniors. Going to have to look over that right shoulder, see if it's clear. Not quite. Thought they was going to get P2, but Campi going to drop down to P3. Nicely done from the outside. But Ollie, what kind of help do you get in a start here? Because obviously the spotters are normally on the hill up by the hairpin.
Yeah, for sure. You can maybe help a bit on the start line or the start straight to kind of give the driver an idea of where the other cars are. But obviously, turn 1 here is fierce, so you never know what's going to happen. You know, you can try on the outside, but then you have the gravel trap. Maybe you get stuck in. So yeah, it's a tough one to.
You're working with some different drivers this season, aren't you? Kasper Janssen and team Ole Henry, who we just heard from with Molly there. How much do you enjoy the challenge of taking new drivers into the OMSE setup and having you guys to work with?
Yeah, it's good fun. You know, we want to broaden the sport of rallycross as well. So we have a bit of a different mix. Kasper comes from go-kart, Ole Henry from more where I'm from, folk racing, rallycross, you know, breeds, so to say. So it's a good mix. We also have Ida Turnelt in the team, the only female in Supercar Lights here this weekend. So yeah, it's fun to work. But then we bring in, you know, the 10-year anniversary car. We had me and Kevin, you know, old veterans now in Supercar Lights, I guess. Also Jesse Kallio is also a veteran in Lights. So I think the whole field of all of RallyX is a nice mix to see, and yeah, and I enjoy just watching everything that happens. There's a lot that happens during the weekend now, so it's good fun.
I enjoyed watching the Julius finals from home. Obviously, I was unfortunately not there, but how much pressure was there on you as a driver? I spoke to Kevin quite a bit, and he said there was pressure. You may as well have painted a target on the back of your car with your experience. How did you find that?
Yeah, for sure. It was a lot of pressure. You know, I think I won every series the Lights car has been in, so I guess I put a lot of pressure on myself, you know. But yeah, it wasn't easy. The speed the guys put up there, they were consistent, and a lot of fast drivers. So I was impressed. Yeah, for sure. They didn't make life easy for me the first day, but I managed to get it.
What about that start? Wasn't it row 2 to the whole shot in your final? You're coming round for the finish line now, yeah. Sorry, I'm going to take this one, but not towards the top of the timesheets. Yeah, well, your start in Hollius was epic.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea what I did, because
Olofsson said that yesterday.
Absolute nonsense.
Yeah, but like my thing in Lights was I was a good starter. I always got clean air, so I won a lot by doing that. But you know, coming back to Höljes, we had the new fuel, new dampers I never raced with, so
of course, yeah,
I couldn't figure out the starts the whole weekend. I was I don't want to use bad language.
Not very good.
Not very good. So, and I went to the final. I had a plan to go, you know, Joker first lap, and then I don't know. Yeah, just left the clutch and off I went between two cars. Never done that before in Supercar or anything. So.
It was brilliant. Yeah. We were like, from row 2, around the outside of his brother. It was so good. Yeah. So good.
I still don't believe you.
Yeah.
When are you going to release that secret on Kasper or one of your guys later?
It's expensive.
It's all the good info is expensive. Molly.
Yeah. It's a Swedish Mother's Day.
Yeah, it is.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you so much.
Has someone given you anything?
No. No, not yet.
No.
Maybe later. I hope one of these guys can step up on the podium.
That would be the best Mother's Day.
The best one.
Well, let's hope. Fingers crossed.
Thanks.
You're in the doghouse. I wish if we'd just got to the camera, but he goes, "Has somebody given you something?" No. He's like, "Oh no, oh no." So what are you going to do? Just buy some flowers at the motorway services on the way home?
Yeah, I guess, you know. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm a guy. I forgot. Someone told me this morning. I'm like,
Oh, Maria, happy Mother's Day. And
Sorry,
thanks,
Mum.
Yeah, thanks for looking after your other kids, me, Molly and Hal, who just come
And
over
the rest of the paddock.
Eat all your food, and everybody basically in the paddock. I said this yesterday, we went in the kitchen, she had a printer on one side, the cooker on the other, and the parts store out the back. It's like, yeah, we all know who's running this thing. Who run the world, girls? Maria, in this case. Pontus Oskarsson, Niemi, Atterblad, Hattenmar and Campi. Great start by Hattenmar. Straight out from position number 4 on the grid into a clear lead and moves across. The Edge CrossCar seems to start brilliantly. I know you weren't at Holly's Hal, but I can't remember, I think it was Halberg was wheeling off the line, which was awesome and something we desperately need to introduce all the while. I don't know, is it a chassis thing maybe?
They'll all be slightly different, won't they? The weights of the different manufacturers will be the weight balance will be slightly different in all of them, like in any car, and they'll all have their own idiosyncrasies. But I love the way the Edge CrossCar looks. It's very different. The Speed Car Wonder, I actually like that. The new Speed Car looks very aerodynamic, but I do love the unaerodynamic aesthetics of the Edge because it doesn't seem to hamper its performance at all.
I think my favourite is still the old Speed Car.
What, these two? Yeah,
I just like I love the look of that. I think it looks great. The Wonder I can't quite like as much as the old looking car. What about you, Oliver?
Yeah, for me it doesn't really matter. I watch more how the chassis moves. And if you see the Edge,
I love
you see all the wheel, they move a lot softer than the rest of the cars.
So you think the geometry might be good?
Yeah, so obviously, yeah.
Classic.
I like the Edge as well, because it looks more of a car.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
But that's kind of the charm with the other one, that they look like proper cross cars. You know, that's what we know when these cars came.
There's us getting wrapped up in what colour they are.
Yeah,
I like that one, Oliver. I don't care what they look like, as long as it works.
I was looking at the dampers, and how the car moves. I've just realised as well that I'm flipping between Ollie and Oliver. Does your mum call you Oliver if you're in trouble?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we should stick to Ollie on a good day, yeah?
Yeah, good days, Ollie.
Okay, and Oliver when it's gone badly.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll remind Molly of that for if you're out driving again and it goes badly. Oliver, what happened? So Hattenmar doing a great job out front at the moment, 4.7 seconds up the road from Niemi. Hattenmar was overall down in P19 with a 14th and a 24th. So this looks more like a 14th run to me and needs it because the top 18 will go through to the semi. So Hattenmar fighting for continuation in today, and I think this is going to be a great time. Only going to be a couple of seconds off the lead and almost a spin over the line. 24.4. Any idea roughly where, Hal?
Yeah, 6th or 7th, I think, at the moment. So yeah,
that fire them straight up into the semis, which is what you want. Now, Ollie, what are you doing next? Are you looking after? Have we got CrossCar next? You can hang around for a bit longer, or have you got to go?
Yeah, I'm spotting and helping out with the cars. It looked like in my tent they maybe need some help to get the cars finished.
Do you want to go and help out, mate? Honestly, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm helping the rest of the Lights cars as well.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks again for the opportunity at Hollius, and I'll look forward to seeing you later on in the year, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you for having me, guys.
Take it easy. See you later, mate. Good luck. Enjoy the rest of the day. Oliver Eriksson. So we're getting all the superstars in today. We need to grab Kenneth or Tommy, don't we, I feel? What do you reckon?
Yes.
An elder statesman, Hal. Is that okay to say that, or is that rude? I've said it now.
You're here, aren't you?
Oh, harsh. Hal's had a few age digs at me this weekend. It's out of order. Send him abuse.
If you didn't constantly go on about it, there would be no reason to.
No, it's true. What about how young and brilliant I am? Okay, so moving swiftly on. CrossCar. It's a long day. Hallinan takes the TQ in junior cross car for round 4 of RallyX 2022. Michael Uito, his championship rival, is P2. Having won the 3rd session, then it's Karl-Petter Nordstrand, Jonathan Ylalami. Ylalami was 4th in the series coming here. Uito was 3rd, but had moved up to the lead yesterday, I think. And yeah, so it is tight at the top. Oliver Solly was in 5th and has qualified 5th there too. We have a lot going on. Here he is, the birthday boy. Niklas Gronholm signing autographs. Look at this. Yes, go on, Niklas. Coming out from the back of the tent to see the kids. I love that. That's how you inspire people to want to carry on. What's he doing? Is he coming out? Is he going to lean on the tyres? He's going over here. He's got another pen. Oh, the tyres are going in. There we are. Well, they're nearly going in. Just the door's not quite wide enough. Go on, that's it. Now they're in. It's not quite an extravagant autograph there, Hal.
Swirly.
Which one was which? There we go. He's handed them back to the right people. Well done, Niklas. So this is how we stand in cross-car going into the final qualifying session. Joni-Pekka Rajala at the top of the standings from Sten Ojar, Oscar Andersson, Jimmy Osterberg. Then it's Ikmar Stad, who was leading the standings when we came here, if I remember correctly. Yes, he was. Pasi Penton and Patrick Halberg, Riku Hukka, Hottala, Egonsen, Gustafsson and Yuga. And I think it's only 2 semi-finals for these guys based on yesterday. No, maybe 3. Maybe 3. We did have 3 yesterday, but 20's the limit, I think, for that. Where are they? Oh, further back in the spectator area, maybe? Turn 1, I'm hearing, is where they are. Who was calling you, Hal? Somebody interesting?
Negative.
No? Okay. Can't really give them a shout out when you're saying they're not interested, can we? But I hope they're not watching.
No, it was the next guest, but I can't speak to them now. Can I, as we get them off the line?
There we go. Ryler on the inside, going to get a good start. Try and hold on, but Osterberg going the long way round. Contact between them. Osterberg's going to end up in the wall if he's not careful. Just holds on. Goes from P1 to P4, nearly held on to 3rd, but as he came in, had to jing left and loses some positions, but Ryler out in the lead, so Osterberg braved it out around the outside. Hallen just about got away with it.
Yeah, there was a lot of steering inputs as he bounced through the gravel, wasn't there? Lucky that wall comes up quick, as Kevin Hansen alluded to earlier on when he joined us in the commentary box. And that's not ideal for him at all, as he made a good start and lost a lot of ground.
Do you remember yesterday, Osterberg got a ride over it as well, didn't he? Ended up the tail of the car getting kicked up big time. Might have been in the final, I can't remember. We had 2 cars over the gravel trap, didn't we? And the rear end getting fired up by the piles of dirt. There's kind of a kink, actually, between what we're calling turn 3 here. There is actually a turn 2, which is like a left, but as the cars have gone over the gravel trap more and more during the course of the weekend, they've actually widened the exit to turn 1, and now really it's a straight line through turn 1.
But they've also at home we would say ploughed with the furrows in like in a field. I don't know what they would call it in Scandinavia, but they've regraded the gravel trap. So every time they do that, it will make it more consistent as well. You won't get those big troughs in the wrong direction.
Yeah, you need the gravel trap to have some rise and fall in it, basically, to catch the cars. You know, each time you hit a lip of gravel, it slows the car down a little bit more. Ryler by 1.1 from Eganson. Osterberg hasn't jokered and is into P3, and now really needs to try and gap these guys, because it's this lap he's got to go in. That's tidy through turn 3. Osterberg pushing hard to try and make up for what happened in the first corner. Jimmy was P4, having had a 5th and a 4th after Q2. Won't want to lose out to Penton or Ikmar Stad behind. It does depend if there's 3 semis or not as to how far down the order he needs to be on the front row. Ryler almost wheeling on the exit. There is Osterberg. Osterberg seems to have slowed right down. I know he's gone joker, but he was a long way back in the end.
Yeah, and lap time well off the pace as well, so...
Something happened on that last lap. Joni-Pekka Rajala, the time, 2:12.9. Oh, it's very much equal to, or 9/10 off his Q2 time. Rajala might be taking the TQ here. Sten Ojar was in the same race. He was right behind him. Oscar Anderson is in the next race. Anderson could deny him. Trouble is, there's so many quick people in CrossCar that if a couple of people go faster, look at yesterday in Supercar, you know, we were convinced it was going one way, weren't we? Then the other, and it just went backwards and forwards as people slotted in between the top drivers.
Not the perfect Joker either. Ran that little bit wide on the exit of the first phase of the Joker lap, but also went much faster than anyone else in that race on the lap time, a few tenths up the road, so a pretty strong run. And we know there's lots of strength and depth in this field, but that's laid down quite a marker for the rest of the session.
Yeah, you'll know, won't you, if you're lining up on the grid next, that it's going to be a big ask. Go on! Look at that smile! William Brinderson, soon to be 1 year old. Well, that's got to be Thomas Brinderson's son, of course. There he is.
That's a great strap, isn't it? The name on the bottom.
Imagine having your own graphic name strap, aged 11 months and a couple of weeks.
Loving it.
Hello, mate. How's it going?
Great car
Look
choice
at
as well. That is an
yes.
open two-wheel drive if ever I saw one.
We're just working out. Yes, our director Robert says he's doing CrossCar Junior at Strangnas later this year. We'll see if we can make the pedals fit. Actually, you know what? He could do it in that Porsche, couldn't he? Just about. It's nearly big enough for him to get into because he's only little.
It's just like quite a big shunt there, hasn't it? So I don't know if the geometry is going to be perfect by Strangnas.
Landing was about as good as mine in Holliest, wasn't it? Basically, it just landed on the nose. Not ideal. Right. Hukar, Anderson, Penton, and Nojin Halberg. Great start on the inside for Rico Hukar, but even better for Halberg on the outside. Going to sweep across from slot 5, leaves a little gap on the inside, risks it for a biscuit over the gravel trap, holds on. Hukar goes P2. Halberg mustn't go too deep, hugs the rail on the inside line. Great start, great risk taking, and then pulled it all back when he needed to.
Yeah, hasn't had the best of the starts or the first corner so far this weekend, but brilliant performance there from the race leader Halberg to get out in front. You do risk it for a biscuit, as you say, don't you, by just running these CrossCars wide onto the gravel on the outside.
Penton tapped the rail on the inside, Hal. I think you looked at the timing screen and has then made a mistake in the next right-hander. Hukar just in front of their teammates at GRZ.
Hukar with the early Joker to try and get some clean air. Like you said in the race before, there's a really grey area now between where the end of the loose surface ends and the gravel trap starts, and you can see the more people run wide from the racing action this morning, there's lots of undulations there on the outside, on the perimeter of the track. 6
cars yesterday in the semis and the finals. You're really seeing people ending up out there and going for a ride, and Kevin said it, Hal said it, the wall on the outside is pretty square and very sudden. It will be a big sudden stop, and we've seen a few of those in the World Championship over the years here, and I'm sure many more in the Finnish Championship. Riku Hukar's buggy, the yellow sticker that is across under the rear wing on the back of the car, it says life's too short to drive boring cars. That yellow and orange sticker just there under his tail light. Good lad. That is true. It is. Yeah, it is. That's why I drive a diesel Audi estate. Yeah, I've got a van. If you're wondering, me and Hal and the ballers, they see me rolling. Through the left-hander. So, good win for Halberg. You forgive us for not being with you over the line, because we've got a guest come into the commentary box. It's Oliver Solly, who has been doing a great job in junior CrossCar, and also has been offered a driver course by Matthias Ekström. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Round the outside, Halberg in turn 1. Great awareness, Hal, because he knew Hukar was there, and he just gave him a car's width, but didn't lift too much. Took a run through the gravel trap and got it done. Yeah, really good. I was just watching Hukar's chassis movement there towards the end of the lap, because he was on a mission as well. Was very generous in the first corner, not to run wide and force Halberg out wide. Gives it the big send through the final corner, but it just doesn't quite work out, and finishes third as they cross the line. Patrick Hellberg, 2:12.4. Not as quick as Ryler, is it? Or is it? Yes, it is, sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So Ryler's dropped down 4 places there. May not get the TQ. Well, it's very much going to depend where everybody else slots in around him. Johan's gearbox, is that only just going back in? Or was that shots from earlier?
Looks that way, but it won't take them long to get it in. That was...
Molly says that's right now.
Marco in the blue overalls. There's some really experienced mechanics and engineers in this team, so you can see basically how it's going to fit in the car. That's the front face that will fit onto the bell housing on the back of the engine, and then the shaft on the rear is where the prop will go. There's the 30-minute timer before Kristoffersen needs to be on the grid. This is great indication as to how professional this team is. There's nothing left to chance. They know exactly when the race is going to be, and all the mechanics don't need to be asking any questions. Quick glance up at the clock to see what's going on, and there's no drama here. Is that they know what they need to do, they know how long it's going to take. It's just a case of executing it just as it is for the drivers on track.
I mean, the first time that I worked with a proper rally team, was lucky enough to drive for one, and yeah, they said to me, we ended up servicing the car ourselves at a couple of events. It was the year of foot and mouth in the UK, and they took the car away. And we were talking about how to fix the car as quickly as possible, and they said, calm, like just calm down, do one thing. You can only do the bolts up and, as quickly as you can do them up, and you'll lose way more time by panicking than you will being super methodical. And we know, Hal, we've been in there, that every single tool, I mean, look at the fluids that are going in the box now from a pump with the label on it as to exactly what fluid's in there. This is it's like a routine operation, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and these guys have worked for some of the biggest teams in motorsport, in rallying and rallycross and circuit racing. And also, there's guys watching on here. That's Per-Anders Eklund, who's just disappeared behind the front of Bergstrom's car. Probably the most experienced rallycross mechanic in the entire paddock, if not world, Per Eklund's son. And, he's across both of these cars. But there's no big panic. There's no need to get involved. The guys all have their roles, and they know exactly what they're doing.
Checking the fluid level there, you see that the plug on the side, and then see if it's pouring out. Then each on the torch in to see what the level was. Yeah, very impressive. There we go, look, just cranking up the various bits on the side. One of those, the plug for the fluid. And now up into place underneath.
This is the worst bit, lifting it.
Yeah.
Underneath the car, but this is great. This is great insight. I love seeing, having the time to see this stuff going on.
So this, by the way, on the right-hand side of your screen, this is Oliver Solly. Oliver, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, you had a good day?
Yeah, in Q1 I got the Ford with the one that won yesterday.
Yeah.
So it was really difficult, of course, but in Q2 I won, and now in Q3 I also won. So.
Okay. So where have you qualified overall?
I don't know. I think 5.
5. Okay. Cool. So what's the plan for later? Win?
Yeah, take the win in the semi-final.
Yes, that's the right plan. That's what we want. So we'll get this race underway, and then we'll talk to you. You can help talk us through some of the action here. That'd be good for us. On the inside, we've got Gustafsson, then it's Baldins, Ugar, Svensson and Nogin. Oh, a great start by Svensson out on the 4th place on the grid, moves across, shuts the door on everyone. Baldins runs out deep, black buggy with the orange numbers. Baldins slots into P3, and it's Svensson that leads as they head up over the crest and around the back of the circuit, over that crest down. And into the right-hander. So, Oliver, what's the hardest corner on this track?
I think down into... Yeah, the corner before this, I'm not really good at.
The hairpin, the long hairpin down the hill. Why is it so difficult?
Because you get over a jump and then you go straight into the corner, so you always have to just try where the braking point is.
Yeah, so you
never know.
And it seems to be getting a bit cleaner as the day's gone on. Like the gravel has gone now, and maybe the track is a bit cleaner. Does that give you more grip?
Yeah, and it's really warm outside, so the asphalt the asphalt is really warm. So yeah, we get more grip.
I said just quickly for everyone at home. So Matthias Ekstrom said, didn't he, come and sit in my car and let's see if you can drive it. You went and sat in the Audi. What did it feel like?
Yeah, it feels really good. my dream is to drive a supercar, and I got the chance to try it. So, but I was a little too short. So maybe in 2 years' time I can drive it. He said. So hopefully I can do it.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure Matthias we'll make sure we hold Matthias to his word. He said that when you're tall enough you can drive it. That's really cool. How good was that of Matthias? It was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's done a lot for the sport, hasn't he? And offered a lot of great opportunities. And yeah, a gentleman as well. So a really special opportunity, and I'm sure he'll deliver on his promise.
Svensson on a 129.4 with Nogin and Sugar. They've all got a joker at the back. Gustafsson and Baldins have gone. There's been some battling which will have been holding up some of these drivers further down. Baldins into the back of the standard lap now. Not going to get to that inside line. Svensson's done a great run here. Elias Svensson through the right-hander. Oh, super tight merge as well. Svensson crosses the line for the win. 3:12.4 was the time to beat, and it's a 3:12.8, so only 4/10 off. That is an excellent time. Where was Svensson prior to this session? I'm looking down at, well, down in 14th. So with a 13th and a 14th, bear in mind he was absolutely dominant in Hollius. Needed this result, Elias Svensson did, to try and drag himself further up the grids. That's a great shot of turn one as well, just gives you a better idea. And that's what I mean about the left kink, which has disappeared where the gravel trap gets flattened on the outside.
Yeah, I really hope we get to see that drone shot later this afternoon when we've got 6-car finals, because like you say, it's brilliant. Gustafsson pulled off a really good move around the final corner to nick second at the finish. But I think what we're seeing is that Riley's mistake in the joke lap really cost him, because his fastest lap is still quicker than most of these guys are going. So maybe he lost more time there than we realised at the time.
How far down is Riley now? P5.
Has this updated?
Svensson,
yes, it has. So yeah, he's fifth now with.
I'm trying to figure out whether or not he's going to lose the T. So Oscar Anderson's ahead of him, yeah?
Yeah.
And Oscar was behind by only 2 points. I think Anderson's got him.
Yeah, already, yeah, because there's already two cars in between them.
And Halberg was further down, of course, down in P7. We think, we're not quite sure. We'll get the points added up at the end. So we've got, what are we on now? This is the final race. And this is what I mean about CrossCar. You know, fastest first normally, by the end race, you know, man, we'll see. Probably they won't beat them. But this has got Thomas Ekmerstad, Eric Anderson, Marco Van Ika, Marco Ringenberg, and Kalle Gotherson. So Ekmerstad already a winner this season. Admittedly, after Svensson was DQ'd in Hollius. But right up there, got a 4th in the next round and 6th yesterday here in Kouvola. And Marco Van Ika, who's in the middle of the grid with a really wide rear wing, yesterday was on the podium. P3. So watch for the number 1 grid position, the number 3 grid position. Or good reaction time from Van Ika in the middle. Got the nose of the buggy up really quickly. Wheelie there, maybe from contact in the background, or off and sideways. Ekmerstad trying to find a way through, but can't quite get it done.
Ekmerstad loves that inside line up into 4, doesn't he? Again, just gets the nose in. Maybe he backed off the start, or maybe just didn't have the best run into turn 1, but that actually really worked for him, didn't it? That he was able to cut back in to the inside, now tucked up behind Anderson towards the end of the lap. He really needs a good time now, doesn't he? And he could do with some clear air.
It's tricky though, isn't it, Halks? I was going to say, if he jokers early, he could well end up back in traffic. He's going to let those two. He's the first of the cars who does joker. He's going to come out in P3. Van Ika was quick yesterday. That's not a bad place to come out, actually, is it? They've managed to get out in front of the slower car. And
that's where the value of the spotter comes in, because they'll have known that the gap was reasonable coming around the hairpin, and that's when you can commit to, knowing you're going to come back out.
Yeah, if a joker option, if somebody doesn't go before you, you go, and that's what he's done. So he's gone in and managed to get through. So Anderson, Van Ika, Ekmerstad, Ringenberg, just hit them on the limiter just a tiny bit as they come up over the crest. I love that.
The rear wing on Van Ika's CrossCar is preposterous, isn't it?
It's
enormous,
massive, isn't it? I love preposterous. That's a great word. How it's preposterous. Huge rear wing. How dare you?
I'd love to know the aerodynamic qualities of it.
So would I. I was thinking that yesterday. Surely there's more drag in that than anything. Right, let's get this one over the line, and got another lap to go. Van Ika not joker just yet. Ekmerstad trying to find a way through, goes wide and then tight, runs into the back of Anderson. just gets a touch on. Oh, and in the background, backing it in big time. Ringenberg up the inside. Eekmustad runs just a little bit wide, and Ringenberg back that in from a long way back.
Eekmustad nearly made that work, and they're still side by side over the jump. Anderson's going to hold on to the inside line, get it stopped on the apex. Eekmustad still really sideways in the back, and contact.
Eekmustad now goes back past again. There's just so much contact through those. That's cost them all tons of time, of course. It's not what any of them need, but great entertainment for us and hopefully for you guys at home. Now into the right-hander, Eekmustad trying to find just one more path before the finish line. Through the right-hander, over the line. Vanica takes it with the preposterous rear wing. And Anderson and Eekmustad are super close together as they cross the line behind. What's that rear wing, Hal? What did you say? It's preposterous.
It's rather large, old chap. But it works jolly efficiently, doesn't it? So it's
what
fine.
A jolly nice rear wing. Preposterous. Right, we'll let that. Oliver Solly, I wanted to have a quick chat with you, and then we'll let you go and get yourself ready for your semi-finals. So, what is this your first time at this track?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so what did you do to learn the track?
No, in training I just tried the braking points, how I'm gonna do the corners, and yeah, I just learned from that. And in the semi-final yesterday, I was behind Yuri Lamy, and I was seeing his where he was braking and where he was turning. So I learned a little bit from him, but I drive my own corners.
So when you followed Yuri Lamy, you were seeing some little different things he was doing to you?
Yeah. And I try both of them today, and it was actually the same for me. I didn't feel anything different, and I just think I will stick with the one I do.
And Oliver, can you just remind everyone at home, how old are you?
11.
You're a legend. You're going to be a great rallycross driver. You really are. Well, I'm very, very impressed by you. So is Matthias Ekstrom, which is way more important than impressing me. Oliver, the very best of luck for the rest of today. And we look forward to seeing you in the final later, yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
See you later. Thanks for coming in, mate. Great to see you. Oliver Solly, a brilliant guest. Kevin Hansen, we've had Ollie Eriksson, now we've had Oliver Solly as well. I love that. So, not how, like, just 18 minutes, by the way, for them to get this gearbox back in, just to give you an idea of the race against time. And I do love seeing this stuff, but how impressive. Oliver's come up here on his own. He hasn't got a parent with him. He's just appeared at the back of the studio behind the cameras.
No, he wasn't the person I was texting to come up. That person is now here, actually.
Tommy Hellman,
they're
come on his own
aware enough to know that it's useful for him to be in this environment. Amazing, yeah.
So he's come up here and introduced himself. He's spotted probably that Larry Hallen has done it a few times. He comes in. You know what he's saying there? He's like, I tried the braking points in training, then yesterday I was following, I looked at his lines, I tried it, but it doesn't feel any different. I'm like, dude, you're talking like a 25-year-old. Like, he's so switched on, and he's 11.
Yeah, mad. And that's what Oliver Eriksson was saying.
Yeah.
He started so much later. We're a long way from seeing the fruits of these young drivers and how they progress. Okay, I always consider that Kevin Hansen, Kevin Eriksson are real rallycross drivers that learned in rallycross and have grown into the sport, but these young guys are the next generation of the equivalent of the Kalle Reven pair in the WRC now, who's been driving on ice lake since he was 8 or whatever it is. Now these guys have been driving competitively since they were 10, 11. In 10 years' time, they're going to be the ones dominating at the very highest level of the sport.
We're about to see Open two-wheel drive. You can see their standings as they go into their final qualifying session at Oulu. Victor Johansson ahead of Olli Lahti, yesterday's TQ. Thomas Venäläinen, easy for me to say, who gave me a cap and has an awesome car that breathes flames and it's got Smurfs on it and is great. Simon Tiger in P4. He's got a preposterously large rear wing as well. Joni-Pekka Raiola, who I didn't see where Raiola was in CrossCar. You didn't see the standings, did you, at the end of the session? No, the overall standings. I don't know. Well, I'm not sure, but whether or not Raiola, he was up for top qualifier in that. But Victor Johansson has won both sessions in that incredible Mercedes-Benz on the inside. We've been joined in the commentary box by Tommy Hellman, who's a legend of rallycross himself already. He's not 11, he's a bit older than that, but he's still doing very well, and we'll bring him in just a moment. Let's get things underway. Johansson with a good start, Lahti with a better one. Going to try and go around the outside, and trying to go around the outside of both of them. Joni-Pekka Raiola with a little trip over the gravel trap. Simon Tiger up the inside. Ryler slots in because he knows trying to go around the outside will just lose him more time in the loose. Over the crest, and it's Lahti ahead of Johansson. But if they finished like this, it would still be Johansson in the Merc who would take the top qualifier spot, the hybrid Merc.
Tiger always has work to do off the line. I remember last year he said that he wasn't getting the launches because it had been, he's from the far north in Sweden, isn't he? And they hadn't been able to go testing on dry conditions because until the start of the season, whenever that was, May was it, that it was still snowy and icy and they weren't able to do any proper start testing unless they did it in the shed at home. So they hadn't nailed the starts, but they still haven't nailed the starts. His pace is fantastic, but they do lose out a bit off the line, and then that, you know, he really has to race for position then.
Do you reckon it's traction related? I mean, there's a lot of power. Obviously, all these cars have got way more power than traction, really.
Yeah, I mean, with all of these two-wheel drive cars, at some point, the amount of power you've got will overcome the amount of grip you've got, and that power will be useless in certain situations, and off the line is definitely part of that.
Tiger goes Joker, Lahti doesn't respond to Johansson. The gap between them is 1.8, and I'm sure Johansson will be pleased that Tiger's gone in, because Johansson has been the pace guy all day long. Now really needs to nail on a good lap. What's the gap? 1.6, taken 3/10 out of Lahti. The Merc looks brilliant here. It's such a big, unwieldy looking car, isn't it? And yet, somehow, look at that.
Yeah, it's a track where you really have to carry the momentum, isn't it? Apart from the heavy stop down here into the downhill braking, and I think that really suits that chassis.
Eating Lahti alive at the moment, but Lahti gets the better starts, and Johansson is having to win these tactically during the course of a race. And into the Joker lap now goes Lahti. Watch for Hansen on the outside. Has he got enough? I think he has, to be honest. Yeah. Coming through the right-hander. Lahti's going to be there, but not close enough. So again, he loses the start, but again, Johansson wins. So Johansson over the line. 2:15.4 is 2 seconds quicker than he's gone himself all day long, and he's won both the previous sessions. If that isn't a clean sweep of qualifying, I don't know, but it's definitely top qualifier spot for Johansson. I'd love to know when he switches on the hybrid, because we know he doesn't use the hybrid at the start. It's not that he's not allowed to, he just doesn't want another 100 horsepower off the line, but it's what a piece of kit. Lovely drone shots through the back of the circuit. This was the Joker. Lahti with no answer today to the pace he has. That doesn't mean he won't go his way later. Remember, those starts are brilliant for Lahti, and you know, anything can happen in the semis and the finals. As unfortunately Lahti found out yesterday, because went out yesterday trying to think when Lahti retired from the race.
The chaos in the
wasn't it?
In the final.
Yeah, won his semi-final, yeah, and then retired on the first lap of the final. So most chilled dude in the paddock, just going to go outside. Is he whistling the music from Kill Bill? I'm not sure. You know what I mean?
He does. Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise you, would it? CrossCar, Oscar Anderson takes the top qualifier spot from Joni-Pekka Räilä, who drops to P3. Halberg goes up to P2, which will be good in the championship standings for him, because it's then Ojar Hukar. Oh, that's far too fast. Now we have no idea where our championship leader was. So yeah, it's not gone quite the way of Eek Merstad today, so that might see the gap closed down a little bit. Molly is with the ever-chilled Johan Kristoffersson.
Just aware of the tire, so try to get the best tire compared to how the car feels, like on the right position. Like, you know, for example, if the car is a bit understeer, you like to have a bit better tires on the front, and yeah, if it's oversteer, you like to have a bit better on the rear. So yeah, that's it. And then also, you know, now it's just about to survive this heat on the old tires, and then save a couple of news for the semi-final and final.
And it's all very calm here now. The guys seem to be finished. You told me that the gearbox was in a million pieces. Did you find the problem?
I'm not sure if there really was any like big problem. I mean, yes, it turned out to be a problem, but I'm not sure if we could really find a problem in there. But we changed a couple of things that we have a theory that it might be. So let's see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So they're doing their best there. You know, when Johan says we have a theory, obviously they've not opened the box up. They're assuming it's in the box, assuming they've changed the box, of course. We saw the box go out back and then come back out front. but Hal, it could be linkage. You know, there could be different other things, couldn't it? But I think likely gearbox. Then Alainen inside with a brilliant start in the Smurfmobile, the flame-breathing Smurfmobile. Runs over the outside of the gravel trap just a little bit. And then up into the long right-hander. First win in 12 years yesterday, and we'll be looking to take a few more. We've got a winner in the commentary box with us. 4-time winner last year in RX Lights here at RallyX Nordic as it was last year. RallyX now it's Tommy Howman, the reigning Lights champion. Hello. Oh, let me try that one. Say again.
Hello, hello.
There we go. That's better. Okay.
Better, yeah.
That's good stuff. We've got you now. So yeah, how are we doing? What are you doing here?
Just watching the race this time. Sadly not with the racing overalls, but it's okay to be back in the rallycross atmosphere anyways.
Okay, well, it's good to have you back here. Can we not persuade you to head out, you know, just at the end of Q3 here and see if you can sneak into the semi-finals?
Yeah, maybe. That would be fun, for sure.
It would be fun.
The joker in the pack at the last moment.
Yeah, it would be good. I mean, it would. We'd love to have seen you out racing here. I know the Ericssons have got the celebration car going on this year. They've driven it, and this weekend, who's in it this weekend?
Yes,
Calio is in it this weekend. So many Finns. So maybe we can get you out in that later on in the year. But if not, can we tempt you with an open two-wheel drive?
Yeah, maybe. I haven't been actually driving with the rear-wheel drive cars so much. Back in the folk racing days, maybe a couple of times, but not so much experience with them, so it would have been quite hard to be at least on the top fights.
Be good fun though, wouldn't it? They look awesome.
Yeah, and go big slides.
Yeah, exactly. Big sense, full slide.
Been trying to persuade Tommy to come and race RX 150 in the UK on one of his weekends off, but he's the sort of person that needs to know that he can be competitive before he's willing to jump in.
So was he asking for a private test, a couple of hundred laps?
Yeah.
New tyres?
I think it's 2,800 laps or something he wanted.
Was it really? Yeah, yeah. A lot, 10 seasons worth, and then he'll come back. Good for you. So you're not with us at the minute. I don't think you're quite ready to announce your plans for this year, but you're working hard.
Yeah, I'm working really hard and stuff going on all the time, and I think for someone who doesn't follow me on socials yet, they should, because there's quite big news coming up quite soon.
Okay, mate. We'll get. What's the social handle on Instagram?
Tommy Hallman.
There we go. Tommy Howman.
Tommy.
Simple.
Nice. Simple. No underscores, no dots, none of that. Gabrielsen takes the race here. But the time is 2:17, not enough to beat your Hansen. So your Hansen doing a great job. Then the Leinen and the Smurf machine. I think the flames have appeared this year, Hal, on the side of the car. I don't remember them being there last year in the livery, do you? Do you see they're behind the Smurf?
I was so excited by the flames in general.
Ulu, it was a weird one because Ulu last year, we were up there, we go, oh, it's going to be weird. Look at the flames there. We're going to see all the flames, and then we realised that the sun never goes down in Ulu in the middle of summer. So actually,
that whole weekend's turned into a bit of a blur in my memory bank, to be honest.
I had no idea what time of day it was.
And then we lost all the power, didn't we, in the paddock?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, I wonder whose fault that was. Sammy, we're talking about you. We know what went wrong. Lucas Gabrielsen, we know now. We found out last night what the real reason was why the power went off at Ulu, and I'm afraid it's going to have to remain a secret. But we do know, Hal, don't we?
I think so.
We do. So yeah, Tommy Howman's here. Lights cars last year. You hadn't driven them before, had you?
Yeah, I had one test day after RX Academy as a prize. Maybe 20 laps, and then before the Newsum race last year I did maybe 25 laps, so it wasn't much, and it was in the spring, so there was full rain and snow on the track, and I had slick tires, so...
Okay, so not ideal.
Not ideal, but actually it was quite good to know how the car handles in the slippery conditions, so it wasn't too bad.
Still got some open two-wheel drive to go. This one is Seppala, Enland, Sari and Van Hatalo. Van Hatalo on the outside had a huge role in turn one. We didn't think we'd see him competing today, but apparently it only took 3 hours to repair the car. If you look at the roof skin, it does look like one that Petter Solberg has jumped up and down on. Loiak being the prime example of that. Enland trying to go around the outside in the BMW.
I've been sent a video via social media of the guys repairing the car last night. I haven't watched it yet, but massive effort from them.
Brilliant.
But also, you know, there's a degree of luck in there as well. Not luck that they managed to repair it, but it could have been a heavy impact on a roll cage or something in a chassis leg that you just cannot fix. But you know, you can get look at it, lift a wheel going through the long left-hander. But sometimes you're fortunate enough, if you see it as being fortunate, that you haven't got anything that's going to, you know, critically damage the car that you can't repair out the circuit.
Yeah, you can have a half roll, can't you? Or even a door impact in turn 1 that bends a roll cage, and if it does, you're out. That's it. If the cage is damaged, you're gone. But if you look at the amount of damage on Veiby's car last night and the amount of work JC put in to repair that car, it was incredible. And you know, it will have been a similar effort, maybe on a slightly different scale in a slightly smaller awning, I'm sure, to get Van Hatalo's car back out.
Yeah,
Tommy, yesterday, sorry.
Well, they're probably just as experienced as wielding the sledgehammer as Kristoffersson was.
Actually, the techniques were probably pretty similar. Tommy, yesterday we had Marcus Gronholm come and join us. Oh dear, problems now. Van Hatalo moves over and lets Enlund through. And he was trying to help me with my finish. So how's Van Hatalo? Is that good?
It's okay. It's just Van Hatalo.
Van Hatalo?
Yeah, a bit like that.
Damn it, you see. I thought
that's only completely different. Marcus was being very fair to you.
He was being ever so nice, wasn't he? Van Hatalo. Van Hatalo. Is that better?
Van Hatalo. Just like keep it stable.
Van Hatalo.
Keep it stable.
Yeah.
Like a Finn.
Yeah.
Just
cool,
not too excited. I'm too excited to be finished, aren't I?
Yeah, but that's quite good to have as a competitor.
Yes, that's true. But Enlund getting around the outside, so we got all sorts of problems going on this one as Sari drops back. Seppala out front. What are Finnish commentators like? The Finnish commentators on the ice hockey sounded excited yesterday.
Yeah, there's quite legendary commentators who are really excited with the ice hockey games, especially. But you know, it's not easy with Finnish people to be that excited.
No, that's what I mean.
Normal people.
So a guy we know, I don't know if you've heard of him, Thomas Heikkinen, does some commentary on Rallycross on Finnish TV. How is he as a commentator? Does he get excited?
I haven't actually heard of it many times, but I think he's more sort of a specialist, you know.
Yeah, he's the expert. He doesn't get too excited.
Yeah, but
more excited for ice hockey.
Yeah, but I think Matti Alamäki is good rallycross commentator. He's always excited when things are happening on the track.
He's a legend as well, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look at this. So yeah, a little issue on the exit. Enlund going around, passing Villasari in the infield.
How motivating is it for you to be back in a paddock this weekend? I know you're working hard on your plans, still quite close to Jussi Pinamäki and the set team. So how motivating is it to be back here and back in the rallycross atmosphere?
It's really motivating because obviously there's a lot of work has been done behind the scenes, but you haven't been really even seeing any race cars. So it's good to be back seeing the same things as last year, all the familiar guys here and all the atmosphere. It's something special with this sport, you know, the paddock atmosphere. I think there's not a similar one in rally or circuit racing.
No, me and Hal said exactly the same thing. It's like a second home, isn't it? You come in and I'm not saying there is a slot number 2 jump start there for the Skoda Fabia Viana Helte. Actually, how do I say that? That's a good one. HJELT.
That's not really like a Finnish name, so I think just say like Hjelt. I don't know actually, because
I'll go with that.
It's not really a Finnish word.
I'll go with that. Then we've got Lempinen. Seppa.
Yeah.
Seppa. And Clementila.
That's maybe a bit difficult one.
Clementila.
Yeah, Clementila.
Okay. I'm doing. We get Hal's there in the background trying to remember. We're rubbish, aren't we? We're so sorry.
So going back to what you were saying before, Tommy, most people at home never see that side of it. You're saying you've done loads of work, but you haven't actually seen a car. You have seen a car, but most of the work is on the computer, on the phone, you know, meeting partners and sponsors, and that's a massive task, isn't it, to go racing?
Yeah, exactly, and also organizing all the stuff, you know, not just the sponsorships, but everything, you know, the traveling and stuff, so it's a lot of work. And, you know, there's things are coming up that you didn't really expect all the time that you need to work on.
Lempinen with a good start on the inside line, and unfortunately helped with the jump start, then getting a bad start and going backwards. And of course we have also got Seppa in there in the Yaris. Nice to see a little front-wheel drive car in there. Front-wheel drive's more your background, isn't it?
Yeah, that's more. I used to drive front-wheel drives in folk racing, and and also RX Academy and rallying with the front wheel drives always.
So RX Academy, lots of people won't know so much about. Me and Hal were lucky enough to be involved with it. Hal much more so than me. It was big sideways, just holds on, wheel in the dirt. It was a great series, wasn't it? A really great concept from Jussi Pinimäki and Sammy and the guys at Set Promotion.
Yeah, that was really good, and I think that was one of the most important years of my career, because that was actually first time driving a real race car, not just the one that has been built from a road car.
Yeah.
And there's a big difference between those, and it was really good. Everyone having equal machines and tight racing. It was really helpful for the lights, like I did last year. So big advantage.
They were Renault Sport Clios, weren't they? They had a sequential gearbox. What was the engine? I can't remember. Was it the 1.6 turbo or the 2 litre?
1.6 turbo.
Yeah. Okay, so lots of little things to learn.
Yeah, lots of things, and first time for me driving with a sequential gearbox and racing brakes, and everything was like top spec. So it was really nice feeling to get behind the wheel first time.
And the championship though was about more, wasn't it, than just what you did on track? There was a lot of emphasis on what you did off track, and did that give you a bit of an insight into what you need to do if you want to go pro?
Yeah, definitely. There was mental training and physical training and all sorts of things, and also like PR training. So it was really helpful in many ways.
Hal Ridge did quite a lot of the PR training, didn't he, with you?
Yeah.
Was he a good tutor?
Yeah, he was really good.
There you go.
That's surprising, isn't it?
Not at all, Hal. Not at all, Hal.
But it was. I do look back fondly on those. So I worked as the media coach with quite a lot of the young drivers through that period. 2 full seasons we did with Set for that, and there were some brilliant, talented drivers coming through. Matti Trogan, who obviously is doing very good things in circuit racing now. Jesse Kallio won the first RX Academy, went on to race in Super 1600 in Euro RX, and then Lights. Tommy had a great championship showdown here, didn't you, for the title in the final season, I think it was, wasn't it? There was a title toss out of here, but it was so close between you guys on track as well, wasn't it?
Yes, it was really close, and obviously everyone having even the same sort of tire pressures. So everything was equal between the drivers. So it was really good. It was only the driver who was the matter.
Who was in the fight? Was it Twyman?
Rasmus
Twyman.
By 1 point.
Yeah, super close. And then did he come to Barcelona and do the drive there?
Yeah, so he raced in the start of 2020 in the truncated 2020 season due to COVID. So did the double header in Barcelona, had a massive roll on the first day, finished on the podium on the second day. And then that was it, because the championship was ended. And that's why Oliver Eriksson didn't get awarded the European Championship title for Supercar, because he didn't do enough rounds for the FIA to crown the title.
A tough couple of years. Victor Hansen takes the TQ in open 2-wheel drive with 3 from 3. Olli Lahti gets those better starts. Can he make that count in the finals or not? Semi-finals and final. Venlainen, Tiger, Rajala, Gabrielsen, Niemi, Seppala, Nilsson, Enlund, Van Hatalo and Lempinen.
Very good.
Thank you, mate. So, Tommy, look, I think it's fair to say lots of Finns don't really like talking. You are very good at it.
I'm from the Savo area of Finland, and there's, people are more chatty.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't know this. Why?
I don't know. It's just people are like more chilled in that area. Speak a lot and aren't too serious about anything.
Okay, really? Nothing?
Yeah. It's true.
Okay, perfect. Where's the area?
It's in the eastern Finland.
Okay, there we go. Is it near here?
3 hours drive up from here.
Up, okay. So
yeah, in Finnish terms, next door.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in UK it's a long drive, yeah. On to Supercar Lights, and we should be able to get some great insight from Tommy Howman during these races, I'm sure. Remember, it's fastest first, so we're going to get stuck into this and see who's going to take the top qualifier spot for this and Supercar before we head to semi-finals and finals and round out a great weekend in Kouvola later on today. Yesterday's winner, Simon Olofsson, sitting in the top qualifier spot at the minute. On the inside, P2 on the grid here, gets another absolutely brilliant start. Goes around the outside of Mattis Jansen in the similar coloured car. In the background, I think it's Oskarsson that's gone off. coming back through the dirt and has lost a ton of time, but Olofsson's starts are brilliant, Hal.
They are, and he bounced through the gravel there, again on the outside, under big pressure from Enlund coming down the hill, but keeps it nice and tidy on the inside. Hansen lost out from the pole position. There wasn't much in it, but Olofsson just gains that little bit with every gear change, doesn't he? And was able to be ahead once again. Hansen's jokering on the first lap to get some clear air. He'll hope that Oskarsson's dropped enough pace not to be a problem, and yes, he has. He hasn't come around yet, and he's jokered as well. So great for Hansen. He obviously went very well in the previous race, and now he can get his head down and try and catch Simon Olofsson up front.
Onto that gravel section. There is still significant gravel across that braking zone. Tommy, lots of people have been telling us that corner is very tricky on the braking.
Yeah, it's probably the most difficult corner. Actually, many people doesn't notice that there's a massive bump in the braking. Just when you are hitting the brakes, you know, the car bottoms and then jumps from the kick. So yeah, it's really difficult to find the right braking point, and it's, you know, just a small difference in line and you can bounce massively from the hole of the track.
And I guess that changes during the course of the weekend a little?
Yeah, it's different in each time.
And when you're watching the level in lights this year, obviously you won the championship last year. I think you had the 4 wins and another few podiums. It was a brilliant season for you. But the level's high, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's more equal now between the drivers. It's not all the time changing the podium. Like last year, there was quite many guys in the 3rd and 2nd places and sometimes winning also. But now it's more equal. The same guys all the time on the top. So I think the level is at least keeping the same, staying the same with each driver.
Yeah, they've got to keep that consistency up, haven't
consistency,
they?
Exactly.
Olofsson into the joker lap on the final lap with Enlund right in behind. Enlund was up over the curbs on the inside line. They're both trying to hold on to that position, and they both do. Simon Olofsson coming through. This should secure him the TQ spot, but it's not for sure. 2:14.1. Yeah, it's quick. He did it. Mattis Jansen did a 2:13.7 in the previous session. This morning it was a 2:14.5. That's Martin Enlund's spotter. Is he up on Spotter's Hill, Hal, or is he further round? I think he's further round. Look at the start. So the start was super equal, and then Olofsson's gear change was a 100th or so later, it looks like, but just... And the Ericssons, we said this, haven't we, about when they were changing gear? Well, we were certainly saying in Hollius, they just know the exact point at when to change gear to try and... Well, Tommy, you're probably best placed to tell us. What is the key to the good start?
Yeah, it's the gear changes, and I think Olofsson has found something from the setup, because I remember already last year he was very, very good on the starts, and this weekend also I think he's doing the best starts almost each time. And I was just talking with Jesse Kallio. He was saying that he's struggling a bit with the start. So I'm not sure is it the setup or what's the difference, but I think it's the setup, because Olofsson's car looks really stiff and low. And for me last year I had quite soft car, and I was also struggling a bit with the start. So it must be the suspension settings.
Were you on the R53 dampers last year, or were they? You were. Okay,
yeah,
so yeah.
New dampers, yeah.
Who, was it Ollie Eriksson, or was it Kevin Hansen was saying earlier about the different settings they're running now?
It was well, both of them, but it was Kevin Hansen talking about the damper differences and
being a bit stiffer and lower. Yeah,
how these cars evolve. And, you know, Olofsson can get away with the car being stiff and low here, especially as the track's rubbered in.
Kallio in slot 2 here. Tommy was just saying he's been struggling with his starts. Expeth inside, then Högqvist, Walfridsson and Kasper Jansen on the outside. Kallio needs a good start here, because I'd say he's kind of going to edge the pace on some of these drivers. And again, not a good start. So Kallio going to slot into second. No, maybe not, going to try and go around the outside on the run to the first corner. But it's Walfridsson that pulls that one off. And then Kasper Jansen up the inside into the front position. Kasper Jansen in P5 in qualifying so far. Wasn't, you know, bang on it yesterday, but looking a bit more bang on it today.
Yeah, Jansen lost out badly in the turn 1, 2, 3, 4 scrum in the previous session, but it all came to him there. Lost out for, or Jimmy Wolfson lost out there, ran wide. There is Oliver Eriksson with his finger well planted on the radio button to Kasper Jansen, who's up front, and now it's all about getting his head down, trying to nail 3 perfect laps to get the best time he possibly can.
Walfridsson goes joker on lap 1. You could see Fraser McConnell was there with Eriksson.
I think
as well.
Broken something.
Yeah, rear right. Rear right, yeah, so the wheel hanging off that. Right thing to do, joker early, stay out the way, and then just see how much of a time you can cling on to. Walfridsson was in P13, so Walfridsson's probably not going to make it with a broken car. That's going to be disappointing. But Kasper Jansen leading this one, trying to chase down that time of Olofsson, but Olofsson has been imperious in performance so far. Mattis Jansen did beat him in Q2, but so he's been right up there all weekend. Yesterday as well, he won 2 of the sessions yesterday. Funnily enough, he lost Q2 yesterday, so Olofsson looking to repeat that performance. Of course, semi-finals and finals to go. There is Ollie Eriksson now, and Fraser as well. But they're not both on the radio at the same time.
Fraser's spotting for Jesse Kallio, isn't he? They were collectively wrapping the front of the car last night, but I don't think Fraser's about to be given a job as a vehicle wrapper anytime soon, nor does he want one. No,
we were rinsing him, weren't we, quite hard for the wrapping skills yesterday. What did he do with the knife, Hal, that you were totally unimpressed with? Did he run it right up the front of the car? We're going to rip into you, Fraz, because you promised you'd come and see us and you haven't been to see us, so it's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, had there been a headlight there, it would have been irreplaceably scratched, but fortunately, yes, there's already scratched the front of the car.
Oh, in the background, a little bit of contact, but the position stayed the same. Expert and Hockfist coming across for 3rd and 4th, and in fact, Walfridsson, with a broken rear suspension, didn't do a bad job there. 2:14.4, only 3/10 off. That's a great time by Kasper Jansen. Might see him move on to the front row. So Jansen was in P5 ahead of this session, outside of the grid, Hal, and somehow managed to get through tidily up at turn 1.
Great start from Wolfson, done the hard work, made it almost to the apex, a bit of over-rotation in the corner, then it got all a bit squirrely as he collected it back up and then forced to the outside. Expert has a sink up the inside and yeah, you just can't get back when you're out there, and that will be what broke the rear suspension as well, just that side-to-side contact. How hard, Tommy, is that curb on the left-hand side? It's really aggressive, isn't it? It pitches, every class of car gets pitched right up on 2 wheels there.
Yeah, it looks really difficult and it's also quite sharp, so you can easily broke the wheel in that. So I think you have to be quite careful. Obviously, you have to take the curb, but like Jesse did now, he was quite straight over the curb. If you slide towards the side of the curb, you can easily get a puncture.
So you can cut it, but you need to rotate the wheel over the top of it?
Yeah, I think so.
There we go. Tommy Howman, the current lights champion for Nordic. RallyX Nordic as it was, RallyX as it is now. Kasper Jansen takes it 2:14.4. Molly.
Yes, I'm up here with Ollie and Fraz. They've just been spotting for the guys now in the last race. And Fraz, what do you make of Jesse's race?
It's good. We need to figure out the starts. I don't know if he's losing grip or the car is bogging down or what's happening. We watched some replays of the video and the reaction is good, so I don't really know what's happening right now.
And I saw that he was putting some new tyres on for this one, or?
No, last run we had new tyres, so the tyres are good. We're going to look at some setup changes now, give the car some more mechanical grip, but my driver is good. We got this.
Okay, thank you very much.
My driver.
We got this.
Go on, Fraz. Great to see him. He was moaning yesterday about how cold it is. Oh, it's cold.
Yeah, the only man in Kouvola with a woolly hat on.
Yeah, woolly hat and hoodies and all sorts. Oh, better in the afternoon. That was the one thing he liked about the wrapping job, was he got to use a heat gun and made him feel a little bit more like he was at home in Jamaica. We spoke to his mum and dad, Peter and Stephanie, last night on the phone, mainly because Fraz was on the call to them and had a quick chat with them. They've been watching as well. Big up Jamaica. They'll be keen to see Fraser competing in Nitro Rallycross later on this year. He's announced a programme of Group E, the electric category FC1 and also Euro Supercar. So it will be great to see him do the 3 events, double driving the 3 events in Europe. Lydden Hill, then Sweden and Finland. And yeah, as I say, you shouldn't be picking him up really, because he hasn't come to the commentary box, Fraz. So like, hopefully Peter and Stephanie can, if they're watching now, can text him and
reprimand him.
Yeah, reprimand him. Tell him to get up here, otherwise he's going to lose all that goodwill.
Hopefully, he won't let us down in the same way with his invite for next weekend. We'll see if he decides. I don't. What do you think he would? What do you think he will think of Irish weather?
Wait, do you think he'll come or not?
Who knows?
So basically, Hal is trying to get Fraser to come and race an RX 150 at Mondello Park in Ireland, and I don't know. Yeah, but it'll be an interesting. It'll be a bit cold still, Hal.
Well, it's warmer at home than it is here, to be fair.
That's true.
So,
that is true.
We do live in the tropics.
I think he'd love it. I think he'd absolutely love it. They're good fun. It's just a good bit of sideways business, isn't it? Steinholt had issues in that last race. Leads this one by 2.7 seconds from Schwartz. It was Steinholt spotted that we were looking at just a few moments ago.
Going well, isn't he, Ola Henry? He said he needed a good run this time around, and he's putting in some pretty good laps. Interestingly, no one has bettered the fastest lap set by Mats Oskarsson in the first race. Was he in the first race or the second race? I think he was in the first race, wasn't he? He got forced out wide. Smashed in a 41.9, and Steintolt going well up front, but 42.5 is his best. So Oskarsson obviously had a degree of red mist there for on his second lap, because you don't get so many flying laps here, do you? But with only 3 laps in each race, one of them's the start lap and one of them's the finish lap, which lots of people take the joker on.
So you don't get it the same way. Steintolt aiming for that top time, not going to be far off. Where does the clock stop? 14.98 tenths back, great result, good recovery as well. The Steintolt had dropped down with he had a 4th and then a 14th. What's this one going to be, Hal, you reckon?
4th at best, I think, because there's only a few temps separating the top guys at the moment.
Could still move him a fair way up. Fraser McConnell, he's looking, hopefully that's his mum and dad have texted him and said, get to the commentary box now, they're rinsing you. He's just picking up the phone, isn't he? Yeah. Fraser who?
I don't know who that was.
We're joshing. He will be here. I know he will. If he doesn't come up for Supercar, then we'll get him to come and join us. We'll get him to come and join us later on, maybe for the semi-finals. Not ideal in turn 1 there, over the gravel trap on the outside. The gravel trap is good here. We were saying yesterday we're big fans of big, heavy, high, deep gravel traps, because I don't like the bollard thing. I don't like 3-second penalties for being 5 centimetres over to the right-hand side. I just don't like it. It's the risk-reward thing is better when track limits are either an Armco barrier or heavy gravel. So you give these guys a chance to cut, and they will cut. Good joker lap here. It's great being right at the exit, and then the whole different lines thing. We just had some wonderful finishes over the line. Ola Henry Steintolt 2:14.9. Then we've got Schwartz. That's a good result for Carl Schwartz. Oh, hello. Fraser McConnell's walking into the commentary box. So I don't quite know how that's happened. It's either Tornholt, Birgit and Haug. Tommy, we'll say thank you very much to you, mate.
Thank you.
Great to see you. And I hope you're, so at Tommy Howman on social media, your big announcement coming soon.
Very soon. You should stay tuned.
Stay tuned. We will, mate. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thanks a lot.
Take it easy. See you later.
Cheers, mate.
So Simon Olafsson comes in with the TQ again, and similar to yesterday, 2-session wins and missed out in the middle one. That's Mattis Janssen, Martin Enlund, Kasper Janssen, Oskarsson, Kallio, Martin Jonsson, Steintolt, Högqvist, Expeth, Birgit and Walfridsson, who make it through to the semi-finals.
I'm just trying to kick Fraser out. I don't think he deserves to be here. Sorry, mate.
I wonder what you were nudging me for. Give him the mic.
Somebody sent me a message from Jamaica. They're like, you're watching the RallyX Nordic thing, and they asked for you in the commentary box. So
yeah, we asked for you in the commentary box hours ago, literally hours ago.
You know, I had to be prepping with my driver.
Mate,
were you practicing wrapping cars?
No.
That needs
a lot of practice.
we've been ripping you in it, Fraz. Basically, we were going, where is he? And then we were going, Fraser who? Fraser who? You're dead to us, basically. Then we were going, go on, Peter and Stephanie, you better text him, tell him to get his butt into the commentary box with us. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, man, good to be here.
Yeah, except for how cold it is. We were explaining as well. We told a lot of Fraser stories today, even though you weren't here.
Yeah.
We were telling the one about how stoked you were about the Mercedes with the hybrid drive.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What else?
And how cold you are.
So it's nice now, the sun's finally come out. But yesterday for first practice, I had the stopwatch in my hand, like shaking. I could barely even hold my voice together. I was freezing. But it's finally good now. Everyone's walking around with t-shirt and shorts, but I still have my tam on and my long sleeve. So.
Yeah, and your hat.
Yeah.
It's not that warm, is it?
No.
Not like Jamaica.
Definitely not.
Right, on to Supercar. Fraser McConnell's with us, of course, Supercar driver in this series last year. Before heading across to Nitro Rallycross, Johan Kristoffersson, Niklas Gronholm, Brindersen, Evshin and Belevsky. Great start. Kristoffersson, he said he'd nailed the starts. Had they nailed that gearbox? It probably looks like they have. Brindersen goes round on the straight. Contact between him and Belevsky. Off backwards into turn 1 for Thomas Brindersen. That is an absolute disaster. He was right up there in P4. He's going to drop down the order now. We'll have to take a look at the replays to figure that one out. But Kristoffersson with the whole shot ahead of Gronholm, and how they were working on that car. But it all looked ever so relaxed for Kristoffersson. As normal, get the job done.
He said to Molly, didn't he, after the last race, he was so pleased that they'd finally got the start sorted. Tommy Kristoffersson this morning was saying, there he is there, how disappointed they were that the starts weren't going so well. Oh, Niklas Gronholm right up on on two wheels in the joke lap section. He's trying to undercut Kristoffersson now. The set team, the GRX team, know they've got good pace in that car. Gronholm desperately needs some clear air.
Well, not maybe going to get it where he is. It depends how quickly he gets onto the back of Evjen, doesn't it? If Evjen is... and Evjen makes a mistake up in turn 3, so Gronholm now right behind Evjen. Didn't see what happened, but he was very close into the barrier and off the throttle. The gap at the end of the last lap back to Gronholm was 2.3. Howell, what did you think of his Joker then? Too wild?
Yeah, he just clipped that curve that we were talking about with Tommy Harmon, didn't he? And he pitched it up onto two wheels. Kristoffersson's not going to respond. Gronholm needs Evjen to go in. He does, but has he lost too much time?
Round to the right-hander now, 1 lap to go. Kristoffersson will joker at the end. Evjen goes in, comes out behind Gronholm. Fraser, Kristoffersson, Gronholm, super impressive. You've been here before? You've been to this track before?
No, first time. Actually, it's one of the tracks I've always wanted to drive, but never got the chance. So I guess I start off by spotting for my guy Kallio, but these guys, it's going to be hard for Gronholm to make that gap back up.
Kristoffersson's dropped into the 39s. 39.6 is the lap time he's just done. And Gronholm coming around the right-hander is 2.8 back. I don't think he's going to be able to respond to the 4-time world champion, the reigning RallyX champion. Into the joke lap he goes now. Gronholm around the outside line, hooks one wheel on the dirt, flicks the car around to the right side, but Kristoffersson's there already. Chucks the car into the right-hander. Surely going to be the fastest time of the day. 2:05.2, and it is. He goes another 1.9 seconds quicker. All 3 sessions to Kristoffersson. He's gone 2 seconds a session quicker as the track has developed, and it's a brilliant performance.
Yeah, 4 tenths quicker than Gronholm on the best lap time as well. So another very Johan Kristoffersson performance. Lucky to get away with the contact in turn 1. He could have been collateral damage in that. Let's just have a look back. Kristoffersson's gone, isn't he? He's made a perfect launch.
Brinderson gets released by Evjen. So Brinderson, did you see Evjen was into the rear left corner? We'll maybe another look.
Bilevsky's getting rotated around the front of... Yeah, so Bilevsky hasn't... I thought Yuri had turned in and was about to call him out for it, but he's actually being rotated around the front of Evjen. He's got opposite lock on, trying to get away, but it's already too late.
It's the same as we saw, do you remember in turn 2, turn 3 last time, where there was the movement where the 2 cars close in on the previous one, but Gronholm and Kristoffersson held on. Unfortunately, those guys got released into each other and didn't. So Gronholm into the left, flicks the car. It was on 2, and he's had to get out of the throttle there, hasn't he? That's cost him a bit more time.
And compromised his rotation into the next corner as well.
Yeah, not ideal. Checkered flag for Johan Kristoffersson. God, Tommy. Him and Marcus Gronholm know where the camera's at and how to play it, don't they? Johan Kristoffersson with a 2:05.297. And we're going to go and have a chat with Tommy with the gun show.
Tommy with the gun show, that's true. Tommy, what an incredible start from Johan, and also a 39.6 lap time and fastest total time of the day. You must be very pleased.
Yes, it's very good. We are working with small details all the time, try to figure out how the track develop and try to follow that, and small details all over the car, and it looks very good now. Start was very good, and then also pace was good, so it looks promising for the future of the day, so happy with that.
What did he say on the radio to you after the race?
I was laughing a little bit, and that was the first day this weekend, so we are happy with that.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
So yeah, yesterday he had a couple of issues off the start, didn't he? Getting into second gear, he wasn't getting the launches he wanted. Fixed the launch, then had a problem with the gearbox. Gone out now. It's mint, and he's done an epic time. Kallio Koski has been getting maybe the starts of the weekend, arguably on the inside. German, Michalak, and Ostreng. Michalak on a bit of a recovery. He's in P13. Needs another good result here. But Kallio Koski with a great start. Michalak equal to him on the run to the first corner, as is Ostreng around the outside. It's German who's gone backwards. Ostreng and German with a tiny bit of contact. German looks up the inside and Michalak touches the barrier. There's only just the width of an Audi in that gap, and somehow he's made it stick. Michalak goes down to the back of the pack, and that has released Kallio Koski out front.
Great recovery from Philip German to get a poor start away from the line. The launch just didn't go for him, but to sink the car back up the inside into 4, he was already alongside, so it's not like he's made an unnecessary lunge, in my opinion. Great to get that track position back. Michalak jokers. This is going to be about where German and Michalak play out together, and whether German can catch Kallio Koski, sorry.
Kallio Koski through that right-hander onto the start of the straight. Big commitment up in turn 1. You can hear the sump guard crash down. That was what Tommy was saying, isn't it, about there being a big bump out there. Tommy Howman earlier on. Check the gaps in a moment, but this really is going to just come down to whether or not Kallio Koski can match the pace of those up front. He is currently sitting Where is he currently sitting, Kaliakowski? In P6. He'd like to get up, of course, onto the front row if he can, because it's only 2 semi-finals for Supercar. Top 3 go through from each. So needs a good time here. Fraz, you were one of the drivers who a couple of years ago, when COVID hit, you were planning more stuff in RX2 and lights and things, and of course it all went wrong, but it kind of offered you the opportunity to spend the budget instead of on a lot of RX2 events, on a few Supercar events. And I bet you're glad you made that step up, aren't you?
Of course, and everything for a reason. And we saw the chance to jump in a Supercar because there was no real series going on with the lights. So we just, grabbed it with both hands, and thank God it worked out and was able to give me the chance to do some more Supercar. And here I am getting ready for FC1 with the new Group E era in Nitro this year.
What is it like making that step from the lights car into the Supercars? We see Kaliakowski come through the Joker lap for the final time. He did a pretty good lap time on lap 2. It's going to be close to Kristoffersen, but not close enough, I think. Stops the clocks on a 2:07, 2:08,
no, it was a 2:05 for Kristoffersen. So it's still a good time. I mean, that would have been good enough to win any other session of the weekend, but not this one.
Yeah, so to step up, Fraz, how was that transition into Supercar?
It does take a lot of mentality change. It's a much more powerful machine that you have underneath you, and the consequences for mistakes are much higher. Not only financially, but safety-wise as well. And when you're in these cars, you're up against the best in the world, and as a competitor, you want to find a way to be the most competitive and win.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, really. Is obviously you've been competing in RX2, and there were some great drivers in that series, but to step up then, and because of COVID, go up against the likes of Johan Kristoffersen, that was probably pretty wild and maybe a bit unexpected at that point in your career. You weren't thinking you're going to go up with Johan.
And I mean, probably wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for COVID.
Yeah.
And he's someone I've watched throughout the years of World RX coming up, and when I saw him on the entry list for the first round, I thought perfect. I guess some people would have been intimidated and scared, but I said this is a wicked opportunity.
Yeah,
let's do this.
Yeah, make the comparison with
it's like it's a good benchmark,
Yeah, absolutely. It is the benchmark.
Just before we start this race, the only other driver this weekend to drop into the 39s was Michalak on the final lap.
Was it?
Oh, he's been improving a lot. You drove with Anders before, didn't you? But that was a brilliant lap time.
We've still got the previous lights times up. We need the Supercar.
But even Nicholas didn't drop into the 39s. Mega job. He's been driving really well, hasn't he, Michalak, actually?
And Lance's reactions have been really good the whole weekend.
Okay, this one is Bergström on the inside, continuing to learn Supercar along with learning another new track. Victor Vranckx, RX2E car with the wick wound up just a little bit. Andreas Carlsen, who's been really impressing us this weekend, and Tuomas Skantz on the outside in the Fabia Supercar, which I believe either his or Turi's car is based on the Rally 2 machine. I forget which one it is. A lot going on in a Supercar start, which we'll ask Fraser about in a minute. It's a good start by Carlsen and by Bergström on the inside line on the run to the first corner. Not going to be able to fully shut the door. They go door to door. Gravel trap around the outside. Carlsen slots into P2, and Bergström, did he run a bit wide, or did he get a little nudge, Fraser?
It looks a bit wide, hard to see, but it's easy to get a little too excited going into these corners, and if you get a couple centimeters of the tyre in the bad line in the dirt, you're gone off. So
Gustav Bergström is in behind Victor Vranckx in the RX2E car. Vranckx is going to stay out, and Bergström, I think, shouldn't joke at their help.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a bit of damage to it's quite hard to tell with the liveries now. I think there's a bit of damage to the rear of the Polo. I think he got a bit of a shove there into turn 4.
Turn 3, turn 3, turn 4, and you can see there's a bit of damage on the front as well. Victor Vranckx is not in the way, is he?
He's been really impressive all weekend. It's interesting to see how much the RX weekend compared to the Supercars once it's boosted up a little bit.
So we've already spoken about the step up from RX2 to Supercar, or Lights to Supercar. You're now stepping up from Supercar to Group E, whilst also doing some Supercar outings. How was your first test in the FC1?
It's wicked, it is mind-blowing to realize that you're part of groundbreaking technology, kind of new era, but it's also still so, I don't want to say it's easy to drive because there's so much happening still, but it's very similar to the RX2E, where you, after a session, you're like,
I've got this.
I can push, but still in the initial testing sessions, and you don't want to mess it up in the first test session.
It's that you need the seat time, don't you? Of course, it's going to come down to just little tweaks. There's so many little electronic gizmos on the cars. That's going to be as important as the physical setup. As we see Carlson sliding around the long right-hander this time into the long left-hander. Into the Joker, flick left and flick right. Carlson was down in P9 and will want to be further up than that with the performances from this weekend. Definitely a bit of understeer in the car, as Fraser said, through the right-hander, 208.9. Hal, where's that going to be? Don't know. Yeah, timing screen's not refreshing. Apologies.
40.5 lap time, not so bad. Pretty quick.
Yeah. This was the start, look. Rank's actually got a reasonable start as well, but they go door to door through turn 1.
Bergström positioned the car beautifully there, didn't he? Let's just see if he does get a nudge. Oh, great shot from... Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You can see he's on the brakes, the front tyres kind of pushing out smoke like locked up, but he's a passenger there.
Yeah, as Gustav's teammate, Jan Kristoffersson, said to us last night, you cannot push in the rear and overtake, so I wonder if that will be looked into.
Hal, you were saying, weren't you, you'd love to see that corner swept so that you could...
Try the outside.
Yeah, go around the outside. I'd quite like that too, because a big stretch of time, mate, you'd see people hanging it out, wouldn't you? Don't sweep the next bit. That's tough then, it's straight, but you'd see people go for it.
Yeah, I would like that.
Yes, I would like that. Yes, I would. Andreas Carlsen, Victor Vranckx, Gustav Bergström, Thomas Skantz, 208.9 for Carlsen, who was 9th prior to this. Molly is with Thomas Brindersen.
Yes, I am. It was a rough start for Thomas in race 1 of Q3. Tell us from where you were sitting inside the car, how you experienced that.
Yeah, first of all, it was a quite good start, and I was in the 3rd line. So, but in the middle of the straight, the guy in the 50 just turned in. So, yeah, it's not much more to do. Then it was a crash.
And what happened to the car?
No, I spun and yeah, need to restart it, and after that the steering wheel was a little bit on the wrong direction, but yeah, we could finish the race, but we lost for sure a lot of places to who is important for a semi-final and final.
And you think you should have been penalized for that?
No, I don't know, but I think maybe when this car inside you, not steering into them in the straight, but yeah, that's up to the stewards.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's had dealings with the stewards already, hasn't he? So not wanting to commit on that. Veiby on the outside. Oh. No! I was just about to say, it's super crucial that he gets a good start and gets away from these guys.
I was about to say it's about to have a monster run, you know?
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, you've done it already, Fraz. You hadn't even said it. You just went...
You said it first.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. You're right. I'm the pro, I'm afraid. So, yeah, it was it's Turi, Niemi and Veiby, but it's only Veiby really who was going to have a big impact. Look, he's not going to drop out of the semi-finals, but at the minute he's sitting on row 2, and if he doesn't get a good result, it could drop to row 3. How important is it to be up the rows?
Well, yesterday we saw some people getting away from the line really good from the 2nd row, but nobody wants to be 3rd row, obviously.
Yeah.
And it does take a lot of work to move up a row, say, starting position is 3rd and 4th, 2nd row. To finish either 2nd and 1st from a row behind is a tough task.
Yeah. Take 2. He mustn't jump the start again, because if he does, it'll be a DQ, and this time doesn't. So Veiby away from the line, got to out-drag them down to turn 1. Yeah, it does easily. Oh, nicely done. Little nip on the bar, all the carnage behind him, and that is the ticket that Veiby needed. He just didn't need it with 2 jokers. Having said that, this is not the worst circuit to do 2 jokers at. 1.7 is annoying, but it's not terrible, is it? It's not 3.5.
Yeah, it's still a 3-lap race, and you're doing 2 of those laps in a joker. So it's never ideal, but it could be much worse.
Yeah, exactly that. If he can nail the joker, he's going to lose less than 2 seconds over the total run. There's going to be no risk of traffic, but
he'll do the last 2 when he's going to go first lap clear and then joker, I guess. You don't want to put yourself in. He may not know at this point that the others have had a problem in turn 1, mate.
But he will.
A lot of dust towel look in turn 2, turn 3, or moving the car around the brakes. We know he's used to that. He's committed out there, isn't he?
Unfortunately, we're not going to see his... that's a big jump as well. We're not going to see whether he can match Kristoffersson on the lap time, because he's going to have to take his joker on the two flying laps.
Yes.
We don't have a load of sector times at the moment, but he will joker this time around. Be careful on that curb on the left-hand side. Very easy on it. Gets the car nicely stopped and rotated for the exit. He's on a mission here, isn't he?
One of my favourite things about the Joker here is the number of undulations there are in it, the fact that it is a little bit tricky.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. From that curb on the inside, and then the road drops away off camber, through a hole. You're climbing back up again. Big send from Veiby at the top of the hill. He hasn't lost that much time, really, considering there was a spin in the first corner. But yeah, there's so many elements to the Joker lap. It's like when Gwyndaf Evans described the Ulster Rally as being three-dimensional. That's exactly what these corners are like.
Watch it this time round. So up, braking, here's the first crest, then dip, and then look, there's another little crest there into the right, into a dip, and then another crest on the way out, and then there's another one there, turning the car into the last corner. Veiby completes the 3 laps, 2 Jokers, and a 209.5. So take 1.7 off it. Would have just dipped into their 7s, wouldn't he? 7.8 probably. Quite wild at times.
Yeah, it was wild. Very
rally, fun to watch.
Very
fun to watch.
This is Turi having a lunge.
That was brilliant, though, from Veiby, because he wasn't quite sure how in the clear he was with the nip on the bar and rotate it in. We saw Kaliakowski try this earlier, Hal, but with too much rotation. That, for me, is a great bit of car control from Veiby.
Yeah, and
not so much in the background.
Classic rally driver being able to deal with those situations, and that was Turi firing into the side of Ari Pekka at the car, having been picked up on the curb, and Veiby going about his thing up front. A bit like a free practice session for him, really. And across the line. We don't know where he is overall as yet.
Ola Christian Veiby, 209.5. Then it's Niemi, Turi and Malin. And Fraser McConnell, thanks for coming up to the commentary box, mate. Much appreciated.
Thank you for having me.
No worries. Hal Ridge as well. Cheers. We've had a good time during qualifying. Kristoffersen takes the TQ with 3 session wins from Gronholm, Kaliakowski, German, Evsch and Belevsky. OC Veiby is in P7. Then it's Carlson, Brinson, Ostring, Vranks makes it along with Michalak. Michalak just in, Bergstrom just out. There we go. We'll hand you down to Molly and we'll be back very soon. Oh.
Thanks very much.
We're back that quickly.
With Nicholas Gronholm, 3 qualifyings are finished. Johan seems to have taken some steps. He's won all the 3 qualifyings as well. You're second behind him. What's it going to take to beat him today?
I don't know. You tell me. No, but I feel we also have the pace, so it's no big problem. I'm not too worried.
Have you? What can you say about the development of the track throughout the day so far?
It's getting a bit better and better. Not anything huge. I think it's just been overall really clean compared to yesterday, because yesterday they brought the gravel back always due to be like it was in the beginning, and now they have kind of kept a clean line. So yeah, it gets a bit faster, but not any drastic.
In Q3 now, did you feel that you were held back a bit in the traffic?
No, not really. I was a bit all over the place and up on 2 wheels on the Joker and really didn't find any good rhythm. But yeah, I think some small changes to the car and then we'll see. I think everything is possible.
And the tyre situation, you have some new ones now for the semis?
Yeah, I think we have 6.
Very funny. Thank you very much, Nicholas. I'll let you go and relax. And we will be taking a small break. But before that, we are going to head up to Victor Vranks, who showed us around his crib yesterday. Enjoy. Hi, everyone. We're here at Victor Vranks, and this is actually something new. It's called RallyX Cribs. And Victor is going to show us his crib at the rallycross track. So basically, I'm going to do this, Victor, and hold that. Okay. And you're going to show us around your crib. Go for it.
Okay. So first we have the car here. It's my beautiful car. It's from, it's an RX2E. It's faster than Supercar. Here is where my engineer Augustinas is. And there's where I look at my V-Box and everything. This is Gabri, my software engineer. We have some TV here, some where we watch the live timing, everything. We have my stuff, my helmet, my hybrid, my fitness tools to get ready, my VMV racing hats. If you want one, come. Then we go back to the truck where the car is and everything. Now, the coolest thing about this truck is there can fit a race car in. So on top is the race car normally. Now it's a bit stuff everywhere, but we got some spare parts and everything. We got some yeah, basically everything is spare parts, so I can brake a lot. Then here is where 3 of my mechanics sleep, with their own bathroom, shower, everything. It's a little bit messy, but okay. You know, not everybody is clean. Yeah, then we go back down here. This is the garage mainly. Here's where everybody works, and here is where we relax and eat. So this is my friend Oliver. He's Finnish/Belgian, so he helps me here in Finland. This is my sister, best sister I could have, big supporter. Then we have everything where the food is, which I like a lot. Then we go to the place where I sleep. I would say magic happens, but not this weekend. So we have a double sleeping place where me and my sister sleeps. This is like, here can pop out the TV, and then we have a nice place to sit. We got the fridge, hopefully. It's a bit empty, so I think I ate a bit too much. Then we have, yeah, toilet, bathroom, and look if I... Yeah, the last. This is where the big boss sleeps, my father and my mother. So I can, if they sleep well and I have a good day, I'll calm. It's a bit tight. No, if we travel from Belgium, it's a lot of miles, so we need to be sleeping well. That was my crib. Well, hope you enjoyed it. See you next time. Peace.
Yes.
and it's time to kick off the business end of today. But we have to talk to Ole Christian about what happened in Q3. Tell us.
Well, yeah, I was a bit hot on the start line there. I was pre-launching the car a little bit earlier than I used to, just to be extra ready for the green light, and then somehow my reaction just popped out when the yellow board went down. So yeah, that's how it is. But I think I'm not the first one who has done that in rallycross. But okay, we had a really good joker lap. So I mean, we didn't lose so much time. So that was good. But anyway, it was stupid to do that mistake. But then we don't do that next time.
That's true, but talk us through that process of the starts, because everyone says how tricky that is, how much detail there is.
Yeah, because there's a lot of things that you need to do in the car. You know, shift up to second, and you need to do the button on the handbrake, the launch button, and then yeah, put the handbrake, and then launch the car. With the Audi, you really have to release the clutch a little bit to launch the rear. And this I did a little bit too early, and then I did a little bit different from what I'm used to, and then I think it just snapped for me. So it's a lot to think about, and yeah, for sure, it's some years since I've done this last time. So it's some practice, but the start has been really good this weekend. So let's not do any more jump starts.
Who's your mentor in this? Because I see you dipping in and out of Johan's tent as well. Do you go to him quite often?
Well, I think there's no secret that I know him pretty well, and we are good friends. So I mean, he's helping a lot, and I mean, we share the inboards, we share everything, I think. So yeah, no, it's good. And I mean, even though we also fight against each other a bit, and I think it's all smiles. So at least for now.
You who know him so well, how big are his mind games? Because when I watch him on the pre-grid, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, it is. I know exactly what he's trying to do, so he's not fooling me, but maybe he's doing it with somebody else.
I think so. Good luck.
Thank you.
There is Junior Brinderson again. We got the name strap still. William Brinderson. Porsche number... Look at that, that's just so... Oh, he's rolled it. Unbelievable. William Brinson goes over. The back wheel is spinning round. He's still smiling. It's all good. Future star, obviously. Twin exhaust on that, Hal. What engine's that got?
A plastic one.
Is it?
Is it?
Plastic one. What a killjoy. Welcome back. We've just got a couple of hours to go. What is it?
I don't know. It was in OMSE.
Lovely. Well, Hal's going to eat a cake. I've eaten 3 biscuits. That's all we had time for, basically, literally. Yes, Molly's got food, but she didn't get any for us, so we'll remember that. She can walk to the airport tonight. It's a long way to Helsinki. Yeah, we're getting ready for semi-finals and finals. We start, of course, with CrossCar Junior. Depending on how many entries there are, depends how many semi-finals there are. So there's either 2 or 3, basically. This is the standings for CrossCar Junior. Hallinan taking the TQ ahead of Uito. Nordstrand, Julalami, Solli, who was in the commentary box earlier on, Tapainen, Anderson, Nilsson, Perämäki, Olander, Soderholm, Suono, Persson, Niemi, Neverlainen. Can you see me picking up the finish here? That was from, Marcus Gronholm and Tommy Hellman as well. Hattenmar, Kinnunen, and Steinsholt. That's me qualified as speaking Finnish. Happy days. Stick that on the CV. Hallinan's been impressive today.
Kiitos.
Did you eat the cake?
I'm out.
Was it any good?
A bit sickly, to be honest. Really wanted something savoury, but...
I know, there wasn't anything, unfortunately. Cake reviews with Andrew Coley and Hal Ridge.
I did run around almost every team and had a look at what they had, and no one had... Well, lunch was ages ago for them, so
yeah,
that's fair enough.
It was.
Lots of delicious nibbles for mechanics and staff, but not really what I was after.
No.
I'm fat enough.
CrossCar Junior, CrossCar. Book reviews and all sorts going on air here. We had lots of people asking whether or not we...
Did Calla win the
Can we have a
karaoke?
podcast? I don't know. Calla, did you win the karaoke? One of the TV team. Did you go to the karaoke final last night? 4th. Oh, mate, 1 off the podium. Calla. So Calla, who's one of our TV team, is at the back of the room, and he went through from the semi-finals on Friday night to the final of the karaoke last night. I supported him with a Jay-Z number on Friday night, but last night I was much more sensible and went to bed early. So Kalle had to go to the finals on his own, but he did Sweden proud in the Kouvola final of, I don't know, what are we calling it? Nordic Vision.
Misery normally, for anyone watching us now. Take nothing away from Kalle, but I'm not a fan of, like, partaking in karaoke is fine, especially if you've had a bit to drink, but listening to it.
Oh no, you can't spend
me.
a whole evening there, can you? It's the sort of place you want to take a set of headphones, you know, just do your bit and then not listen to the rest, but that's not great for conversation either.
Kalle was great though.
Yeah, Kalle was great.
Should've
well
won.
done, Kalle. He had a hat on like Eminem. He was pretty cool, but he was only good enough for fourth, apparently. Unlucky, mate. Hallonen, Julalami, Anderson, Lunderlander, Persson and Hattenmar are the first semi-final. Let's get this back on track, shall we? Literally.
Oh, no!
Jump start, Lauri Hallonen. No, the top qualifier. Only two go through. That is an absolute shocker.
That was quite a long hold as well, wasn't it? Let's see that on the replay.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah, he moved. He stopped as well, didn't he?
Break. He's just broken the beam, unfortunately, and that's your lot, mate.
You're always so frustrated with, I mean, as someone who is quite experienced in jumping the start, you're pretty frustrated with yourself at this moment, and it unless you're super cool like lots of these kids are, it does affect how you approach the next start, because you can't afford to jump again and get excluded. But his job is a mountain to climb now, isn't it? Because these guys are so close on pace.
Yeah, I'm just looking now to see. I mean, he won 2 of the 3 sessions. He's been in the 2:22s. There's 6 people in this, but they do go down. Remember, we 3 semi-finals. The one thing to his advantage is some of these drivers are qualified in 16th, 17th, 18th.
But that really affects the Joker strategy.
Yeah, yeah, of course, and he's got to do 2. But I'm looking at it. You know, some of their times were significantly slower, 4 to 10 seconds. Some of that will be issues, of course. Basically, he's now got to nail this start, absolutely smash it, and then I reckon stay out the first lap and Joker the second 2. It is a great start from Lauri Hallonen on the front row. After a jump start, he's got what he needed. He pulls out to take the racing line through turn 1. Great awareness, and he's away from the pack already. Julalami takes a trip across the gravel trap, and Uito, Hallonen's championship rival, has dropped from P2 down to P5, Hal. So you know what? This might be on, but he's got to get all 3 laps absolutely on the money.
But we know how good Uito is at trying to make a gap down the hill here to get up the inside. There's no way through this time around. Hallonen could really do with these guys either slowing each other up or for Julalami to get on the back of him so they can break free and create a bit of a gap behind them. Hallonen needs to get on with this.
His line is great. He's rotating the car early. He's using the full track width, but yeah, he's got problems. He needs Julalami to have a bit of a problem here, doesn't he, behind him? Basically, he wants Julalami to get distracted, but Julalami seems not remotely concerned by the attention of Anderson, isn't it?
Anderson needs to can help Hallonen out here by putting pressure on the back of Julalami. Julalami's just pulling away that little bit. Uito's climbed up as well.
No, have we got... I'm looking at
the wrong list.
Yeah, we're looking at the wrong list. Uito's in the other semi-finals.
But also in a blue CrossCar.
Yeah. Unlucky, there you go. Sometimes we get it wrong. Tough. Into the Joker goes Hallonen for the first time. Comes out behind Julalami. So yeah, there's the car that we thought was Uito that isn't. Coming onto the start-finish line now into P4. Who is it, Hal? Is it Lund?
Great awareness, sorry Andrew, great awareness from Hallonen to get in and out and still be second. So that's half of the job done for him now.
Somebody's off on the outside. Somebody's gone off in the dirt. Are they, or they just run wide? Did Hallonen make a mistake, or was it Julalami?
I think Hallonen's all over the back of Julalami now coming down the hill. So yeah, it was Julalami. I wonder if he's got a problem. Hallonen gets the rotation done early, looks up the inside on the exit. There won't be a way through around the outside. This is hemorrhaging his time, because the guys behind have jokered.
I'd forgotten it's 4 laps, Hal. So he goes, of course, the semi-finals are up to 4 laps, so would he have done better to wait another lap? Because if he loses track position to Anderson now, which he's going to... but then
he was right on the back of Julalami, wasn't he? So Julalami's still to Joker on this final lap. Hallonen needs to smash in a PB for the day now and hope he can close the back onto the back of Julalami, who is all... Is there something hanging down on Julalami's car on the... maybe not.
Hallonen is pushing hard, look. So Hallonen's got to get, he's 2.1 off, and that's too much. That would be enough for Julalami to go through. Up towards the hairpin now. Andersen on that inside.
This is going to be super close on the Joker merge, isn't it?
Yeah, Hallinen's getting closer to them. Andersen was only 1.2 back, and I reckon it's could still be 1.2 back between them. The gaps look pretty similar. Yulalami into the Joker lap. This for the places in the final. Remember, Hallinen's right up there in the championship fight, but he jumped the start here. He's got to get past Yulalami in the final corner. Pitches the buggy in, but Yulalami's going to hold on. Over the line, Andersen goes through with Yulalami, and Hallinen misses out by 0.3 of a second. He did brilliantly.
Fair play. That was a double Joker. A brilliant drive. Just it wasn't quite enough.
I'm disappointed for him, because if it was 2 semi-finals, Hal, that would have been epic, and he'd have made it. And unfortunately, with the 3 semis and only the top 2 going through, it's game over. So he will learn not to jump the start.
Yeah, and this is all part of the learning process, isn't it? But he did make a mega start the second time around. Yulalami also breaking free at the front of the field and was under pressure early on from Andersen. It is actually cleaning up a bit through turn 4 now, isn't it? With everyone running wide that little bit. Hallinen, he didn't have an option but to Joker then, because he was losing time behind Yulalami.
Lucas Andersen, of course, the reigning champion, who was P2 twice in Hollius, 3rd here yesterday in Kouvola, and how this is what reigning champions do, isn't it? He's just making sure that he gets a great result points everywhere. Yeah. So he's had 3 podiums. He's now going to be front row. Is he in the final? I'm never quite sure when there are 3 semis how the final grid works. But Andersen ahead of Yulalami. Hallinen just missing out. Look, Lunderlander, Persson, Hattenmar. So you look down this list and you're like, oh, they've missed out. You realise the depth again of how many good drivers are missing out on a place in the final. But yeah, only 2 go through. So this time, Uito is in this one. Me and Hal both got that wrong, which is great, because if only one of you gets it wrong, you feel really dumb. But when we both got it wrong, we can share the abuse. Send it. Uito, Solly, Nilsson, Soderholm, Niemi and Kinnunen in this. Uito with a brilliant start. Terrible start for Oliver Solly on the front row, but Solly immediately tries to make up for it by closing the door. Going to get swamped on both sides. Doesn't want to get caught out here now in the melee in turn 1. I think might have got away with making a little move to get a position back. Solly ends up P3, which isn't bad compared to where he could have been. But out front is Uito, who leads. And Uito yesterday won all 3 qualifying sessions, his semi in the final. He missed out on that today to Lauri Hallinen, but Uito qualified second, and being that far up in the championship fight, remember he was 3rd when we came here. I believe he was leading the series after yesterday's event. There's a lot happens in a weekend. At least we got it right that he is actually in this race. But if he wins this, Hal, it's damaging for Hallinen, but him and Andersen are both right up there in the standings.
Yeah, doing exactly what he needs to do, and obviously with Hallinen not making the final, this is a real opportunity to score big points. That is Oliver Solly, who joined us in the commentary box a little bit earlier on, having a look up the inside, as Eric Nielsen does also on Niemi in the background. Nielsen yet to take the Joker. Wonder where Eric lost the time, because it's not working out for him quite yet, is it? That is Solly ducking off into the Joker at the end of the second lap.
Oliver Solly, who, if you missed it, was up here earlier, was brilliant. Like, you know, I love to ask the kids questions, Hal, but genuinely, there's no pressure for me what the answer comes back as. You know, some of them are quite vague about it, and other ones are fully focused. But Solly is one of the youngest drivers in the pack, because you have to be turning 12 in the year that you start, don't you? So 11 is the absolute youngest you can be. He's 11. He is 11, and he was up here telling us about how he was learning the tracks, when he'd followed Yulalami and seen the difference in his lines, what he'd done, how the braking points had moved. You're like, you're 11, this is bonkers. So he bogged on the start. He told us, I want to go through from the semi-final. And okay, this time then, this merge might well decide it. Soderholm is in the Joker now. Outside him is Solly. Solly's going to be carrying more speed, but Soderholm holds on. Solly might get a better run onto the straight. Does get a better onto the straight. Oliver Solly looks to the inside line, but Soderholm sent him. Solly still sticks it up the inside. Oliver Solly passes with a move that came from the exit of the standard lap and nails it, pushes his way through. That's a great move, Hal.
Yeah, barely any contact as well. Just had the buggy in the right place to force the issue into the first corner. They're still running line astern for second place. Yuito has checked out up front, hasn't he? We've barely seen him in this race. Nearly 7 seconds up the road from this battle, but great move, as you say, from Oliver Solly.
Fantastic. So Uito is exiting the second to last corner now. He's going to come round and take the win. There he is. Michael Uito goes through. Championship front runner into the final. And Oliver Solly was in the commentary box there. He said, I want to go through. He bogged the start, but with an epic pass, the 11-year-old goes through to the final.
What were you doing when you were 11?
Lego. That's about it, really. You know, riding a bike, maybe.
Yeah. Man.
Got a paper round when I was 13. Started radio-controlled car racing then. But
Well, I
that's
bet you
not quite the
disliked the
same,
paper
is it?
round, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. It was one of those free ones with all the leaflets in. I hated it. But I wasn't the type of person that could just go and dump it. You know, that's what people did, and I didn't. I used to go and deliver them all. I used to love it if somebody pulled a sickie from their paper round. I might get an extra £2, you know, for doing a whole other one. Look at this pass. Oh, and it was there was just a little bit of wheel banging, wasn't it? But that's fair to me, Hal. It's a
Well, the door was open,
pass.
wasn't it? The door was not wide open, but there was a gap there, and Oliver arrived in it.
Really, really good drive. Uito clearly with a 302.8. I mean, epic. But Solly to go through, having had to fight his way back through. And again, look at the people that haven't gone through. So it is the front row that go through from semi-final number 2, but only after a bit of a fight. Semi-finals 3, 2 more spots up for grabs. Karl-Petter Nordstrand, Joni Tapainen, Tinka Perämäki, Aleksi Suonu, Matthias Nevalainen, and Erik Steinsholt. Oh, Nordstrand's lost out at the start, eaten up by both row 1 and row 2. So Nordstrand drops down into P4, trip across the inside gravel trap. And yeah, not ideal from there, Hal. That's quite the place to fight back from. Having said that, as we've said a lot, when you've got P1 to P18 in the semis, might be able to do it, but I think it's quite a tall order from 4th.
Yeah, and as I've said a lot as well in response to that, that's very true. But now what do? You can't afford to joke and come out behind the guys that did qualify down the order in that way, because you're going to lose time on track. That's exactly what he is going to do. But there is a degree of risk to that, isn't there? Because you
massively.
But at the same time, you've got to mix it up, haven't you? Oh,
So
they followed him in. Perfect scenario.
lucky.
Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, they've all got. I was just about to say, I wonder what the gap back was. They've all gone in with, which is not great. But remember, as I say, these drivers are very young. They don't have a spotter, so they're making their own decisions on this. Suono in the 95 car came from row 2. I have to say, not the start we saw yesterday, and obviously with the problems off the line for Nordstrand. These guys are looking better, basically, obviously, for their start. Tinka Perämäki as well, sorry.
Tapainen running wide through the hairpin. If these three start battling, that's only going to play into Nordstrand's hands.
Perämäki's gone to try and cover off Nordstrand. 1.8 seconds back at the start of the lap. What's Nordstrand done during this lap? Perämäki's in, Nordstrand's got 1. So Perämäki responded just a little bit too late. She drops down a place.
And those three were close up front, weren't they? So look at Nordstrand already well in the shot at the back. I think he's going to do this.
Great effort, isn't it? If so, really impressive. Here's the wonderful drone shot at the back over the crest. They're just about getting air, aren't they?
I love seeing the little shock in the cross car as it lands off the jump.
So Nordstrand actually now just needs to wind it in a bit, because he's going to pick up a place as soon as either of them joker, and Suono doesn't go. That's annoying. Don't make a mistake now, because you're about to get P2 anyway.
But yeah, with a spotter, you'd have left the leader out, wouldn't you? Because
yeah, definitely.
Now there's no chance of going through, I don't think.
No.
Because based on where people have come out, whereas you could have hoped that the two fighting for second, unnecessarily so for Nordstrand's part, could have fallen over each other.
The limiter, Hal, at the end of the straight there, the whole way into turn 3 and 4. I love it. It's great. And I guess again that's where the tractions come up, isn't it? We're hearing them on the throttle a little bit longer than before. So Nordstrand up the inside in the hairpin, going to be outside of the next corner as we see a half spin into the lead. And now, okay, so Perämäki might go through here, because Suono's got to go joker and Perämäki is going to go through. So having lost out on the place to Nordstrand in front, Nordstrand comes around the outside, goes from P4 to P1 We said it was a big ask, but he's got it done. Nordstrand crosses the line and goes through to the final along with Perämäki.
Great drive from both of them. Really really impressive.
Nordstrand from the front row, Perämäki from row 2.
From row 2, the best you can hope for is making it through, really, and did that in emphatic style. This is the start for Nordstrand. Just didn't get it hooked up and lost out in the run to turn 1. Cut the first corner to get out of Perämäki's way. That could have all gone horribly wrong in turn 1, couldn't it? Where you bounce over the curb, RallyX style, as we were chatting about yesterday with on Dirt Rally. But then the early joker worked out as well. And it was really down to the battle up front. Everyone was falling over each other a little bit, and it was about having that clear air. Very impressive drive.
Yeah, really good. Really very good indeed. Carl Peder Nordstrand, after a bad start and being P4, fights back in. Tinka Perämäki going through as well. Suono, Steinsort, Nevalainen and Tapainen are out. On to CrossCar. Martin Enland's in like full chill mode, isn't he? He's got the tunes on again. Party time. Go on, Sweden.
Swedish people.
Brilliant.
It's a good job we don't know many Swedes, isn't it?
It is.
And we're not surrounded by them.
I think
it's quite fun, but I mean, in front of the camera, it's quite weird. Standing here and just.
If only he knew he was live to the world as well.
Fair play though.
Yeah.
Most people freeze when they get in front of the camera.
I like it when people are chill, you know.
Yeah.
And you guys don't always get to see the chill in the evenings, and it's good. It's nice for Martin, isn't it? He's fully lit there. He should have come to the karaoke bar on Friday night. We'll tee him up for that later. Well, next year maybe. What are we doing? Cross cars. We are Oscar Anderson, TQ from Patrick Hallberg, Rajala, Oja Hook, Garrigensen, Huttala, Merstad, Gustafsson, Osterberg, Svensson, Yuga, Penttinen, Baldins, Nogin, Vainika and Anderson. Look at Marco Vainika, qualified 17th. Yesterday was on the podium, but where did Vainika qualify yesterday?
I think it was quite low down as well.
That's what I'm thinking. I think it might have been 16th yesterday. It wasn't, but I can't find it. We'll look later. Anderson, Oja, Huttala, Osterberg on the outside, Penttinen and Nogin. Great start for Oscar Anderson on the inside line. Nowhere there for Osterberg to go. Tries around the outside here, puts a couple of wheels over the gravel trap. Look at these buggies moving around. They really are. Maximum attack, contact there. Osterberg into the back.
Yeah, just picked the front of the car up. A lot of, well, not even understeer, is it? It just pushed the car out wide, lost a lot of ground. It looks like he's in fast forward, this, doesn't it, compared to the junior cross cars? When you see them back to back, these are just that substantially quicker.
And that's the big step up that we were discussing, weren't we? For drivers who make the step up from junior to senior. But it must be great fun as well to just be given that bit more grunt. As you see Penttinen coming out of the Joker lap. Pasi Penttinen, the winner yesterday. Jokers early from a fair way back, and I don't know, I might be responding to that if I were out front, just because you know Penttinen will be a threat. But Penttinen also looking like catching up with Nogin, who is potentially not on the pace of these front runners. So Anderson, Oja, Huttala, not sure. We need Marcus Cronon back up here to let us know. A lot of steering inputs going in. Huttala goes. So this is probably in response to Pasi Penttinen. Penttinen is coming around the outside in the red and orange colour buggy, but is in behind Nogin and is not going to find a way through. Huttala holds on. So Huttala's jokered from third to third. But with 3 semi-finals again, It's, you know, it's not enough at the minute, Hal. Got to close that gap down to Anderson and Ogier, and with the attentions of Nogin and Penton in behind. Okay, Nogin has some joker, but that's irrelevant. You know, if you're in traffic and you're defending, you're driving on your mirrors, and these two are driving away, it's game over.
Yeah, these two are working together, aren't they, to run clear. They're not deliberately working together, but it is working together for them by being quick and clean. Perfect joker strategy here for Ogier, because it's going to get the leader Anderson in and out of the joker to defend the position. It's not even going to be necessary, I don't think, because they're really pulling a margin on the guys behind who've been fighting.
Yeah, good move. Anderson's got a big gap back to Huhtala. Have a look and see what it is. It's 2 seconds. It's not quite as big as I thought, but having all jokered, it's well big enough. Pasi Penton, the winner yesterday, Hal's not going to make it.
Yeah, and on that note, Venica qualified 13th yesterday as well, and that shows the strength and depth of the field.
Osterberg, P2 yesterday, is not going to make it either. So 2 of our podium finishers from round 3 of RallyX are going out in semi-final 1.
Blows my mind how competitive this category is. It's literally anyone's, and it can turn on its head as well with the 3 semi-finals.
I think you'd have to be very, very good not to come here, as we see a fairly close merge. But Anderson going to take it. Opposite lock, over the line, the edge car goes through. Ogier in P2, less than half a second behind. Huhtala, Penton and Osterberg. Penton and Osterberg, as we said, podium finishes yesterday, are out. But you come and do this category, Alan, you lose your confidence pretty quickly, because one mistake in a run and you're going to tumble down the order. The consistency has got to be there. And when we've heard some very good drivers saying these cars are hard to drive, certainly they're very specific to drive. Osterberg, look round the outside, goes over the gravels, hoping in here that with a bit of extra momentum might get away with something. And then I think on the exit here gets good grip and runs up the back. And unfortunately, so Osterberg here, look, there it is, runs up the back, and that pushes Osterberg out wide, and that was game over straight away. Might have got it, mightn't he, from 4th?
Yeah, maybe so, but I think it's tricky when you run up the back of someone like that, because the person behind is generally the one not at fault, but you can affect it, whereas the person in front can't.
Osterberg will be frustrated because he's obviously has better confidence on the outlap. You know, he's gone out, he's gone, I can light the throttle here, wants to, and then thinking, can I get him, on the brakes into the hairpin, and has lit it up, and unfortunately the driver in front just feeling their way into the first lap, or potentially reacting to the car in front, visibility, there's a lot going on.
Very experienced, Jimmy, isn't he, in cross cars, and that's where the confidence comes from, by by being able to deliver on an outlap like that.
They're putting another gearbox into Kristoffersen's car, so whether it's another or if it's a clutch check change, but Molly's saying it's another. Oh wow, okay, yep, that's been taken apart. So I wonder, is it a case of how maybe they weren't happy with the ratios or something, and are putting a different box back in if they've got all the gears out like that? Are they making a different set of ratios to put something back in?
Has Bergström made it? I don't think he has.
Bergström, no, he hasn't, no.
So
what are you saying?
Well, there's a spare gearbox.
Oh, right, yeah, okay, yeah. So could they have nicked the gearbox out of that? Well, but then he didn't have any problems, did he? He was all sunshine, wasn't he, after the last one? Tommy said he laughed. Halberg, Hukar, Ikmerstad, Svensson, Baldins and Vanica. The last of our podium finishes from yesterday, as Hukar comes from the outside to the inside. Halberg going to try and give a bit of room. Halberg goes wide. Hukar as well. Ikmerstad right up there in the championship in the red buggy on the inside, gets sent sideways. Hukar tries to go around the outside. Ikmerstad going to capitalise on that as they go over the crest at the back. Ikmerstad up into P3. And it's Halberg who leads as they get on the brakes down. I think it's Elias Svensson, the winner in Hollius, who's slotted into P2. This is anyone's.
Ikmerstad so good on the opening lap with trying to find gaps that other drivers aren't looking for. That is Hukar jokering in the background. But it was like formation drifting around the first corner, wasn't it? They all got a lot of rotation done on the way in.
Didn't Ikmerstad do well to hold on to it on the brakes in turn 3? Like, talking about catching a wasp, like he was chucking it around big time in the car.
So, I forgive all of the juniors for following each other into the joker, because they don't have a spotter, and B, they have less experience. But in this situation, I would bail. You'd risk losing a bit of time to not follow into the joker from 6th. Because it's game over then, isn't it? You can't do anything about it.
Ikmerstad looking really quick up there. I would go now with everybody having gone. If Svensson doesn't go, Ikmerstad should. Look at it, all over the back, and does. Early commitment to it, great exit speed. Svensson's going to have to nail it, but I'll tell you what, Bowdens is a threat in the background as well. Ikmerstad comes out, and Bowdens is going to be right there. Bowdens might get a better exit. We saw it pass on the juniors, but he doesn't. Bowdens makes a mistake on the entry, puts the rear wheels in the dirt, loses the traction. So Ikmerstad was brilliant there. Svensson, I would respond now, because to me, Ikmerstad looked quicker.
Yeah, I would respond as well. Bowdens wasn't really left with much option there, was he? Went wide to look at either going around the outside or going for the undercut, and just, it's a few centimetres, isn't it, where you just drop the wheel a little bit too far out and lose a bit of traction, but ultimately I don't think the pass was on anyway.
Elias Svensson in this white car should split right now if we're on the tactics, and does. They've both gone with a lap to go, so Hallberg's gone for safety, Svensson's gone to cover off. Ikmerstad on the outside in the red buggy, Bowdens right there. It might just be enough. Svensson holds on, but Ikmerstad will try and get a better exit onto the start-finish straight now. Ikmerstad up the inside. Svensson going to try and close the door. Still there, but not quite close enough. Super close between these guys. Bowdens there to pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong. Ikmerstad locks the rear left on the way in. One last chance maybe as they come up over the crest into this hairpin coming down the hill. Brilliant from Svensson. Great response.
What a battle that was. Ikmerstad got the CrossCar, really said, oh, he's run wide and lost a position to Bowdens, but last time around he got the car so set over the jump into the last corner. I really thought he got it done for a moment.
Oh, it's neither here nor there, is it? P3 doesn't go through, but Bowdens is there just in case Svensson has a problem. Has a look to the inside line, the Latvian trying to go through. Hallberg untroubled out front, does make the final today where he didn't yesterday. And Svensson with a great drive, fending off Ikmerstad and Bowdens right to the line. Look at that, 4.999 separating them all. Oh, what's going on here? Is somebody not happy, or is that just like full stoke at the end of the race? Maybe Svensson's just really fired up, wants to get back to the paddock. And
the latter.
Yeah. Chill, or have, I don't know, have 9 more energy drinks, whatever it is these people do to try and get themselves ready. Hooker on the outside, Hallberg inside. Ikmerstad, watch Ikmerstad.
Send.
Here, look at this, Hal. This was the thing. Watch him gather it up there, look. Really great.
Like you can see the brakes, balancing on the brakes to get the nose back in, but also staying on the power to not let the rear slide around too much.
That's where I thought he looked quicker than Svensson, but Svensson's response to Ikmerstad's joker was great. And Bowdens is looking quick in the Wonder, isn't he now?
I was going to say, yeah, Bowdens impresses me.
If he hadn't got
quietly goes about things, doesn't he?
Yeah, he got dumped into the dirt in the outside of turn 3 at the start of the race and couldn't respond from there. But if you look how close he was, I think he might have gone through. But it is Hallberg and Svensson who go through from row 1 and row 2. Molly.
Yes, I was casually walking past the Christopherson Motorsport here when I see another gearbox going into Johan's car. What's the story?
Well, I mean, first of all, the story is that everything of this is that we are absolutely pushing all the limits, trying to find all the performance. So normally a gearbox like this can stay in for a couple of events without doing anything. But when we are pushing all the limits, and both on the mapping and also within the gearbox, to find a little bit more performance, then also, you know, the workload gets 3 times for the mechanics. But like Ekström say, the guys likes to screw a lot.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, Molly caught out there by Johan's wit. That's not the first time he's caught her out today. It was one time this morning, which is not a story for on air, but was very funny by Johan. I'll tell you later, Hal. And then earlier when he said he was watching Netflix, which he blatantly wasn't. But that's Johan for you. I'll tell you what, though, we'll probably go down there later and he'll be like, I was actually. I can imagine. Gearboxes needing changing that often. What's your take on it?
Difficult.
Hold on it. Raiola on the front row with Eganson, Gustafsson and Yuga, Nogin and Anderson. Revs creeping higher and higher and higher the longer they sit there for. It's a great start from row 2 by Gustafsson, but nowhere to go. Tries to go round to the outside, can't find a way through there either. Raiola, Gustafsson gets into the side there of Eganson in the run, and now Gustafsson drops back from P2, P3 down to P5, going to be out on the loose stuff. Only going to lose time from there, might even lose P6, doesn't, just holds on. Oh, Hal, what a great start. There was just no gap, then he went right, and there was a left, and there was another car there.
Yeah, it's so difficult in that situation, isn't it? Especially this early in the race in a semi-final where track position is so important, especially with the 3 semi-finals. But Raiola doing a great job. It must be so difficult. Oh, and that's Anderson.
Mistake there as well, so Gustafsson's got another place up. Somebody ran wide.
That was Anderson running wide, wasn't it? That,
Whoa! Trying to go around the outside of Yuga. Yuga just in the way, and that's going to cost Gustafsson again.
Gustafsson's not having a great time, is he? Having been so impressive in the junior category, but he'll get there. I'm 100% sure he will get there because he's a very talented driver, and he's right in a fight here as well, isn't he? But
I mean, he's actually really impressing me here, but he's getting no luck, is he, off the start?
That's it, isn't it?
There was no gap. Then he's come out, he's done a brilliant lap, made a position up, and then met someone on the Joker merge. It's like, come on, throw me a bone.
Throw me a bone.
Throw me a bone. Raiola coming up towards the right-hander with Eganson there, 2.5 seconds back, so it's only 1.7 in between Eganson and Yuga. Yuga might have done a bit of a demon move here. Let's see if that gap comes down. Does the 2.5 come down for Yuga? Wait for the ladder to update. 2.4, not enough. Well, maybe just enough, but he'll want to take another couple of tenths if he can, but Eganson's quick.
Yuga's just on the fastest lap of the race so far with a 41.7.
Very similar pace to Lights then, isn't it? And about 1.5 off Supercar. Most of the categories here are terrifyingly fast, in case you're wondering.
Ryler's 2 tenths off that best lap at the moment, but still going very quickly. Remember, Ryler did a stunning lap in Q3 earlier on, but Yuga is nibbling away at the top 2. You can see it visibly now, can't you? And we will see the gap when they cross the line this time around again.
On to the last lap. Ryler and Eganson will both have to joker this time round. And the gap to Yuga is from 2.4 to 1.8. Game over for Eganson. It's 1.1 seconds. Yuga's booking a spot in the final here without any mistakes.
Taking another 10th off his best lap as well, down to a 41.60. So on a big push.
You'll know that too when you see it in the car. You'll know,
feel it.
Yeah, you've hooked it up. He's seeing the cars come closer. I tell you what, if Ryler's not careful, he might even be able to take the win. He's only 1.8 off, Alex, about 1.7. So watching for Yuga here in the green and black buggy at the back here. In goes Ryler and Eganson. Eganson backs the car in. Ryler pops the curb, maybe a little bit too hard. Yuga could go P3 to P1 here. Ryler's going to just about get there. Eganson doesn't. Yuga follows Ryler over the line. Super close. Brilliant drive by Yuga. From row 2, Martin Yuga, the Estonian. Fantastic performance to go through in P2. But it is Joni-Pekka Raiola, Finnish driver, who nearly took the TQ, but was denied in the final qualifying session, who goes through from semi-final 3.
Yuga coming up from 12th in the intermediate classification.
Oh, look at Gustafsson there, Hal. It's just, when you lit the start and he went left and Yuga was there on the left, so he had nowhere to go. Couldn't get through the gap between Raiola and Eganson out front, and then just got the Joker merge. I think this is the Joker merge with Yuga. Yeah, it is. Obviously, he hadn't Joker at this point, so he's already been out in the dirt on the outside.
Hung out to dry there, yeah.
Yeah.
And that is a real case of wrong place, wrong time, because you can't. It's not like you can get back in the brakes to come back inside when you're already side by side. Ryler did a really good Joker there, didn't he? Because it was going to be close, but actually had more of a margin than we thought he maybe would have done.
So what was it in the end between them? Was it 1.8 between them or 1.7 between them? I think it was, coming onto that last lap.
But it's a long way between crossing the line there and going into the Joker, so it's hard to use that.
Yeah, of course, you don't know. Yeah, exactly. You need intermediates, don't you, further round.
That feeling though, when you're chasing and you know you're catching, I've
it's lovely.
Had it sometimes, and
it's great.
Not very often, but sometimes when you occasionally are catching someone, and it just gives you such a buzz in the car. It builds your confidence so much, and that's when that's when I really enjoy driving, is in that when you feel like you're in a really nice rhythm.
Especially if you're feeling good in the car. If you're risking it to make that gap up, it's different. If you're feeling good and making the gap up, it feels easy. That's great. That's how Hal Ridge feels all the while. Molly caught up with Simon Olofsson earlier.
For the first time today, I'm going to catch up with Simon Olofsson, who is top qualifier in the Supercar Lights, on the front row, of course, for the semi-final. How has your day been?
It has been a really good day. We have took all the 3 starts, 2 first positions and 1 second. It has been a good day, but we need to catch a little bit more speed for the semi. But a good start, and we will try to catch it to the finish line.
Where do you think you're losing some speed?
I think it's a little bit everywhere, actually, because the grip is better today. The other guys are getting up on me, so I just need to push more.
How hard do you expect the semi-final to be?
I think it's going to be really hard because Emden was really, really quick now in Q3. He just followed me. will he go to the yoke lap earlier, then we have to make a big push.
So you'll be using some new tyres for the semi then?
No, I don't have any new tires.
Okay. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nothing but honesty. No, I won't, because there aren't any left.
That was proper disappointment in his voice as well. I was like, no, that's not an option.
I'd love to, but we've had brilliant qualifying today, and all the new rubber has gone on the car already. So
I just went to see GRX briefly in the 10 minutes. Well, I was looking for some food actually and wondered if...
Yeah, let's be honest about it. We were on the massive scavenge up, and we never found it.
So I asked Jussi Pinnämäki and Niklas Gronholm how they were tyre-wise ahead of the semis, and Jussi immediately said we have 6 new, and Niklas then said actually 8.
Which was great, wasn't it? Jussi was highly entertained himself, wasn't he, by Marcus's response. If you missed yesterday, they only get 8 tyres for the day with 3 sessions in, and Molly asks Marcus, how many tyres you got left? He goes, 6 straight away, and then laughs. I don't know. But obviously not 6, unless he's been two-wheeling the entire way round all day. Okay, Victor Johansson, who is at the moment, or coming here, was 4th in the standings, but bearing in mind that Engsvig and Dalseth Jakobsen are not here. Actually, neither is Marcus Johansson, is basically going to look at coming away from here as the championship leader, but has to beat Venäläinen on the front row, won yesterday. Ryler on row 2 gets a brilliant start and squeezes in between them almost. But absolutely, Victor Johansson's just flown down the straight. He's out in front. That's way less carnage than we saw yesterday. Maybe they're saving it for the final. I hope not. And Tuomas Venäläinen is right behind Victor Johansson. And Ryler, top 3. How basically from the going through into this semi are leading.
So we've had a little delay there, haven't we? A few minutes with the Simon Olofsson interview and bits and pieces. And that is largely because Ryler was in the final CrossCar semi-final and is now in the first open two-wheel drive semi-final.
Oh my God, you'd be pumped, wouldn't you? I tell you what as well, it is not easy swapping between these cars, driving them on the limit, and because everyone, it does it differently. You don't drive this like you drive the CrossCar. Look at his lines. The CrossCar,
even the controls are in a different place. Everything.
The CrossCar's backed in, isn't it? It doesn't weigh the same. It doesn't handle the same. And Ryler has a massive moment, maybe thinking he's in his little luminous yellow CrossCar, but no, mate, you're not. Look at Venäläinen jump up at the back. Look at the flames. Yeah, go on, Vigo, get it. Venäläinen chasing down Victor Johansson's hybrid Mercedes. Yep, DTM car's got nothing on this bad boy. 4 laps for the semis, 5 laps for the final. Well, basically...
Oh, Venäläinen runs a little bit wide after the penultimate corner. Niemi exits the Joker lap, and that could work out if anything happens to these top 3 running 4th into lap 3. The top 2 just dropping Ryler a little bit, which I think is fair enough given that he's just jumped out of something totally different. Yeah. Not an ideal setup, is it, when a rear-wheel drive car picks up the inside wheel through a long corner like that? But Venäläinen is not being dropped here by Johansson. How close is Niemi? Niemi's not a million miles away from Ryler here if anything happens when Ryler jokers.
I was just thinking about, so on lap 3, look, all 3 lead cars have gone straight into the joke. They got a whole lap to go. Venäläinen is all over the back of Johansson. I have to say, looking really good, but all 3 of the lead cars joker, and they're clearly still in front with a lap to go. So Hal, if Ryler, bearing in mind there's only 2 semi-finals for open two-wheel drive, if Ryler stays P3, he's going to go through to both the finals, so he's going to have to get out of the CrossCar after the CrossCar final and jump straight back in this again.
He's well used to that, isn't he? But perhaps we could have a break in the event. We can get some lunch,
yeah,
give him a breather.
We could maybe eat. Or go outside this room. Boo-hoo, poor us. I'm sure the world's smallest violins have been played everywhere for us.
I think they're broken. I think Ryler's also got
from Niemi. Yeah, Niemi's right there, so I don't know if there's an issue or not, but Ryler's only got to hold on for 2 more corners. Keep it tight on the inside. Johansson going to go through with the win. Venäläinen going through for P2. And Ryler is going to be double driving in the finals as well. Back-to-back semi-finals. And it'll be back-to-back finals in just a short while. I quite fancy going there. We've got to go and see Venäläinen afterwards. And I want to see Johansson's car as well before they trailer it, because with everyone getting so excited about it, I'm really keen to just have a quick look round it.
Great start that from Ryler, but just had the door shut by Venäläinen into turn 1. We were talking to Venäläinen's mechanics last night, weren't we, about the potential of doing more rounds, and they were just saying, you know, they're on such a tight budget that racing here is a big ask in the on top of their Finnish Championship commitments. But I wonder if a good result today might persuade them to find a ticket to get down to Riga.
Isn't it nice though that they came here to their, you know, to a Finnish track? I don't know if it's their home track or not, but to a Finnish track and got his first ever win. I mean, he'd have taken that anywhere, but to take it here is great.
And you're on the, you know, they're parked just along the way from Marcus Gronheim's team in the paddock. They're with Johan Kristoffersson. Kenneth Hansen's on the other side. You know, there's some A-listers here. I remember the excitement I had doing the Rallycross Super Prix 2005 when Kenneth Hansen did the same event. I was obviously in the production category, he was in Supercar, but it was amazing to be in the same program.
Yeah.
And it's a very similar thing here.
Yeah, very cool. So yeah, Hansen, it was, top 3 went through from that one. Lahti, Tiger, Gabrielsen, Seppala, Enlund and Lempinen. So far this weekend, we've seen Lahti get better starts than Hansen, but Tiger has an enormous amount of horsepower and doesn't get it down too well. They go, oh, I thought they were going to get done there for us. Said doesn't get it down too well, then completely proves me wrong and absolutely smashes it. But for me, Lahti is maybe the one driver who can beat Hansen here with that great start, although we have seen Hansen out-tactic Lahti during the qualifying races. But if Lahti's not on the front row, Hal, that'd be a lot more tricky.
It will, yeah. But for once, a good start for Tiger in these battles, and now we'll see if that can be followed with 4 quick laps. A lot of respect for Simon for stopping yesterday for that incident that caused a look at Lahti's car. Picks up the front inside wheel through those compressions. Again, we've got 3 cars in the Joker on the first lap, so the race immediately split into 2. Not sure that's going to work out for the 3 at the back though. Enlund. Oh, Enlund has a big moment. Oh, that's a big hit into the wall.
That's a huge crash. That is an absolutely huge crash for Enlund. Red flag, it's got to be. That was a very, very big impact. So the race continues right now, but it's a big hit for Enlund up at the start finish. So Simon Tiger goes into the Joker lap. Lahti goes standard lap. Seppala is coming around the standard lap on the outside as well. Here comes Simon Tiger.
Good awareness.
He's okay, so we're hearing he's out of the car. So Enlund, I'm afraid, I'm almost certain that chassis will be a write-off, Hal. But he's out. Is he out of the car? He's climbing out now. Come on, slow it down. I'm sorry, but that should have been... I'm not convinced about that. We shouldn't be seeing a driver climbing out of a car with cars coming past flat out. Maybe the drivers need to respect the wave yellow a little bit more, Hal. I get it, they're racing, but you can hold position through there. Not sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, from a driver's point of view, it's very difficult to back off in that situation because you can't necessarily see who. Oh, Simon Tiger's dropped it.
So is the rear? I think the rear right's gone down, Hal. I might be wrong, but the rim looked like it was bare there as he came round. So Tiger having jokered. Tiger can't catch a break this year. Lahti hasn't jokered, but has now got about a calendar month to do so if he wants to. Everybody else behind has jokered. Enlund is a big DNF, a massive DNF. Oh, I don't even like looking at the car like that.
There's a lot of damage to that, isn't there?
It's
all
enormous.
Of the front bodywork is...
It's the speed it went into the Armco at. Like you don't expect a car to go off to the inside there, maybe, but it was still a big hit.
Well, he just dropped it on the... it wasn't even on the brakes. He'd run wide on the exit of 1. Got in that gravel, Lahti's car pitching and rolling all over. There's the puncture.
It was rear right, yeah, I thought I'd seen that. Oh, Simon. Where is Simon in the standings? Let's have a look and see. P6, but a couple of those in front on here. Yesterday was 12th, Hal. Yeah, it was 6th in his semi-final, so yeah, tough breaks. But we are seeing quite a lot of guest drivers. For me, championship favourite at the minute, it's got to be Victor Johansson, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Lahti, Gabrielsen and Seppala go through. Say, bit of carnage. Tiger with a puncture at Enlund. Poor old Enlund. Yesterday, you know, maybe a bit aggressive and got a couple of broken bits, but that was a monster of a shunt. Look at that. Now, look at the front right, so front left, sorry, you're right, but front left, it's like, ooh. What do you think? Maybe not quite as bad as I thought, but still a huge hit.
Quite a contrast to the screen we're looking at, isn't it? So it's quite hard to see in the shadow, in the dark areas, quite what the damage is. This is the first corner. Good start from Tiger. Enland in the white BMW, running 5th in this shot. Run so close to that wall, don't they? And I think this is going to be the Enland moment. Just clipped the gravel trap on the outside. Oh,
the Armco moves a lot. It is an enormous size. Just watching from the drone, and there's no dirt behind the Armco, which is correct. You don't have Armco. The point of the Armco is to break the posts and bend the Armco and soak up some of the impact. That's how it works. But he's broken numerous posts there. You can see here that, you know, the banks behind don't touch the Armco. And when you look at it, how I was watching the Armco rather than shunt, it moves a lot. That's not to say he will be sore, and that car is a mess. Especially tomorrow. That will be painful. Tiger's tyre deflated, I think, mid-corner there, didn't it? Because he had it set up, and then it just went from underneath him. Ouch. Oh, man. Little frustration there, isn't it? Just picking up a bit of the car and chucking it on the, well, attempting to chuck it on the trailer and missing by a fair bit. Now, it really depends whether they try and repair that barrier. There's the result from semi-final 2 with Lahti moving forward to start on the front row of the final. And it's not like he's locked into that with what went on. He's had brilliant pace all weekend. There is huge damage to that car. They wouldn't even be able to get it in the truck with it like that because of the way that the front bar has been moved over. So while we're at this, here we go. There's the fans watching the replay of it, and look, boom. Oof. So while we're having a little break in proceedings, Molly's just messaged me in. So Jimmy Walfridsson, who's been driving lights today, was helping yesterday repair Veiby's car at JC and broke a rib doing the repairs, and he's been driving today with a broken rib, and apparently broken ribs are pretty painful. Oh, look at that. I'm not convinced about the... what do you think, Hal? The front left chassis leg's over by a mile, like...
Yeah, we thought the one on there, Veiby's Audi, was bad yesterday.
Yeah,
but
that was over by about 6 centimetres. That one's over by about a 30. Ambulance trip back, but you know, obviously out the car and walking about. That doesn't mean he hasn't hurt himself. So we wish Martin Enland all the best. Not Martin Enland, sorry. That's me looking at the Supercar Lights results. It was Timmy Enland. All the best in the BMW. So, Supercar Lights. I think we'll be waiting a moment for this, but I might be wrong. They might be getting cleared up quickly. Olafsson, Janssen, Enland, Janssen. That is your 2 front rows. So we've only got the 2 semi-finals again. Then Oskarsson, Kallio, Jonsson, Steinshall. Kallio's car, they were changing the injectors on when we popped out in between. Just set the fastest lap time, Fraser said, who's spotting for him, but not getting the best starts. And they felt maybe an injector change might give it a better start. And then Sjökvist, Experth, Birgit and Walfridsson. Let's go have a catch up with Molly while we wait to get started.
And I'm feeling quite lucky right now to be standing here talking to Simon Olofsson's spotter and sister Sandra as he lines up on the grid now. What's he saying on the radio? Is he ready?
Yeah, I'm trying to fire him up a little bit. He's a bit too calm, to be completely honest. So
what do you say?
I'm telling him to focus. He needs points for the whole cup, and not just for the win today. He needs to be clever and yeah, good driving, clean driving for sure.
Cool. Good luck.
Thank you.
Sandra. No, probably nervous. From every spotter we've ever spoken to, says it's stressful, don't they? Basically, Hal.
Yeah, I mean, most people we know find it more stressful spotting than driving, and I get that because you're directly responsible for the outcome of someone else's result, and as a driver, you're it's like being a goalkeeper in football, isn't it? You can only mess it up because if you make a good save, that's what your job is to do. If you call a great strategy as a spotter, that was your job, but you know, if the driver drops it, then you get forgiven.
Co-drivers as well, isn't it? You know, some of these jobs are just
Yeah, the one time the co-driver makes a mistake and the world's going to end.
They're like, oh, that was terrible. What a and it's hang on a minute. The other bloke's binned about 9 cars and he's sat there calmly going, you all right, mate? Olofsson with a job to do here. Enlund, Oskarsson, Martin Jonsson, Högqvist and Berget. Another good start by Olofsson. Absolutely brilliant. Martin Enlund outside. Potentially going to get mugged here by Oskarsson from row 2. Enlund across the gravel. Oh! Just about holds on, going to keep it lit and just maybe hold on to 3rd, but could lose 4th here as well. Yes, going to lose, go down to 4th.
A lot of argy-bargy with Martin Jonsson coming over the jump, but Mats Oskarsson set the fastest lap, didn't he, in Q3 earlier on, and then, wow, what a start there to get up to 2nd in this first semi-final. Olofsson building a gap already up front.
Enlund there, Hal, from the front row has gone down to P6 effectively. Got beaten up big time. I mean, I suppose a first lap joker and get your head down, but needs Berget to get out of the way.
Jonsson had a big look at Oskarsson coming out the final corner. This could play into Enlund's hands if these guys start to hold each other up. There's a bit of a train forming behind Oskarsson at the moment. Jonsson's going to have a look to the inside down here, but there won't be a way through without a mistake. Will there be a nudge in the rear to force the issue? No, there isn't. All very respectful into the hairpin.
Yeah, it might be genius by Enlund, as you say, because at 4.3 back now with this train going on, might be right back there. Who's going to respond? None of them respond. That's played into Enlund's hands as well. So just needs Berget to keep up or move over, and at the minute, Enlund's not right on the back of Berget.
Remember, Berget's driving in STS RX as well, so he's effectively in the Olofsson camp, so he won't be doing anything that could be helping Enlund, but Enlund's some way behind Olofsson, the leader. 5 seconds now, the gap between the front and the back. Olofsson driving very tidily. Oskarsson under massive pressure for 2nd.
This time, then, surely somebody will slot off into the joker. And it's Högqvist who goes. Oh, and Olofsson's gone as well from the lead. So Olofsson comes out in the lead.
Great spotting from Sandra to manage that situation and maintain track position.
Enlund trying to go around the outside. How sorry. Högqvist, though, is just about there. Enlund will maybe have a look at the end of the straight, but Högqvist hasn't lost too much time there. Remember, top 3 go through because there's only the 2 semis.
Makes it easier to work out for us, at least.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Easier for the spotters as well.
Do you know what's not easy is lap counting, and we've talked about it before, and I know everyone thinks it's hilarious that you can't count to 4 or 5, but here it's 3, 4 or 5. Yeah, at least in most series the lap count doesn't change too much in between each race, but okay then, Oskarsson, Jonsson going to the joker lap. Watch for Högqvist and Enlund around the outside. Who's going to get these spots? And they hold on. Great stuff, Oskarsson and Jonsson. Olofsson's gone through already. Oh, here comes Oskarsson, almost. Jonsson taken by Högqvist, but not quite. And Enlund within 0.4 of a second of Jonsson's spot in the final, but not quite enough.
Poor couple of semi-finals for the Enlund family, though, with the crash in the previous one. And
I was thinking that's didn't work. It's actually a big distraction, I think, Hal. I'm sure maybe doesn't know because it's the very next race rather than. But on the other hand, might have been sitting in the car watching an iPhone in all seriousness, you know, watching the stream, waiting, and then you see that happen. It's a confidence knock and just gets mugged. So that loses a start, runs wide on the dirt. Now he's all the way outside, having to brake earlier because you're on the loose stuff. It's people. Watch for the exit here. Turns in, gets a clatter, and immediately nerfed to the outside. I think held on to P5 at that point. The early joker thing worked out, but it just needed 4/10.
Have to say, Mats Oskarsson did a brilliant job, not only to get it done at the start, but to hold off that pressure. That was reminiscent of Nicholas Gronholm's victory here in the World Championship. Really was under massive pressure for most of the race and still maintained the position.
Molly is back having a chat with Sandra as we see Olofsson's taken the win from Oskarsson.
Yeah, it's fascinating to both watch and listen to you, Sandra, because you're talking all the time, but a great race from Simon.
Yeah, it was a great performance, good pace, and no mistakes.
And he needs to hear from you constantly?
Yeah. Yeah, I need to hold him in the leash, otherwise he gets a little bit too enthusiastic.
Because some drivers only want to hear when they're going in the joker.
Yeah, but I believe that I could actually say just about anything. It's more about how I talk, like how I pronounce stuff, if it's push, and with a high tone, or if it's low. So he doesn't really care about what I'm saying, but he needs to hear the calm or how to push.
And was this one of his best races of the weekend?
I would not say so. No. The pace needs to go up a little bit more. I think so.
All over the track or somewhere specific?
I think he needs to learn to get more pace down the hill. He's a little bit too cautious, but I also told him no mistakes. We have to keep the points coming.
Bring it home.
Exactly. Thank you.
Risk it in the final, don't you? Sandra was clearly looking at the timing screen on her phone the second the race had finished. I love hearing from spotters about how they manage their drivers, and obviously that's more tone than what they're saying. Yeah, you see Graham Rodemark screaming at Kevin Hansen, and now that's all calmed down as Kevin's got a bit older. It's fascinating the way it changes. Mattis Jansen, Casper Jansen on the front row. Kallio and Steintolt. Kallio got a better start this time, so maybe that injector change did the trick. From row 2, right underneath the pole man, into the right-hander. Casper Jansen could well get marked here out on the outside. And does indeed. Steintolt gets up into P3. Casper Jansen's going backwards. Out on the dirt now. Could lose out to Walfridsson as well. Walfridsson driving with a broken rib. But Casper Jansen is at the back of the pack from one tiny little thing. Kallio with his first good start all day.
First good start of the weekend, really, isn't it? He didn't get away off the line very well yesterday either. All three of the OMSE cars fighting for position there on the opening lap. Kallio looking well on top of the car. Not too much oversteer through that long left-hand corner. He's tucked up right on the rear of Mattis Jansen. Now he'll be feeling confident in the car. Having that start will just make you feel so much better. And he's had good pace, but he's been compromised off the start all the time.
Walfridsson going joker early doors. We'll have a bit of breathing space. Kallio right there. I wonder what Kallio thinks about the joker thing, whether or not the pace within this whole group is enough to joker early, because Kallio is all over Jansen, all over the back of Jansen.
Fascinating insight from Sandra Holgren about how she talks to her brother on the radio. Oh, Kallio's going to have a little bit, but there isn't any way through there. He can't afford to joker at the moment and come out into traffic.
He's hit him.
Little nudge in the rear, and they just got caught up together. I wonder if Jansen had a problem mid-corner, or Kallio was just a little bit optimistic on the inside. Steintol's having a look to the inside of his OMSE teammate now, but there's no way through.
That's gutting, Hal, because Kallio was pushing so hard through the left. There was a bit of understeer in the left, wasn't there, before the second to last corner, and I thought he might have a dive up the inside, and then obviously came in a little bit too hot. But now you've got to close that gap back up again, and they're giving away some time behind. But I suppose if Jansen isn't getting there, top 3 going through, it's not looking bad at the moment, but it's not as good as it could have been.
I was just wondering about the intonation in Fraser McConnell's voice as he's spotting for Jesse Kallio.
He's so laid back.
I don't think he knows any other mode than totally chilled.
A bushman, like, you can imagine it, can't you? Like, he's super chill. He's like, Fraz, I need to know, is this urgent or not? No, man. His driver. Oh, my goodness me.
Wow.
Steady on.
Oh, Jansen runs wide. This is going to massively play into Kallio's hands if these two get tied up together. Steintolt still needs to joker.
So Kallio.
They could play a game here, the OMSE guys, if they just back Steintolt up a little bit, but they can't afford to either, can they? Although X was a bit further back, so maybe the gap is just enough.
I don't think Steintolt will want to give up the time. Will he? Into the joker lap goes Steintolt.
This will be tight.
Yeah. And it coming around the outside now. Well, there we go, through the right-hander. Kallio takes the win. He looked racy through the whole thing, despite that one little bit of contact. Jansen and Steintolt going through as well.
His best lap was 8 tenths quicker than anyone else's best lap in that entire race.
And Fraser and the guys at OMSE had said already that his fast lap was the fastest lap in the previous race, just the start. And they listened to the onboard and felt that maybe the engine didn't sound as crisp as it could. Poor Maria was down there on Mother's Day fitting injectors, Hal, wasn't she? You know, fuel all over her hands. And Ollie Eriksson had left here and was leaning in the back. He's like, you helped me. I helped you earlier with the commentary. Will you help me with the car?
If only we had time.
We're like, we'd love to, mate. We've only got 8 minutes. So that probably didn't help. This was a bit of contact. I don't think there'll be a penalty for that, Hal, because he didn't gain from it.
He lost out, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he might get told off for it. But
a warning, fair enough, but I don't think he should be penalised at all.
How committed through the corner?
Very.
Yes, very.
And this is what won in the race.
Yeah.
Hansen getting way too sideways, not only losing the position but losing a significant amount of time as well.
Yes, well done. That's a semi semi-final win as well. How do you feel?
Finally the win. First win of the weekend.
Great start.
Yeah, it was a really good start. My best start of the weekend, so finally.
And what do you think about the contact? Do you think there'll be any penalty for that?
Hopefully not. I'm really sorry for him. I didn't really mean to push him, but he was braking a little bit and I was just behind, so couldn't avoid it. But I'm really sorry for him.
Yeah. Good luck for the final. Well done.
I get that, but the mistake that Kallio made hitting him cost Kallio way more time than it cost Hansen, and Hansen dropping down the order wasn't due to the contact, it was due to his own mistake up on the dirt. So if you're the stewards, I think you look at that, and good for Jesse to say sorry, but you could see how, from the drone, how hard he was pushing. Here it is, like, the drone shot actually shows how much he was pushing, as I say, because you see the understeer coming into the left-hander. He's carrying so much speed. I don't know if he fancied a little dive, and in fact, look, Steinsholt got dragged in there a bit quicker by sighting Kallio in front. Crunch.
There's all Fraser's wrap work ruined.
As Fraser said, he said, I don't know why everybody worries about the wraps. He said, look at it, and it was completely wrecked already from gravel rash. Nothing lasts long on a rallycross car, I'm afraid. Supercar semi-finals. Keeping that energy up for you guys. Hope you're enjoying watching. Thank you very much for all your lovely messages. It's great to know you're enjoying RallyX this year. Lovely to have Hal Ridge back. Great work from Molly Pettit, as always. And from you guys. I'm sure this... is there a Grand Prix on today?
Monaco, I just had a look. Apparently it's biblically raining and everyone's got out the car.
Oh, really?
Mm.
Oh, well, they're not racing?
Rain. Can't drive in rain.
It's not Rallycross, is it?
It's not Rallycross.
No, it's not.
That is
so you can all be
true.
tuning into RallyX instead, can't you? The Monaco Grand Prix can just jolly well wait. Johan Kristoffersson and Jari Kallio-Koski. Kallio-Koski has had epic starts. Evjen and Veiby, Ostreng and Carlson. Remember, Gronholm is on the front row in the next race. So if Kallio-Koski were to beat Johan, Gronholm could then be in the box seat to take the win here, but he's also got to win his semi. Another gearbox change for Kristoffersson. Rear end of the car slides. Kallio-Koski gets a good start, but so does Kristoffersson. He's going to get to turn one first. On the inside of the second row is Evjen. Kallio-Koski takes a trip across the gravel. Evjen up the inside. OC Veiby as well. Veiby dicing with that barrier that he hit yesterday, rubbing a tyre down the side of it. Oh no, round goes Kallio-Koski. Jans-Göran Ostreng's got into the side. Carlson goes up. That's pretty much your top three guaranteed through to the final.
So for all the luck that the JC drivers didn't have yesterday in the final when they ended up having that significant contact, it's come good for them here, hasn't it? Because Kallio-Koski's been spun out of contention. Got a lot of understeer mid-corner, Kallio-Koski, didn't he, in turn one? Kristoffersson didn't make the best start, but Kallio-Koski lost out on the exit. That's what forced him wide and ultimately ended up with him facing the wrong way in the wall. This is massively played into Kristoffersson's hands again.
Veiby went joker. Veiby was right up behind Evjen, and Evjen obviously is super quick, but Veiby, I reckon, fancies his pace is better. Yellow flag, so there must be a car parked probably in our blind spot up at the top there. It might have moved and the marshals just don't know yet, but I suspect maybe Kallio... Oh, it's Ostreng is a DNF, so the car might be parked. Okay, here we go. Thought that might happen. Evjen has responded immediately to Veiby. Veiby will be on the outside line. There he is with the Bauhaus branding down the side of the car. It's a great lap by Evjen. Absolutely brilliant lap because Veiby was closer to him on the previous lap when he went joker.
Yeah, brilliant job there by Sonia Evjen. Kristoffersson, I think, may have just done the fastest lap of the entire weekend with a 39.658.
Ta-ding! Tick off another.
I can't remember what his fastest lap was in the previous race. It was a 39.7 maybe, 39.6, there or thereabouts.
Ostreng will be standing at the side of the track there thinking, I didn't really want to park the car on the fifth gear. You know, Cresty jump straight.
At least it's on the inside.
Yeah, true, yeah, you're on the outside.
It's the first time they come back past is the big issue. Once they've come past, you can relax a little bit.
They have an idea where it is, don't they, after that? I'll tell you, Evjen, looking every inch the supercar driver now, just looks comfortable in the car.
Yeah, I mean, he's an experienced supercar driver now, isn't he? He's done a lot, but he's well on top of this car. The Audi doesn't suit everybody, as we know. It's quite, I think the operating window is a bit narrower than some of the other cars, but it's also quicker in many respects than the other cars as well. So they're all different, all of these supercars, but Evjen really at one with the S1 now.
Kristoffersson goes around to the left and the right, going to book himself into the final, over the line. Evgen and Veiby as well.
Properly backed off.
Yeah.
On the last lap. He was did a 41.7 last time around, protecting the tyres.
Bit of carnage on lap 1. I was a little bit disappointed when a race doesn't last. But yeah, Kaliakowski got a good launch, Hal.
He did, yeah. Kristoffersson came back in the second phase of the run to turn 1. Look at the understeer for Kaliakowski. Gets forced out wide in the gravel. This is great car positioning from Evgen. Forces up the inside. His teammate Veiby comes back in then. Kaliakowski, sorry, has got to the inside. Ostrang's had a look. That's not really his fault.
Veiby's, okay, yeah.
So he's had quite big contact from the rear from Carlson. And,
I didn't see that. Okay, so yeah.
Maybe we could have another look at that from the drone if there's time. But yeah, it was all just a big messy concertina, and yeah, it was Ostrang that lost out the most. There's Kristoffersson in the joke lap, which we didn't really see during the race because he was so far in front doing his own thing.
Making it all look terribly easy. Not quite so easy for his mechanics today on their second gearbox change or third? Was it out? No, power steering yesterday. A lot. Okay, let's have another look. Watch here in the background. So watch for Carlson.
So Ostrang's touched the door there. Carlson's got in the rear again, nudged him forwards. Ostrang's
on the brakes.
On the brakes. Carlson probably not on the brakes at that stage because he's had another chunk out of the back of. But yeah, you can't blame anyone in that situation because you're all desperately trying to find a gap. What's such a shame for Kaliakowski because he has been fast this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Sondre Evjen's spotter is his dad, Eduard, and you're stood up here. I had to run up the hill to find you, but second in the semi-final. What are your thoughts on his race?
It's very good. It's very good. Good start, and he drive very good all the way. So.
I was speaking to Sandra, who's a spotter for her brother, and he needs a lot of information. What does Sondre need from you?
A minimum. He don't like me talk on the more than I have to. So minimum, only how far it's from the car and everything. So.
And how comfortable is he now with the S1?
He's very comfortable. It's a big step this year. We're very happy to see his driving now. It's very good.
Thank you very much, Eduard.
See the Dreyer and Reinbold branding on the jacket there with JC. That's what they've got to tie up this year in Nitro Rallycross. GRR pretty busy at the minute with the Indy 500, which I have to say looks epic. Some of our friends are over there, aren't they? Having Tierney's up there. We've seen Katie Mannings is over there. Did you see Kristoffersson goes through with Evgen and Veiby. Did you see the Andretti chandelier?
Did you?
It was amazing. They've got an Indy car covered in those tiny little squares of mirror like you have on a disco ball, hanging up from the middle of, I don't even know what, a dinner, a do, whatever. But yeah, so the month of May is very busy for Indy.
Quite a weekend, isn't it? Monaco Grand Prix, Indy 500 and RallyX at Kouvola.
Yeah, exactly.
And I absolutely know where I'd like to be best.
Exactly. Kouvola
it's here. It's just in case you're wondering.
We knew. They were in reverse order, weren't they? They were in reverse order.
I would like to experience those other things, but
I'd like to experience the
Rallycross is live.
Yeah. Hashtag for Hal. Hashtag Rallycross is live. I've been to Monaco, but only
I've been to Monaco
for the
too.
rally.
Oh.
So Molly is with Veiby's spotter now, so we can get some more spotter insight.
Yeah, we will get some more spotter insight. It's great, isn't it? This is Ole Johan. He's spotting for Ole Christian Veiby. What did you think of his semi-final?
It was good. We have a small problem with the car. When he went on the Joker, he cut the curb a bit. But the guys are on it now, so hopefully we get it fixed for the final.
And he was a bit, I can't remember exactly what he called it, but he was a bit hot in Q3 on the start. He got that double Joker, but he dialed it in right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long time since he did rallycross. I mean, there is some errors or some things we need to go through, but yeah, he was really on it and ready for a quick Q3. So that's how it is, but I don't think he will do it again.
What do you think about the final? Can you do anything about these guys?
It's tricky. I'm a bit involved on that side also, so I know what they've done this winter. I was a bit involved, so it's a bit tricky. No, Johan is really fast, and I mean, Ole Christian is picking up the pace you saw in Q3, so I mean, yeah, we will see. It's a final, so everything can happen.
It certainly is. Good luck.
Thank you.
So a great message from Martin Juger, the CrossCar driver. Just looking through my results to see... Oh, where are they? 10 million pieces of paper on the desk. So yeah, Martin going through from semi-final number 3 with that brilliant drive, if you remember. He says, hey, by the way, I'm quite a youngster too, 16 years of age. My second year in CrossCart is now rolling, and I think he means started, you know, rather than rolling. We don't see any rolling, Martin, but well done on a brilliant drive today. We're going to see 16-year-old Martin Juger in the CrossCar final. Great performance.
Yep, stunning.
That's what we want.
Makes me jealous.
Yeah,
makes me feel
does.
very old.
No, yeah, we're old and not as good. Yeah. Anyway, Supercar semi-final 2, top 3 to go through. We've already got a strong 3 through from the first one.
This is basically the same grid as it was in semi-final 2 yesterday, almost exactly.
Is it really? How did it turn out?
Well, it was messy, wasn't it?
It's all it's Control-Delete for me once it's gone. I'm on to the next run, otherwise my brain just melts. Gronholm on the pole, Philip German alongside. Belevsky Road 2 on the inside, then Brindersen outside. Brindersen with the win yesterday. Victor Vranks on the back row with Anders Michalak. Tricky place that inside for Belevsky on Road 2. We've seen a few people get boxed in there, and Brindersen on the outside, but then if you get up behind Gronholm, could be a great turn 1. Niklas Gronholm with a lovely start. German with a clutch kick, knows it too, shuts the door. Belevsky, Brindersen around the outside of German. A little bit of contact, German runs a little bit wide. Brindersen coming up alongside Belevsky. They had contact earlier on today. Desperate to get to the inside line, going to light the throttle up. I'll tell you what, Brindersen's done an amazing job there to get from the loose line. German's gone for the front row, broken something on the car. Taps the wall on the inside, he's buried in the wall on the outside. It's not a huge hit, but something definitely broke on that car. Gronholm leads from Belevsky and Brindersen. Brindersen did well there in turn 2 and 3.
Brilliant launch from Brindersen from the second row. I wonder if something happened with Philip German's car in the first corner, because he'd done the hard work and then just sailed wide in turn 1. There is the car by the jump.
Maybe in the launch, Hal, because it wasn't a great launch. He had to clutch kick. Could he have potentially broken a shaft? I don't know. Like, he ran deep in turn 1 as well.
Potentially so, yeah. And then there was a bit of argy-bargy there with...
It's offline, look.
Belevsky in the run up to 4. This is perfect though for Niklas Gronholm.
I think as well, for me, it's going to put through. Look, German's strong, but putting through the strongest runners probably for me here. In goes Brindersen. Brindersen feels he's got the measure of the pace of Belevsky. Backs the polo over the left-hander, then the right. Love it. Jumps on the brakes. See the nose go down.
That was so close to rotating the car, like we see earlier sometimes when you clip the wall and it turns the car the other way. Really extracting the margins. Brindersen sends the car into the first corner. See it pick up on that bump. He's on a big push now to try and overhaul Brindersen for second to get onto the second row of the grid for the final.
It was so good when you see how wide he ran. When we see a replay of that, and I'm sure we will, any wider and the bumper would have tapped it. Literally the bumper kissed over the top of the bottom of the concrete barrier, and he's trying to kill Belevsky's advantage on this one lap. Belevsky knows it and goes Joker straight away. Gronholm's gone in 2 from the lead, but Brindersen's not going to trouble Gronholm, but he might well trouble Belevsky. Belevsky's done a great lap, but now Brindersen should have an advantage onto the straight. Looks to the inside, then looks to the outside. The polo's fast, but not quite fast enough.
And this is where the calming influence of Kenneth Hansen on the radio will be helping, just to give Belevsky the information he needs. There'll be no way through here, even if Belevsky runs wide, because Philip German's car is on the outside.
And in the end, it was Brindersen who ran wide, dropped a wheel on the dirt, made the mistake that he was hoping Belevsky would make in front. It was a really committed lap from Brindersen, but it's not quite enough to get through. So Gronholm through the left-hander, Belevsky going with.
Gronholm been feeling finally he's got a break this weekend and a clean 4 laps at the front.
Belevsky going to go through to his first final here. Sorry, he was in the final. He got P5 in Holliers. My bad. Yes, go on, Jussi.
Looks pretty pleased with that, Jussi.
Yeah. What's the time like compared to Johan? 2:46.0. We still got Johan's time
quicker than Kristoffersen. But Kristoffersen backed off. He had such a margin, didn't he?
He did. Right, watch German here. See, I'll tell you what German was brilliant at, was shutting the door on Belevsky immediately. But then locks his wheels, look, going up, or has something already broken. So he just goes straight on. Now watch this, look, jumps on the brake and just goes straight on. I'm just wondering, is the car already broken at that point? Keep your eye on German through the gravel trap. Comes over the top. Does he get a hit on the steering maybe there in the dust.
Impossible to tell there, isn't it? Oh, something's come off there. Maybe just be a bit of body work. More contact with Franks.
Now he gets on the gas, look. That brake's there. It's not broken until then, is it?
It's the front left corner, isn't it? There's something happens in the front left corner which has pitched him off. That'll have been those horrible incidents where it just happens and there's nothing you know or can do about it.
Brinderson with the world's most committed Joker exit. Here we go, watch this. I don't know if the drone's going to be far enough back. Yes, it is. Here we go, there's the bumper.
He's lucky there that he actually hit it with the side of the car, with the sill, rather than if it had just been the rear bumper, that could easily rotate him around.
Yeah. Granholm takes the win.
You see, that was a nice, clean semi-final from Niklas. Talk us through it from your point of view.
Yeah, we took a little different tire strategy than yesterday, so got a good launch, and the plan was to push the first lap and then control if it's possible, and it was. So basically try to save the tires as much as possible after the first lap, and yeah, all good.
So yesterday, I think you had 4 new for the final, right? So you used new ones now? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we use the new ones now, but I guess they are in pretty good shape for the final as well. So let's hope for the best.
And the lap times, I mean, Kristoffersen with a 39.658 and Niklas with a 39.720. It's close.
Yeah, that's why we are here. I think both the drivers love to compete against one another. It's a great challenge for both of them, and this is showing that the final is going to be good.
Could you just share some insights on what goes on now and between the final?
No, just a quick check on the car and try to cool it down as much as possible, and little water for the driver, and then we go again.
And a pep talk?
Yeah.
What do you say to him?
Depends a lot on the situation. I can read his face quite well nowadays, so it changes. It varies a lot depending on which mood he is. Yesterday was not easy after the time penalty in the semi. Then it was just to encourage him that we can still win this, and yeah. But I like that. I love the mental game of the sport.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Love that Jussi saying that he can read Niklas's eyes much better than he could. He said, I can tell what kind of mood he's in, and that's fascinating, but you only get that when you spend a lot of time with someone. And they have been working together for a while now, and I think we'll be again this year. Granholm, Belevsky, Brinderson. Really, both semi-finals, to be fair, were over on by the hairpin, weren't they?
Granholm's best lap was less than a tenth of Kristoffersen's best lap in the race, but we know Kristoffersen, well, they both backed off a bit, I'd have thought, by the time Granholm had jokered with a lap to go, and he would have, what was his last lap? Yeah, he was significantly slower as well on his final lap, not quite as slow as Kristoffersen was, but he didn't have the margin that Kristoffersen did because of how his race had played out. Belevsky did a pretty good. Belevsky did a 39.8 as well, so only 2 tenths off Kristoffersen's best.
Belevsky impressed me there. Brinderson was committed, but potentially might. You know what it's like when you get super committed. Do you lose time? But it was a very good lap, and I thought to myself, okay, Brinderson's going to get him here. But actually, Belevsky was still clearly in front at the merge.
Well, I'm sure that's why Jussi jokered Niklas as well, because they know Brinderson has good ultimate pace. They wouldn't have wanted to give him the opportunity to close that gap. They've had a tough weekend, the JC team. There was a lot of work to do last night. It was quite a big impact. It wasn't a huge impact, but it was certainly an impact worthy of writing home about for German. But they've got a little bit of time now, haven't they, before the next round in Riga. Some of these guys probably entering for the Magic Weekend at Hüljes for the European Championship in just over a month, I would guess. But there's a bit of time to sort stuff out.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to sort out, though. There's several cars going to want... Well, OK, several. What will they do about the chassis legs on OC Veiby's car?
It'll all be jiggable, won't it?
Yeah, of course. It's a big job, isn't it? And what I'm saying is it's not just a simple re-prep.
But the engines and stuff probably come out between most races anyway. I'm sure we'll have all that well under control.
So Molly is on her way to find Joel Kristoffersson. We can ask him about all the work he's got to do. I bet he's thinking, oh, good. My workload's gone up. He's already got quite a lot on his plate. I think Molly's found him.
Yeah, I'm down here with you all. A fantastic semi-final, wasn't it?
Yeah. Semi-1 was very good, perfect. We had a plan and it went well, so it was very nice.
Well, tell us about the plan.
Yeah, we was hoping that the Kalliokoski should push a lot into turn 1, so it will be a bit wide, and that happened. So we could sneak on the inside and then control it from there. And then we have a big gap to the P4, so we just save the tires.
And there's quite a bit of work going on in the background. I'm sure it's a spanner check of some sort.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, but you know, drivers are never happy, so they want to change something and some setup changes. So for sure, we do some small things now on the chassis to make it ready for the race.
And they're looking pretty chilled, aren't they?
Yeah, I say they look like two children waiting for ice cream or something.
I guess you could call a final an ice cream.
Of course, they will. Yeah.
Thank you.
Drivers are not happy, so we make some small changes. Sometimes I just think he's like, lads, get the spanners out. Just say, yeah, we'll
give them a tinkle on the floor.
Yeah, tink. Oh, yeah, we've done that change. How's it feel? Yeah, much better, thanks. We do hear stories like that. Joel won't be doing that, but there's some amazing
No, but
stories
that's all
about
part of the
setup
mental
changes.
game of the sport as well, isn't it? It's when you feel comfortable in the car. Oh, we'll be less pleased about the damage to German's car. It's a shame we can't see the other side of it, because that's where the impact was in the wall. See if Molly can show us the front corner on the other side. Yes, she can. Oh, well, that's the problem, Andrew. There's.
Was that from well, that's not the initial problem.
No, that'll be
that's
the
result
of the barrier on the right-hand side.
Oof.
Puncture on the rear as well.
It's a mere flesh wound compared to yesterday. I mean, it's damaged, but here we go. Have another look. There's the hit here. Now outside, and then just look. But now
watch the front left wheel. It's just turned right on him.
Do you think the front left? Actually, the front, yeah. But then once he hits the barrier, of course, the front left will do whatever the rack's doing on the right-hand side. It was hard to see, wasn't it?
Not if you've got hold of the wheel. The left wouldn't turn unless you've turned it if it was still connected.
Bringing the jacks out to get
that's
it off the truck.
That's a very rallycross noise, isn't it?
Yeah,
the noise of a jack being dragged over
gravel paddock. Yeah.
Clink, 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 clink.
Junior CrossCar final for round 4. Uito, Nordstrand, Anderson, Ylälami, Solly and Perämäki at the back of the grid. Great start by Uito, but a brilliant start by Lucas Anderson, the reigning champion. Row 2 comes straight through. Jonathan Ylälami trying to go around the outside. Can Anderson hold on to P2? Ylälami going to brave it out over the gravel. Slots in behind Anderson. So it is Uito, Anderson, Ylälami as they go onto the back straight. Tinka Perämäki has moved up into P5. She's doing a great job. She'll want to see these two in front make a mistake. See if she can capitalise on that. Came 9th yesterday and is in the final here. We'd love to see her get a podium, but out front, there's 3 very quick drivers.
Took an early joker, didn't she, in the semi-final to get out of the traffic, and that would be sensible here again, depending on what the guys in front. Yeah, definitely. I'm sure she will joker now. With the front 4 having gone for the standard lap in 4th place. No, she hasn't. So
it was late to react, wasn't it?
Call my bluff.
So close. Yeah, but I'm with you. I would have done the same. 5 laps, I guess.
Because I think 4th or 5th here, you're gone, aren't you? Because it's difficult with a joker strategy, and it's hard to find the track position. Ylälami gets a lot of rotation done on the way up the hill into turn 4. The dust is getting a little bit worse again, but not terrible, is it?
No, Uito has gapped them by a second on the first lap, and he's looking quite comfortable. And of course, this train, they're not super close together, but close enough maybe to just be keeping an eye on your mirror. Somebody will joker this time.
If I was Ylälami, I'd joker now, but
yeah,
it's Nordstrand that's gone.
Ylälami. No, it's not. You're right. Yeah, sorry. Ylälami's buggy is only red and yellow from the front.
But it's so easy to say from here when they don't have a spotter, and obviously you don't know. The main benefit of a spotter is that you get a global picture of the race. Yes, you get encouragement, and it's really interesting. It was fascinating actually hearing from Sandra Holmgren before, because not many spotters are as honest as Sandra is, and Sandra's honest about everything she does, and she gave a genuine insight there. But the main objective is to give a wider view of the gaps and when you can joke, and these guys obviously don't have that. This is old school rallycross.
Andersen, Yulilami. Into the Joker goes Andersen, reigning champion. Hook on the left-hand side, watching in the background. Remember, Yulilami hasn't jokered, Perämäki hasn't either, but Nordstrand has. Solly as well, the 11-year-old who was in the comms box earlier on. Got a little bit mugged, I think, in turn 1.
So Yulilami really needs to hope that Andersen makes a couple of mistakes here, but maintains track position just to hold these two back. Otherwise, he is going to tumble out of the podium places. A little bit scruffy, Yulilami into the braking area and run a little bit wide in the second phase of the hairpin. These two are really closing onto the back now. What's the gap to the leader? Yuito's gone, isn't he?
So Andersen needed Yulilami to go. Not that necessarily there's much more pace there, Hal, but like going to go on the last lap and
4.5 seconds is a insurmountable amount without a mistake from Yuito anyway. Of course, that can happen. Happens to the greatest drivers in the world every now and again. Fastest point of the circuit on the rev limiter. Such precision around that long right-hander. Yulilami's pace has really dropped off in the latter phase of this race. Now 5 seconds the lead for Yuito, who's in the Joker lap now, out of shot.
Yuito coming from the Joker, a brilliant performance yesterday with a clean sweep. It's another great performance today, and Michael Yuito is going to cross the line to take a 3rd win in a row in RallyX 2022 CrossCar Junior, and a firm title favourite, I think. P2 goes to Andersen, the reigning champion, and P3 goes the way of Nordstrand. Great drive. Yuito really totally and utterly untroubled during this one.
Yep. So important to get the start. It was a very good start from the second row of the grid as well.
Yulilami taking a risk around the outside. Andersen was P2 here.
Andersen was tidy through the first corner just to get to the inside there.
So not letting anyone through that gap, but it's just absolutely keep it as tight as you can on the arm coat.
We talk about their age, but the experience is big, isn't it? You and I have been doing this championship now. This is the 3rd year we've done it, and some of these kids, because they are kids, we're doing it in that opening season. It's a lot of races, and of course, the beauty of these cross cars is you don't just race in RallyX, you race them every weekend if you want to, all over Scandinavia in different championships. So despite the age, they are racking up the experience, and that shows in their driving.
3rd win in a row, really, really strong for Michael Yuito.
Michael, congratulations. That's 3rd win in a row for you. How are you so good at this?
Amazing feeling.
Do you want to say a few words in Finnish, maybe?
Kiitos sponsoreille ja
You're thanking your sponsors, yeah? That's important.
Yes.
Yes.
Go on, mate. Yeah, it is. Amazing. I love that. Even I mean, I know Kiitos. I learn thank you for every country I go to because it's the most important word. But yeah, I love that. Kiitos sponsory. And then, yeah, great. Love it. Well done. And then she's like, it's really important, isn't it? And he goes, yes. Michael Yuito, I think you'll be pleasing your sponsors very much because that is a dominant win. It's a 3rd win. It's 2 wins here in Finland. And Cesar Yuito at the top of the standings with an 11-point lead over Lauri Halonen. Lauri, of course, didn't make it through to the final this time. Lucas Andersen, the reigning champion, 3rd. There's just 17 points between the top 3. Nordstrand, Yulilami, Solly, Alander Persson, Nilsson and Tino Niemi are the top 10. Tinka Perämäki, look, she's up in P11. .32 CrossCar Juniors already scored points. There's probably someone there that haven't scored points, so we might even have more entries than that. I said it was about 30 coming here. Okay then, CrossCar. Andersen, Hallberg, Rajala, Oja, Svensson and Yuga. Yuga, the 16-year-old, the back of the pack. But this is about the front row. We know the edge car starts well. Hallberg, the nose comes up super high, but Anderson's got a good start too. Hallberg goes out wide, going to try and come all the way around the outside. Ryler in the row 2 into P3. Hallberg can't find a way through. Svensson looking to try and pass Ryler, but can't quite get that done either. Swings around the long right-hander. Very, very carnage-free from these guys. Up and over the jump, down to the hairpin. And it's Anderson, Hallberg, Ryler.
Ryler did well there, didn't he, to come from the outside of the field back to the inside in a tidy way without any contact. I wonder what these top 3 are going to do, because we know they are all super, super quick. Anderson looking very composed. Hallberg's had a mixed bag in terms of starts so far this weekend, but was reasonable then, running second. A real title protagonist.
Oscar Anderson was 9th yesterday, won a qualifying session, but ended up 9th after going out in the first semi-final. This is a much better performance today.
Yeah, it's just so easy to go out in the semi-finals, isn't it? Especially when there's only a couple of spots up for grabs.
We were saying, weren't we, earlier, one mistake and you're gone. Like, just one little thing, or just getting run wide in turn 1. There we see it, and Yuga up the inside as into the joker. Well, Hallberg's gone. There is Hallberg coming out now. That's an early joker from P2. Was that to try and cover off behind?
It was, and it's worked as well, hasn't it? Yeah. Because Svensson, we know he's quick too, and had taken that early joker, so sensible, but now right on the tail of Yuga, and that isn't going to help his chances of overcoming Anderson.
Interesting, though, that they felt that Svensson in clear air was a danger. Svensson hasn't had the same weekend that he had in Hollius, but he's in big attack mode now.
You have to leave Anderson out now. You can't afford to joker the leader, and that's worked well for Hallberg that Yuga's got in.
Yuga from P3, probably going to get swallowed up by a couple of cars here, but still a great performance from the 16-year-old. Thank you for the message. It's a great performance because comes out in front of Svensson. Oh, Svensson up the inside in the last corner, tiny bit of contact. Front right, front left to rear right, and then that's almost a crest jump at the back for Svensson. Super committed through that turn.
Hallberg's on a mission here and has clear air with a 2.4 gap last time around. Anderson backing it in on the brakes, coming down the hill, run a little bit wide, just left the braking a tiny bit too late there. Hallberg still with the hammer down and clear air because Ryler's fast enough not to get in the way. Anderson's going to joke now to try and cover off Hallberg.
Hallberg's inputs in that car are so aggressive. You watch that, look at the transition now. Hallberg coming around for the merge. Anderson holds on, but he's sideways again coming onto the straight. So Anderson getting ragged here, feeling the pressure of Hallberg. Hallberg is right there. Ryler, 1 second up the road, 1.6 back to Hallberg. We reckon a couple of seconds. He should come back out into P3. And remember, Ryler's going to jump straight out the CrossCar and get in the open two-wheel drive, like now, immediately.
Svensson was only 2.4 behind last time around. He's been going quickly as well. Oscar Anderson with the best lap of the race last time too. So it's going to be very interesting to see where Ryler pops out after this joker in just a couple of corners' time.
In he goes, Ryler in the bright yellow buggy, round to the left and then the right, going to chuck it the other way, but Anderson's going to lead Hallberg. Ryler might have enough here. Ryler comes out to the inside line. Anderson comes around the outside, bit of contact between them. Anderson holds on, Ryler right to the line, P2. Hallberg gets third place, less than half a second, covering the top 3 in CrossCar, but it is Oscar Anderson who takes the win in round 4 of RallyX. Woo! That was a good one.
So just to give an indication of the competitive order in this series, as we look at the replays, Anderson did a 41.4, Ryler did a 41.5, Hallberg did a 41.8, Svensson did a 41.6, Yuga did a 41.4,
wow,
and Oja did a 41.7.
So this pace was right
it's
there.
Mental.
It's mental. It's crazy, isn't it? You get a bit much wheel spin on the exit of a corner, you're going to be killing yourself. Oh, I've lost. And Ryler, from the lead on the last lap, how was Ryler's last lap? Is it up on screen? Have you got Ryler's last lap?
Yeah, it was a 42.0. It was the fastest of all of the last laps.
That's it. Look, here you go. Watch Ryler coming around the outside. That was when Anderson had jokered on the previous lap. Anderson got a P2 in Hollis in round 2. But I say yesterday was down in P9, and then today, right up there. Here it is. Ryler comes out, commits to the throttle early. Oh, it was so... If he'd literally... It was so close, Hallett. If he'd he'd come out a tenth of a second earlier, I think Andersen would have lost, because I think Andersen would have had to have driven all the way around him, but Andersen just had enough to cut the line off and get through. Ryler speeds through the back of your picture, and that's because he's driving his cross car into the pre-grid. He's going to go round to the back of the pre-grid, and he's going to park up and jump from that car into the open two-wheel drive. There's Oscar Andersen. P2 at Holius goes one better here and up into the top step of the podium for round 4. Great win.
Oscar, that's one step up from Holius. It was close at the end there, but you did it. How does it feel to win here at the Finnish home track for all these guys?
Yeah, I'm so happy with this win. I've had a lot of struggles in Holius and in the first round here, but yeah, this time we kept it together and got a good result.
Someone you'd like to thank, maybe?
Yeah, the whole team. Such a great job the whole weekend and just pushing me so I can do my best. Yeah, I'm so happy.
Thank you, well done.
I think Oscar Andersen might be feeling a bit emotional, and fair play obviously means a huge amount. Cross cars are not the easiest things to start actually when they're hot, but this one starts nicely. We're going to take a look back at that final corner one more time. Ryler comes out. Look how close it was. If he literally half a metre further forward, and Ryler's last lap we already know was epic, but it's just not quite enough, and it's Andersen who takes the win, and deservedly so. It was a great race. Oscar Andersen takes it 3:35.400. Ryler and Hallberg. Hal, where have you been?
I just popped out to watch an incredibly slick operation. I'm sure the Ryler team is well experienced at this car swap job. But Ryler, they're fortunate here that Parc Fermé is in the pre-grid, because they fill the cars up from the final into the back of the pre-grid. Chilled as you like, Ryler pulls into the pre-grid, into the Parc Fermé position, hops out of the cross car, mechanic waiting with a bottle of water. He drinks half the bottle of water on the little walk. There's no stress to the next car. Another mechanic is there holding the door open of the open two-wheel drive, puts the bottle of water on the floor, slips in, and all the other cars are running in pre-grid, ready to go out for the open two-wheel drive final.
Absolutely
Love
brilliant.
it.
That is so good, isn't it? So good. There's the CrossCar Championship standings. You might have seen up at the top. Thomas Eek Merstad came here with a 15-point lead, retains the lead, but it's only 2 points now to Patrick Hallberg. So it is super close at the top, and I'm expecting some more great battles. There's Victor Franks. All smiles, another good learning weekend.
I have to say, I've also double driven on a...
You what?
I've double driven on a couple of events. It's exhausting.
Yeah, totally.
Mentally and physically. So, we'll see now, won't we?
Yeah. Come on, Ryler. Get it. Where was he in CrossCar? Remind me.
Second,
P2, of course, P2. So can Ryler go one better? Got to get past Hansen, Lahti, Venline and Gabrielsen, and defeat Seppeler on the back row as well. It'll be sharp as hell. It's a brilliant start from Ryler for the back row, straight up and behind. Moves in behind the top qualifier around the outside there. Great start by Olli Lahti. We've seen those brilliant starts, and Ryler has immediately gone from the back row into third place and stuck himself in contention for 2 podiums in a row.
What a launch.
It's just so good. He's fired right up, isn't it? I'll have whatever he's having.
Yeah, I mean, he is the chilled out of the chilled out Finns, isn't he? But your heart rate must be through the roof, jumping out of one car into another in a final. This is the biggest rallycross weekend of the year in Finland, isn't it, for the RallyX Championship? And yeah, brilliant performance from him. The level in open, we said this about all the classes, but the level here is great, and I love the variety in the open two-wheel drive category.
Hansen shows Lahti the big red Mercedes in his mirrors. We know that Hansen's been quicker than Lahti. Look at the car sitting down at the back, both wheels in the air as he comes up over the crest into turn 3. Through the long right-hander now. Hansen is clearly quicker, but doesn't want a joker right now because it will just drop him back into traffic. So I suspect Halle will hang on, and I wonder if he doesn't go, I think Venäläinen or Ryler will.
You need a pretty big gap to open up to slip the Merc into as well, don't you? It's not like driving a Datsun Finn to slide up the inside. Venäläinen's going to go. You're right, Andrew.
Venäläinen goes. It was either him or Ryler was going to go. Venäläinen's gone. That's your podium at the minute out front. Venäläinen jokers and comes out well clear of Seppeler and Gabrielsen.
Great strategy.
Yeah, really good. Now got to hammer down. So I guess it depends whether Ryler's spotters feel that Venäläinen is a threat, or whether they feel that Ryler should go with Johansson and Lahti. There's only 3 laps left, and Lahti and Johansson are surely going to split the strategy at the end of the race anyway.
Lahti's front wheel is in the air for so long that it stops moving. That is ridiculously soft on the rear suspension. They're dragging the rear of the Corolla around.
And it's still laying down black lines all the way through that right-handed hairpin. So Johansson going to go Joker this time.
This is to cover off Venäläinen.
Yeah, Ryler stays out, and this is also to get some breathing space. Has to come out in front of Venäläinen if he wants to take the win here. Tries to find the traction. Venäläinen going to go round the outside. The Smurfmobile going to cut to the inside, opposite long, but not quite enough. And now Johansson, this is the lap. He's got to get it. Needs another lap of his life. He's done it during qualifying several times, but the pressure's on now as the flames pour from the back of Venäläinen's car.
This could be the top 2.
Surely got to respond.
Yeah, it has to, but there's going to be no gap between the 2 cars to get back in. This could be, we could be looking at the top 2 positions in the final.
So this time then Lahti's
going to have to respond.
I think so, got to go, because Johansson's got him every time tactically. This time going to go to the right, and he does. Ryler stays out, so Ryler's going to risk it for the final lap and see if he can nick another podium. Lahti goes in. Johansson round the outside. Lahti's done a brilliant job and comes out in front of Johansson. Johansson now's got to pass on track, and Ryler's got to try and look how close Lahti is to the back of Ryler. That was an epic Joker. Brilliant stuff. Wheelies the car again as he passes the crest at the end. Lahti yesterday got dumped out in turn 1. This is much more like it. Half a lap to go, but Johansson is right there. So's Venäläinen. Whereabouts is Ryler going to slot in?
So, of course, we don't know what the splits are because we haven't got them, but Johansson did the fastest lap of the race last time around, so he wasn't hanging about either. That is what could be the race of the weekend in open 2-wheel drive from Lahti.
Ryler going to go Joker now. Off he splits to the right-hand side. Where's he going to come back in? Lahti has gapped Johansson on this final lap. Ryler's made a mistake. I was thinking double podium, he might still get there. Venäläinen looks to the inside. Oh, Ryler comes out in P2 with the mistake. Venäläinen up the inside. Johansson versus Venäläinen to the line. It's Lahti who wins after a disaster yesterday in the final. A deserved win today. And Ryler gets P2 again. Absolutely brilliant.
I also think Venäläinen came out of the throttle then, having given Johansson a good old shove into the final corner. I think he gave that place up, and if he did, we'll go and find out afterwards, because we're going to head up there before we go.
Yeah.
That is the most gentlemanly thing after Simon Tiger going to check everyone was okay yesterday. What a start though from Ryler and from Venäläinen.
It's great, isn't it? They almost swamped the pole man, but of course that allows Lahti to come around the outside and take the lead. But Johansson looked quicker than Lahti. Well, that's maybe not fair. Looked as quick as Lahti everywhere. And then when he went Joker, we were like, okay, he's done this every time in quali. Surely he's going to do it again. Look at this. Look at this. Now watch as it sits in the crest. No, neither front wheel on the ground as he's coming through that very fast right-hander.
The Scandinavians, or the Nordic teams, are so good at building these cars. Most people in the UK have yet to perfect how soft an open 2-wheel drive car can be. This is the Joker merge.
I wonder if Johansson wasn't the exit for Johansson.
Sorry, this isn't the final lap.
Great, yeah, it's the previous lap. Whether Johansson's exit wasn't that great from the Joker, Hal. Look at Ryler. Oh my goodness me, we didn't quite spot that, did we?
Well, the entry speed was great.
Yeah, the commitment was like 110.
So watch Venäläinen in the background. He's looking to the inside of Johansson. Now, he probably would have looked more had Ryler not been there. It's gone for the big shove.
You think
I think he's come out of the throttle.
Fair play, because he's hit him hard.
It was a hit as well.
It was a big old hit, to be fair.
You'd need to be to move the Merc out of the way that rapidly.
Either that or he's broken it. But either way, there is Lahti after a disaster yesterday, a P6 and a shocker this time. It goes his way.
Ollie, congratulations. It's a win here today. How are you feeling?
Thank you. It's very nice feeling because this is first race weekend with this car for me, and our speed is so good that I'm really happy.
Say a few words in Finnish.
Kiitoksia kaikille kannustajille ja tosi hyvä fiilis, että auto tuntuu näin hyvältä ja on hieno lähteä Suomen SM-sarjaan.
Kiitos.
Kiitos.
Some thank yous in there, but the big smile says it all, doesn't it? First race weekend. Must have been disappointed yesterday not to convert, and this time round gets the job done. Look, Hal, look.
Love it.
Look at the rear wheel, how far, and then here, look, up, no wheels on the front. Oh, just go on, get it.
There's so much engineering No, there's Ryler. It didn't have time. Oh, skipping around all over the place. It's not quite as soft as the Corolla.
2 P2s.
He didn't have time for that.
It was P2, wasn't it, in CrossCar?
Yeah, he didn't have time for donuts, though, did he?
Oh, I kind of gutted for Ryler not to get a win. But I think when you double drive and you get 2 P2s in such style right at the end of the weekend,
he's had plenty of double wins as well.
Yeah, true.
He just loves driving.
He's not going to need any energy drinks to get home, is he? His eyes are going to be like as wide as you like for about the next 6 hours after that. He'll have trouble getting to sleep.
And now he needs to come to Riga as well, because look at the championship fight.
He does. So Victor Johansson leading from Joni-Pekka Ryler. Jonas Dalseth Jakobsen still there despite not being here this weekend. Mika Nilsson, Olli Lahti, Simon Tiger, the top 6. Simon Tiger is a fair way back from Victor Johansson now, and I suspect if Ryler continues that it'll be a battle between those two.
I hope the Norwegians come back for Riga, because that would really spice things up.
I reckon they will, yeah. I mean, Ryler did both the first two, a 4th and a 6th. Yesterday, Ryler was, second again, actually. So 2 seconds for Ryler in open two-wheel drive, both days. And I say the CrossCar as well, it's like, you're busy. Olofsson has had a great day. Kallio, though, this is the thing, isn't it? Kallio hasn't had good starts. Finally got one after they changed the injectors prior to the semi-final. He had a brilliant start, and we saw the Kallio that we've seen in the past. He was
properly smiling and happy.
He was weapons grade too, wasn't he? He really was very good indeed. Weapons grade Kallio. Mattis Jansen and Mats Oskarsson. And then Martin Jonsson and Ole Henry Steinsholt. Steinsholt's been on great form. Right-hand side of your picture now. That's Martin Jonsson that you're looking at. For me, it's Olofsson versus Kallio in this one. Mattis Jansen did win a session earlier on today, so pretty sure. I've lost my results for it. I don't need those.
Yeah, he did win it.
Yeah,
Q2.
mate. Yes, correct. So Jansen's got pace as well. Oi, oi, oi.
Kallio.
That's who your money's on, is it?
Yeah.
There we go then. Olofsson has been very, very good. He'll have his sister in his ear making sure he does the right things, but he's got to defeat Kallio on the front row. Great start by Olofsson. Kallio's got a reasonable one as well. But I don't think Kallio's going to be able to get in from there into the inside line. Might get pushed out wide, a little bit of contact. Olofsson, big movements in the background as Ole Henry Steinsholt goes from P6 up to P4. And it is Olofsson that leads, and who is it in P2? Is it Kallio or not?
I think it's Martin Jonsson running P2. No, it's Kallio at the moment, and Mats Oskarsson in 3rd, Steinsholt 4th. I made that little noise off the line because for a second I thought both Kallio and Olofsson had made a poor start, but
Oskarsson joker straight away. So that's from that position, that's not bad. I wonder if he's going to try and. Do they think that the rear 2 cars are far enough back, and in fact one goes with? So yeah, that's a good tactic for Oskarsson. Now clear track in front of Steinsholt.
Totally different tactic to last time around, where he held on and jokered late and got back. Well, he maintained his track position, didn't he, despite being under pressure all of that time. It's now Kallio applying the pressure to the rear of Simon Olofsson. Wonder what Sandra Holgren's intonation on the radio is at the moment. We need a bit more pace, Simon.
I think I might be very high indeed. Having said that, keep the door closed. Look at Gronholm here in the World Championship in the wet conditions. It's hard to pass. The key lap where he will need that more pace, Al, as we all know, is the response lap, isn't it, to the Joker? Because if he doesn't go until the last lap, Kallio will.
But we know how quick Mats Oskarsson is as well. He was going purple earlier in the day, so it's a risk, isn't it? Because the guys behind can be closing up.
Do you know what? Yeah, of course, got to keep an eye on Oskarsson. Agreed, 2.5. If I were Sandra Holgren, I'd send him Joker on the 4th lap. I'll tell you why, because behind, Kallio will be committed in the throttle if he thinks he's going to go Joker on lap 4, meaning if he has to change his mind, he'll run deep to the left-hand side. So you could force Kallio into a mistake if he changes his mind at the last minute. Now, if I were Kallio, I might go now, but no, okay, he doesn't. So this is now whether or not Olofsson and Sandra Holgren and his sister decide to dummy off Kallio and go the previous lap, meaning Kallio has to change his decision last. What would you do? We've got a clear head. We can have a think about it. That's not going to be as clear for them.
You've got to give Joker option. You've got to split the strategy now, haven't you? And Kallio's experienced enough to know Olofsson's really backing him up into into that long corner. Steinsholt's behind.
2.7 to Oskarsson. The front two are safe. Steinsholt is in danger. Okay, here we go.
It's got to be Joker option. They have to split the strategy.
I'd go. If I were Olofsson, I'd go now, because you don't give Kallio the advantage of going in there with a decision, and he doesn't, so I would have gone. But there you go.
But
right,
he held Kallio up on the apex as well.
True. Kallio's Joker is a good one. It's a very good one, but is he going to come out in front of Steinsholt? Steinsholt's going to compromise him. That's not what Kallio needed. Loses time on the exit, just about gets away with that. Played into Olofsson's hands.
Teammates for the weekend. That could have been awkward when they got back to the awning, but that was all fair in love and war. And now Kallio needs to deliver the lap of his career almost to try and beat Olofsson, who has been so good this weekend.
Simon Olofsson, I do feel, deserves it. Having said that, Kallio hasn't had the car perfect. He's been getting bad starts, done brilliant laps in the meantime. Here we go then, Simon Olofsson for the win into the Joker lap this time round. It's been a great performance so far. Olofsson had a second and a fifth. He won yesterday here in Kouvola. Can he win again? Comes through the right-hander, and he's easily in front. It's a brilliant win for Simon Olofsson over the finish line. Double win here in Finland. Fantastic by him. A spin for, I think it's Mattis Hansen towards the end of the race, but absolutely brilliant drive by Olofsson. Kallio just hampered slightly, and Steinsholt, look, holds on for P3 as well. That's great, Hal. That's the consistency that he needs, isn't it? Maybe that'll give him the confidence.
Yeah, let's have a look back at the start. Looking from the back, neither of them made a brilliant launch, did they? Mats Oskarsson, much better launch than both Simon Olofsson and Jesse Kallio. But then got all sideways on the exit. Kallio did well to hold that. Great awareness from Steinsholt to try and find the gap in the middle of the pack, and was lucky not to get rear-ended there by Jonsson, who was minding his own business. Just looking at the lap times, on the last lap, Jesse Kallio did a 42.405, and Olofsson's was at 43.5. So 1.1 seconds slower on the final tour for Olofsson. He absolutely nailed that lap. Sandra Holmgren would have been on the radio saying, we need a lap and we need it right now. You need to nail the Joker, and he absolutely did.
It was the brave one, wasn't it? Like you could, I know you fully understand what I mean about going early just to make Kallio think differently, but actually by not going early, they put Kallio into Steinsholt. They wouldn't have known that at the time, and of course Kallio had to go because if Olofsson didn't, he got to go anyway. So it played out well, didn't it? There is Molly down now with Simon Olofsson. He had, I say, a P2 in Hollius, a P5 in Hollius, and now it's a double win here in Oulu for Simon Olofsson.
Congratulations, Simon. It's a double win this weekend. You are on fire.
Yeah, I mean, now it was really tough, but we put ourselves in a good position for the final, so good start. Yeah.
Talk us through that final. What was tough?
We know that the people behind us was really quick. I didn't manage to get quicker laps than that I had. So, but we nailed the Joker. So, yeah, that's it.
Show us those hands. Let's see that adrenaline. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen Simon so relaxed and happy in an interview, and I'm really genuinely pleased for him because it's been a great performance by him and the team. Tricky year for him last year. And this time round, it's gone the way they wanted it to go. So that is championship winning consistency. We know, of course, Oliver and Kevin Eriksson aren't here this weekend. Martin Enlund, who was right up there in the standings, was P4 yesterday. Olofsson beat him, and then today didn't make it through. So Olofsson with a 3:36.899 takes 2 wins from 2 here in I nearly said Oulu, Kouvola. It's Finland. Jesse Kallio in P2. Great to see Kallio back for a weekend, and Ole Henry Steinsholt continuing to impress. Olofsson does lead the standings by 14 points from Martin Enlund. Ole Henry Steinsholt is up there on 77 as well. Martin Jonsson in P4, and then Kevin and Eriksson. Kasper Janssen moves up to 6th. Mattis Janssen 7th. Isaac Hockvist, Jesse Kallio, and Jimmy Walfridson driving with a broken rib after, I don't even know how you break your rib, but they were having to smash cars to bits in JC yesterday. So, yeah, well done for completing the weekend in that condition. That takes you down towards the bottom of the runners. 20 cars been out so far in Supercar Lights.
I really thought if Kallio had got the starts nailed, that could have been on, but neither of them nailed the start there off the line, and it made for a brilliant final.
It did indeed. Dragging back I was going to say it's a long way off, but of course it's coming down the Axis Road. I was thinking, blimey, how did they end up all the way out there?
In a field.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, doesn't look quite so tidy, does it?
What a great weekend though it's been here in Kouvola, and I hope we're about to see a banger of a supercar final to round things off.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? It would be nice. We do have an epic lineup for you, and here it is. Johan Kristoffersen, the reigning RallyX champion, 4-time world champion, current world champion in the family-run polo. Niklas Gronholm in the World Championship spec Hyundai. On the front row this time. We know that's where he needed to be yesterday if he wanted to deny Kristoffersen. Sondre Evjen with a great drive to hold off his teammate OC Veiby in the semi-final, with Bolevsky up in 4th place on the grid. Can he make that outside line up to turn 1 work if everybody moves across to the inside, and then bringing up the rear, OC Veiby, who hasn't been afraid to get stuck in turn 1, turn 2 this weekend, or indeed back in Holliers, and particularly in the semi-final when he ran the front tyre, I am convinced, along the same Armco that claimed him yesterday. No fear. Thomas Brindersen, yesterday's winner.
Quick tyre info. I think it's Veiby that's got new fronts. It's at least one of the JC cars. I think it's Veiby. Yeah, two new front. Kristoffersen, everyone else on news, but Kristoffersen's tyres, Molly says, look very good.
So Kristoffersen tried to hold some rubber back for the battle against Niklas Gronholm on the front row. Gronholm really wants to find the form that he's just been missing a little bit. Can he do it? Watch for Evjen and Bolevsky on row 2. Oh, great start by Evjen from row 2, but a good start by Kristoffersen. Bolevsky moves across, shuts the door, slots into 3rd on the inside. No, he doesn't. Veiby's going to get into that gap. Sideways for Gronholm. In the background, 3 cars wide. They're going to need to funnel out of that. In the wall again, Brindersen ends up towards the outside. Dust flies up. And Brindersen, P5, who is it? I think it's Evjen who's up in P3 and Veiby who's down in P4. But it's Kristoffersen versus Gronholm out front, and there is Bolevsky in the wall. That's on the outside though, so we should get this carrying on.
Oh, Bolevsky unlucky there, wasn't he? I think Veiby may have broken something because the car was moving all over the place. Look at the dent in the door. Brindersen ducks off into the Joker on this opening lap. Niklas Gronholm up front. He's all over the back of Johan Kristoffersen.
Oh, Gronholm maybe letting Kristoffersen know he's there. He had everybody letting them know that they were there when we raced here in the wet in 2020. Gronholm is looking really racy now. Right up behind Kristoffersen. Kristoffersen rarely gets this kind of pressure from behind. Often Joker strategy gets split much earlier. Over the crest now and down into the braking zone. Niklas might let him know again. Does he? He's not quite close enough. There's 10 centimetres in it.
Doesn't need to let him know he's there. Kristoffersen will be well aware that Gronholm is there. Kristoffersen gets over-rotated. Is he going to go wide into the Joker? No, he's going to shut the door on Niklas Gronholm. Niklas is on the inside. He's going to try and get back to the inside through this penultimate corner. He's got the nose in. He hasn't got the traction. Coming into the final corner, try and keep it tight to get the power down. Kristoffersen's doing a masterclass of defence here.
He's trying so hard, but the rotation angles on the Polo suggest that the tyres are not as good as we thought in the pre-grid. Struggling for that rear end grip. Gronholm is looking up the inside every single time he can. Let's watch again and see if it happens in this section. In the background, meanwhile, Veiby and Brindersen are both joking, but they're some 11 seconds back, so they're out of the picture. Veiby is just Evjen, who's 1.9 seconds back. This is all about Gronholm versus Kristoffersen. This time, Kristoffersen gaps him.
Yeah, got much better drive out of the hairpin. Gronholm a little bit further back now, was really applying the pressure. Veiby, I'm here, he's got broken suspension in the background, but Evjen's just in the Joker window, isn't he? So they can't afford to Joker Gronholm into the JC Audi just at the moment, but they're going to have to split the strategy because Niklas hasn't managed to find a way past Kristoffersen so far.
More rotation from Kristoffersen in the right hand.
And of course the yellow flags there, Andrew, really affect things too.
Yeah, they can't make a pass in that section, though, to be fair. I mean, actually, if you ran wide,
defend into it, though.
A lot of the passes a bit, but yeah, you can lift through there, can't you? Through the long left-hander again. Look at the Polo sliding. The Hyundai's a bit straight, and now Niklas Gronholm dives into the Joker laps. Got to get this perfect if he wants to stand a chance of beating Kristoffersen. The entry's great. The exit too. Finds some grip on their way out. Now onto the start-finish straight. What's the gap going to be as they come over the line? Kristoffersen has a lead of 2.3. It's a big gap.
A 39.7 last time around for Johan Kristoffersen. He's also done the fastest lap of the weekend so far with a 39.599 earlier in the race. This is all about what Niklas Gronholm can do now and if he can close the gap.
Here we go then, the 4-time world champion, the RallyX champion, the winner of the first 2 rounds, didn't go his way yesterday. He's got just a few corners to go. Christopherson into the joke lap. Now it's got to be a good one because Gronholm was pretty tight. He wears Gronholm on the outside. It's going to be tight. The Hyundai's going to have a good exit, but I reckon he's got it. Christopherson has, through the long right-hander. It's the 3rd time on the top step of the podium, 4th podium for Christopherson this year. Gronholm P2, and Evshen comes around to take a deserved P3. First couple of laps were fire, but Christopherson then just gapped Niklas a little bit, and the breathing space allowed him to stop cooking the tyres and keep the polo a bit straighter.
Managed that pressure so well early on in the race, didn't he? Then, like you say, Andrew, just managed to pull a little bit of a margin. There's all sorts of broken cars in the background. Brinderson, another strong points finish, and Veiby has made it to the end despite that broken rear suspension. Wow.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Done. I'm done as well. Hal, it's been a pleasure, mate. Welcome back.
Shame for Bolevsky. He's had a pretty turbulent weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? It's the learning curve is still steep, and Kouvola's turn 3 is
he made a great start, Bolevsky, then came out the throttle. What happens behind? So this is Veiby on the inside. Christopherson made another great start.
Watch Veiby pop the curb, but he actually slides. It doesn't hit him there, but then here, look.
Something's happened to Brinderson already because he hasn't got the drive out of 2 that you would expect. Oh, this will be a great shot to see what's going on. So Brinson's lost ground there for some reason, and 3
into 1 that I said, didn't I? They're 3 wide. That's not going to work, and it didn't. This was the point at which I thought Gronholm's got this. I really thought he was going to get it. Johan looks across to Niklas. No eye contact so far.
Body language says a huge amount, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Johan, congratulations. That's a win here in Kouvola, and what a final under a lot of pressure from Niklas during those laps.
Yeah, I saw it was quite close at the beginning of the race, but I had a good start, and from there on felt very comfortable, felt very nice. So yeah, I was saving a bit of tires first 2 laps, didn't overcook them, open up a gap a little bit on 3rd lap, knew that Niklas kind of joker the lap after, so gave myself a little bit of breathing just before the lap before he jokered, and yeah, I managed to squeeze on a good lap on the last run. So also so very pleased about the guys that have been working so hard during the weekend, and like with all the partners we have, we push every little limit on everything, trying to improve to keep up with the tough competition. So yeah, we are really giving it everything and pressing all the small details we can, and that also makes everything a little bit more fragile. But at the same time, it's even sweeter when you make it win.
Impressive, well done.
Thank you.
Christopherson alluding to the effort made by the team this weekend, and KMS have made it very clear that they are using every opportunity to prepare all of their guys all of the time for everything they do, and that includes needing to change gearboxes and reset the car up in difficult circumstances like today, as much as it is about giving Christopherson seat time. And wow, what a job he did in the final. So often we see him with the ultimate pace fighting at the front, and okay, he did have the ultimate pace because he set the fastest lap, but Niklas Gronholm is one of the greatest rallycross drivers in the world and applied massive pressure there in the early stages.
I always think, this is maybe a slightly strange thought, but the colours of Gronholm's car, when they're in your mirror, you're just right there, and he was all over the back of him. To be fair, Gronholm withstood that pressure here a couple of years ago, and that was equally brilliant in very treacherous conditions, but just Christopherson, even with the crazy, yaw angles on the car, knowing that Gronholm's right there and a little nudge just send him slightly further. But yeah, here is Niklas.
Niklas, congratulations with Peter. You don't look too happy, but obviously all you guys want to do is win, but you were all over him there. It could have been him, it could have been you. It was him this time. How are you feeling?
Yeah, first loser 2 times in a row doesn't feel too good. I tried, and I made a small mistake, which he took a 2-3 car lengths on me on lap 4, I guess, and that was the lap I had the joker, and yeah, from there on it was difficult. I would try to catch him, but it's not that easy, and there was places he gained and where I gained, and yeah, the last 2 laps I couldn't do anything. I tried my everything, and and sad to admit that he was better in the final.
And it is your birthday today, of course. How is that going to be celebrated?
Well, not too much, I think. Let's do the podium and then slowly go back home.
Hal is actually asking me if the yellow flag made a difference.
Well, all I can say is that he braked, Johan braked a bit more the laps I followed him in there, and then I saw that his brakes light were not on when I had taken my joker. So that's all I know about that, but not much else to it.
Enjoy the rest of your birthday.
Thank you.
So yeah, no big celebrations there, but Hal, yeah, great spot there. You did say during the race, we know it's the one place you can slide wide, but you can just back it up, can't you?
Yeah, and that's how you use that situation to your advantage as a driver. You know that you can't be overtaken. It's illegal by the rules of the race. So, you would always come out the throttle that little bit more, brake that little bit early, and then because of the nature of this track, you can defend then easily into the next corner. Molly's down with Sondre Evjen, who finished on the podium.
Sondre, congratulations with third place. I think that it's safe to say that reflects your driving and your pace this weekend. Congratulations.
Thank you. I've been a bit behind those two, but the rest, in the final I made a mistake or I was pushed or something in turn 2, but the rest was good, and then it was just about, I think there was nobody behind. I think everybody had a problem, so it was just about saving the tires and having fun in the rest of the final.
How comfortable are you with that S1 now?
It's good. We're lacking the top 3 tenths maybe on at least the Johan. Niklas is a little bit uneven sometimes, but yeah, I think we're good.
Perfect. Enjoy the podium.
Thank you.
Feeling pretty chilled, I would say, about his performance.
Really come on as a driver, hasn't he, Sondre?
Yeah.
You mentioned that earlier, but I think as an all-rank rallycross athlete as well, you know, he seems to be enjoying it a lot more than he used to as well, and I think that obviously has a great effect in the car too.
I can't remember who it was that said, it might have been Fraser who said earlier on that learning in a supercar, you make mistakes, it's very expensive, which it is, and I always felt that Evjen was just holding back a little bit whilst learning the car, and just watching him this weekend and last weekend too, I feel that Evjen is now pushing the car to the limit. You can see that comfort in the car, but what he says is interesting too. I'm missing the 3 tenths, and that's it's not necessarily any extra risk, is it? It's one curb, it's 10 centimeters here, and you know, nicking a 10th out of 3 different corners might be the difference.
And that's the difference between very, very good drivers and the great drivers. Now, not to say that Sondre can't be one of the great drivers, but Kristoffersen and Gronholm are right up there, and that is the difference.
Yeah, they've done that bit, haven't they? Johan Kristoffersen leads the Supercar Championship standings after round 4 here at Oulu. We're past the halfway point in the season, but remember, Johan has to miss the next round. He's doing Extreme E when the championship heads over to the fantastic track at Riga. Niklas Gronholm is in second place. He might go there, we're going to see. And then there's Evjen, Brindersen, Veiby, Belevsky, German, Ekstrom, Kalliokoski and Mark. And that's a hell of a top 10, isn't it, when you read out a list of names like that for a regional series?
It is, yeah, and I think that highlights the job that Sondre has done as well. Just talking about him before, to be third best of the rest after the World RX race-winning regulars from last year, it shows the level he's operating at now. Niklas has had a lot of family here this weekend.
Yeah, he's a little bit disappointed, isn't he? You can see just from the body language, and particularly after the first lap. Gronholm looked so comfortable on that first lap when he was right behind Kristoffersen. You could see the rotation on Kristoffersen's car. He was really sideways.
I wondered if he had the problem early on, just the way, the attitude of the car, but we don't know.
Classic, the long left-hander coming into the Joker split, he was so sideways, and Gronholm was nose up the inside. We see that a lot. Montenegro's a classic track where you spend the whole time thinking this is on, and it's actually not, and it makes great TV. But all you get is noses stuck up the inside, but the exit speed and the rotation on the car means that actually the pass isn't on, and it's the same there. But it's Kristoffersen's headspace to go, I know he can't get past me. I might have 45 degrees on the car, but he still can't get past me, so I'm chill. And
there's a degree degree of trust there as well.
Yeah, of course.
He knows that Connor's not going to turn him round.
He knows who he's racing.
But it's also very Johan. He said, I knew, I was aware he was there, or I saw something. Of course he knew he was there.
Yeah.
But he's not going to let on that he was, well, he may not have been pressured by it, but he's not going to say, oh yeah, I was really under pressure. I knew he was there.
Yeah. Wow. Well, there we go. Another weekend done for RallyX Nordic. I mentioned earlier on this weekend, I'm missing the next one. Unfortunately, Johan Kristoffersen's doing Extreme E, and that's another series that I commentate, so I won't be here. But David Addison is kindly standing in for me. Thank you, David. He's the British Touring Car Championship commentator in the UK, and you probably will be familiar with him from Rallycross. He's been in Rallycross commentary as well for about 10 years. He loves the sport, and him and Howler do a great job there. So I will miss it, though. I like Riga, and it's always a good party, Riga, as well. Molly's got one more chat for us with this chap, Enland, who had that huge off at the end of the straight.
Yeah, unfortunately, from the highs to a bit of a low today, and Timmy doesn't want to come out and speak with us. So understandably, after this massive shunt, his car is not looking great. But Martin, his brother, right? Yeah. Right. He's here to chat with us. From Timmy's point of view, have you spoken to him?
Yeah, I've spoken to him. He's a bit sore, but he's fine, so no problem with that. So the car is not that fine, but we will sort it out for Riga for sure.
Yeah, tell us about this crash. Did you see it?
I haven't seen it because I did the semi-final just after him, so I saw a lot of faces just seeing the crash, but much more than that.
Yeah, how did he describe it?
I mean, the car, the rear just flew away, and then it just went in the other direction. So, yeah, couldn't do much about it, he said.
How big is this job?
It's quite a few hours, so we need to set it in a bench to straighten it out and see how much we need to do about it.
And you're saying he's sore. Where did he hurt himself?
It's more like in the belts, you know, around the... Yeah. So probably that, but otherwise than that, he's fine.
And that basically just means that the safety is there.
Yeah, for sure. So the car is the one that takes the damage, but not much of him at least.
Okay. I'll let you continue packing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The car and about 6 metres of Armco up at turn 1 with about 9 posts behind it as well. The car does need some work, but as we always say, while we love the cars, it's all that matters is that the driver is okay. The driver is okay. They'll stick that on a jig and have a crack at fixing it and see what they can do.
Car doesn't look as bad as it might have done.
No, I say the Armco moved a lot. If you watch it back online, you see the Armco moved a lot. So, yeah, we'll see. Another great weekend. Double win for Oito in junior CrossCar. Double win for Olofsson in lights. We're starting to see championship battles come to the forefront now. So we're on round 4. We've got 3 rounds to go. There's a double header in Riga, July the 8th and 10th. If you're in Latvia, go to the event. It'll be great. If you're not, make sure you're watching David Addison, Hal Ridge and Molly Pettit there. We finish the season at Strängnäs on July the 23rd and 24th. So I'll be back for that one. That's just a single header, which means me and Hal might actually get out and get some lunch. Thank you very much, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Big thank you to the whole TV team, to Molly Pettit. I'm Andrew Coley. Thank you so much for watching. See you soon. Cheers, guys. William Brinderson. Porsche number... Look at that, that's just so... Oh, he's rolled it! Unbelievable. William Brinson goes over. The back wheel is spinning round. He's still smiling.